Chapter 151. The Other Side. After leaving the camp, Eli turned into another new face, and then headed all the way to the destination. A few days later, Eli arrived at his first destination, another camp at the Shadow Kroll Warlock Academy. Outside the camp, Eli glanced at the bustling and lively camp, turned around and entered a mountain not far from here, and paused in a hidden small cave. Entering the cave, Eli first threw out the body of a dead deer, then made sure there was no one outside, and then took out a bottle, which contained number 1 fungal virus. He took out a bit of it, and then threw it on the flesh and blood. In just an instant, the fungus covered a small part of the corpse, and it was still growing rapidly. Eli, on the other hand, was expressionless, and took out something like a glass cover. This is a disposable witchcraft he refined, which can give the fungus an environment to restrain its growth, and at the same time trap the fungus to prevent it from spreading. The spiritual connection can directly break the glass cover, and at that time the fungus will be released directly. At that time, Eli can control it remotely, away from the battlefield, so that people don't need to control it at close range. This is Eli's idea. It's simple and comfortable. After putting the cover in place and setting up some witch formations, Eli left the cave. Looking at the cave, a fireball technique went down, and the entire front of the cave was immediately buried, followed by a vine technique, and a large area of vines had grown in this area, covering all traces. After dealing with these, Eli stopped staying and went to the next location. If the war is really going to last for a long time, then Eli needs to prepare more than one virus in advance. It must be hundreds or even thousands of places, so Eli is going all the way. Occasionally, he would even encounter some animals that couldn't migrate, so he would wrap the fungus in a cover and stuff them into the bodies of these animals, and it wouldn't be corroded, as long as he directly detonated it when needed. In this way, a month and 10 days passed. Eli has almost forgotten how many viruses he dropped, and just when Eli thought it was over, an accident happened. This day, in a mountain forest, Eli had just finished processing a new location, when suddenly, a voice came from a distance. "What are you doing?" Turning his head to look, a man with a long face and a hooked nose was standing under the tree. His black eyes were fixed on Eli, and the aura on his body was ready to go, exuding a ring of late-stage aura. "Was found." Eli was stunned for a moment, took out a token, and then crushed it with a click. The corpse culture medium covered by the protective film in front of him was instantly shattered, and the corpses and viruses inside were rapidly dissolved. Watching the evidence disappear, Eli stood up, spread his hands and smiled. "Would you believe me when I said I was just digging? Dig the soil." Crow's mouth twitched. This area is the part of the Shadow Monitor Academy near the potion field. In order to prevent people from destroying it, he often patrols. Today, he ran into Eli by accident. "As for digging, that's somewhat insulting." "I believe it, but you have to go with me." Chloe looked at Eli with sharp eyes. "Okay." Eli nodded, and took a step towards Crow. The next second, his body instantly backed up in the opposite direction, and his body quickly left in the shadows. "Stop!" Crow watched Eli run away, quickly dropped a sign on the tree, chased after Eli, and fired a signal flare while running. "Call out!" The signal flare flew into the sky, a spark bloomed in the sky, 7 or 8 wizards quickly ran over from the potion field in the distance, and everyone glanced at the sign on the big tree. "Someone sneaked in, chase after." A group of wizards looked at the message left behind and quickly flew in the direction indicated. A few wizards stayed to observe the traces, and noticed Eli's destroyed corpse culture medium at a glance. Everyone rushed over and began to check. A Shadow Monitor lizard warlock covered his hand with scales, and then touched the ground, feeling a burning sensation, as if his blood was being burned. "What's going on?" Warlock gasped and retreated quickly. "What's wrong?" "There's definitely something wrong with this thing, but I don't know what it is. It might be a virus," Warlock said, feeling the burning sensation, frowning. "Virus? Everyone knows it's not easy." "Quick, let's go too, we must catch that warlock, he must have a sample." The warlocks immediately made a decision and chased into the distance. A chase begins. Eli ran away quickly, looking at the group of people behind him, the corners of his mouth twitched. It's okay if this task is not discovered, but it will be more troublesome once it is discovered. "Why? Looks like it's going to cost money again." "Stop!" Crow yelled angrily when he heard about it from other people behind him. and then saw Eli, who was running ahead, take out a dozen small balls from his hands. A dozen small balls were thrown out in an instant, and they shattered in the middle of the flight. A cloud of thundercloud blocked the way ahead in an instant, and the lightning scattered inside, and it was accompanied by corrosive liquid. Acid thundercloud. Disposable witchcraft, the price is several hundred magic stones. In order to escape, Eli didn't feel bad at all. Damn it! Crow gritted his teeth when he saw this scene. The power of the bloodline was activated, and a large shadow erupted instantly, ready to rush directly. But a few seconds later, with a low sound of pain, Crow retreated from the thundercloud. His body was covered with wounds, bumps, and even a trace of electric current. Damn, this is the ultimate level of the first ring, don't you feel bad at all? The level of this one-time witchcraft was higher than he had imagined, and he didn't expect a sneaky wizard to be so rich, and the one-time witchcraft worth nearly 1,000 would be taken as soon as he said it. Damn it, bypass him! Crow cursed and said to the dozen or so people behind him. The thundercloud in front of them spread across the entire area in front of them. They could continue to circle for a few kilometers. Of course, they didn't need to circle around, but the thundercloud in front of them could last at least 10 minutes. If they had to wait more than 10 minutes, let alone Lei Yun, they would still be able to catch up to Eli, unless he was a turtle. But Eli's speed is still very fast. When Crow sees Eli's back from a distance again, there are only 3 or 4 wizards around him. Except for him, they are all good at speed. Boy, stop! Crow still said meaningless words. Eli didn't look back, another thundercloud of acid. I go. Looking at the thundercloud in front of them, several people became numb again. What else can I do, go around? This round, there are only 3 people left. And then they also saw the most outrageous thing in their lives. The various escape secrets are really easy to travel in various places, and dozens of defensive measures can also resist their attacks tightly. There is also a one-time witch weapon, the acid thundercloud worth nearly 1,000, just it took 4. So. After an hour. Crow looked around, and there was no one else chasing him except him, but fortunately, Eli in front of him was finally blocked by him in a dead end. I've caught up with you. Crow grinned grimly. Hey, you're running so fast. Eli looked helplessly at the late-stage warlock in front of him. Wouldn't it be fine if you said you couldn't catch up? He didn't want to kill anyone either. You're scared. Seeing Eli sigh, Crow grinned. No, I just don't want to be troublesome. Shaking his head, Eli looked at Crow, his eyes sharpened instantly. Crow felt something was wrong. In the next second, I saw shadows appearing around me, one by one skeletons slowly appeared, humanoid ones, and monsters. The cold fire of undead was burning, and all the skeletons stared at Crow. Cold sweat. Crow's cold sweat dripped down a little bit. It was fine at first, but as the number of skeletons gradually exceeded 1,000, Crow knew that this matter might be a big deal. Especially when Eli stimulated his blood and exuded an aura that shocked him, Crow instantly drenched his clothes in cold sweat. He looked at Eli and forced a smile. I said it was a misunderstanding, do you believe it? Eli's golden vertical pupils looked at Crow, just like Crow looked at Eli before. I believe. In the next second, all the skeletons rushed forward, and Eli also rushed over. The corner of Crow's mouth twitched, with a look of despair. 2 minutes later. With Eli's dragon claw attacking, Crow was trapped by the surrounding skeletons. In an instant, blood spurted out, Crow's head flew up, and his body fell heavily. The battle is over. Hey, I really just want to get out of here. Looking at Crow's fallen body, Eli sighed and left here quickly. Next he was ready to terminate the mission. Although there are still 1/5 of the points that have not been arranged, it is a very dangerous warning to be discovered once, and Eli will not take any more risks. As for Kratos, he does not care about Eli. Compared with others, his life is much more precious. Next, Eli prepares to go to Taich's wizard camp. When he just got there, he could find someone to help him complete the next progress of the power of devouring. Eli also knew the location of the camp. Tiji told Eli a long time ago, but it was only in the mountains, and it might take a while. Taking one last look here, Eli turned and left. Just 10 minutes after Crow died. The warlocks belonging to the camp finally arrived, but when they stood in that area and looked at the blood on the ground but there was no trace of Eli and Crow, everyone was stunned. Damn it, why is the clue broken here? A warlock frowned. It doesn't make sense, they are chasing and fighting at the same time, how could there be no trace? Another warlock frowned. Damn it, search for me. A warlock ordered. Under the order of the warlock, a group of people began to search around here, and soon there were clues. There's something here. Someone yelled. Under a big tree, a man saw a golden ring. Isn't this the ring on Master Crow's finger? Someone figured out the origin of the ring. So everyone was stunned. It is generally impossible to drop something like a ring, which only shows one problem: Mr. Crow, who was chasing the enemy, may have died. Impossible, how could Master Crow die? The person just now was at most a middle-term warlock. A warlock frowned. Keep chasing. Someone said. Gentlemen. At this moment, there was a commotion in the forest in the distance, and an apprentice wearing warlock leather armor ran out panting heavily, and said anxiously. The Academy orders everyone to return immediately and to cease all activity. What's the matter? A hot-tempered warlock grabbed the apprentice and asked. The war has begun. The apprentice was dragged, but he still looked terrified. War? Everyone was stunned. Chapter 152. The new calendar is 3,610 years. The alliance of 10,000 Bloods has suddenly invaded the Shadow Lone Wizard Academy. The outbreak of war. In the same month, Eli also arrived at the destination of the trip. The Kurna Mountains, a large mountain range located in the west of the west coast, has complex terrain and many monsters, but not many resources. It is an uninhabited land on the west coast. And Tiji's camp, Iris Wizard Silverland, is here. Eli glanced at the huge mountain range, felt the imprint of Tiji's soul in his body, determined the direction, and set off in one direction. At the same time, a battle is about to take place among the mountains. Iris camp. Damn, are these monsters crazy? They suddenly attacked the camp. Tig stood on the tower, holding a staff in his right hand, and stared at the monsters in the distance. She is currently at the highest point of the Iris camp, the top of a 7 or 8 meter black wizard tower. As far as the eye can see, there is a large residential area underneath, most of which are stone buildings, and a small part is directly poured with soil, and then solidified with witchcraft. Farther away, there is a wall made of stone, carved with witchcraft runes, and at this time, there are more than 20 wizard apprentices and a formal wizard standing on the wall, and they are staring at the distance. Farther away is a large area of trees and primitive plants, they grow wantonly, showing the strength of vitality, and what Tiji and these wizards are worried about is not these, but the large number of monsters moving towards this direction in the woods. Most of them are creatures with 0 rings, including Silver Moon Frost Wolf, Dark Demon Bear, Sawtooth Wild Boar and many other common monsters in the wild, as well as Silver Moon Frost Wolf King and Striped Tiger. In short, TIG estimated that there were at least 5 or 6 first-ring monsters, and there were more 0-ring monsters, hundreds of them. This amount of beast horde was not something they could guard against. Deputy Battalion Commander, I have already checked it out. It seems that a monster in the depths has advanced to the 3rd ring, so the nearby monsters are all invading. We are unlucky and happened to block one of the roads. Suddenly, Tiga Yuhuan apprentice appeared beside her, reporting to her. Understood. Tig rubbed her temples, this is really a disaster. But escaping is impossible. In this kind of animal horde, the hope of escaping and surviving is even smaller. Rather than escaping, it is better to fight to the death, and there is still a glimmer of hope. Let's fight, all wizard apprentices and wizards are summoned, we have no choice. Tig glanced at the apprentices and strode out of the wizard tower. Then head towards the distant city wall. Tiji, you're here. Another wizard in the ring greeted someone when he saw someone coming. Higher, where's the battalion commander? Tiji looked at him and asked. Higher was a middle-aged man, wearing a grey wizard robe, and also holding a wizard staff in his hand. Where is it? Higher cast a glance and said not far away. On the other side of the wall, an old man stood on the wall. His body was emaciated, but his eyes were bright. However, whether it was mental power fluctuations or vitality, it showed that this was a wizard who had entered his twilight years. Yet, Tig nodded, knowing that this is not the time to talk, and at this time, Beast Chow also slowly came in. The dark monsters brought a huge sense of oppression, and the deep roar of the monsters made the hearts of the wizards who had just been promoted to apprentices beat fast. Feeling the number of monsters, Tig, one of the official wizards of Wei San, also pursed her lips slightly. Damn it! Coming! At this time, the nearest monster was already close to the wall, and a monster wolf jumped 4 or 5 meters, and wanted to jump up strong. Extremely freezing light. Tig waved the staff in his hand, and a blue-white beam flew straight towards the wolf, hitting it, freezing it into ice cubes, and falling heavily on the ground. And this seemed to be just a prologue. With the death of the first demonic wolf, other demonic beasts rushed towards the camp, trying to tear the humans inside into pieces. The second batch of dozens of monsters also roared and clamored to rush to the camp. All the apprentices took a deep breath, and dozens of wizard models were activated at the same time. At the same time, a mysterious connection was generated between all the wizards, and everyone seemed to be a collective. United sorcery curtain of fire. The huge witchcraft model circulated under the feet, and by the way, a curtain of flames tens of meters long swept towards the monster, burning dozens of zero-ring magic stones in an instant. After using this witch, everyone took a deep breath and began to adjust. During this process, Tiji, Higher, and the battalion commander's 3 first-ring wizards remained motionless, because they had to deal with more difficult existences, and those first-ring monsters were also much more cunning. The battle continues. Waves of monsters came like a tide. At first, the apprentices still used joint witchcraft, and later they started to fight individually, and a ring of wizards including Tig also started to fight. Higher was really fighting with a demon bear with 1 ring. He was very fast. Every time he swung his staff, a cutting force flew towards the demon bear, leaving wounds. And Tig was fighting with the Silver Moon Wolf King. A series of ice rays kept controlling the Wolf King's progress, and several apprentices cooperated with Tig in attacking. Of course, the most powerful one is the battalion commander with the limit of the first ring. While waving the staff, thunder and lightning coiled around the body, attacking a monster with the first ring, and this monster that has just entered the first ring is not at all. There is no resistance. The situation seems to be going well. But with the passage of time, the number of monsters in Yuhuan gradually increased. Gradually, Tig and the others faced not only 1 ring monster, but 2 or 3, and there was even a 0-ring monster constantly harassing them. The situation on the battalion commander's side was even worse. A full ring of monsters surrounded the attack. Even if it was the limit of the first ring, he was crushed and beaten at this time, and there were more than a dozen wounds on his body. All the wizards in the ring were like this, not to mention the apprentices. At this time, all the wizards in the camp had come out, about 40 of them, and almost 10 of them had died at this time. Damn it, I can't hold it anymore. Tig once again dodged the attack of the monster in front of her, feeling a little desperate. Tiji, Higher, I'm sure I won't be able to leave. I'll create opportunities for you, so run. Suddenly, the battalion commander in the distance shouted at the 2 of them. Tig felt that the battalion commander's vitality began to burn rapidly, and at the same time, a terrifying thunder and lightning was fired towards the surroundings. In an instant, dozens of 0-ring monsters died instantly, and the nearby 1-ring monsters were instantly paralyzed, unable to move. This is the dying counterattack of the wizard who is near the end of his life. Go! The thunder and lightning dissipated. The battalion commander looked extremely weak at this time, and his eyes were not as bright as before, but he still yelled at Tig when it was time. Tig burst into tears instantly. He grew up in the camp, and it was this old man who raised her and let her run away now. How could this be done? Go, Tiji! At this moment, Hai ran over quickly, pulled Tiji and was about to leave. No, we can't leave. What should we do with these apprentices? Tig gritted her teeth. Damn it, do you think you can protect everyone? If you stay here, everyone will die. Don't waste the opportunity given by the battalion commander. Hai scolded. Okay. Tig gritted her teeth and was about to leave. But just as she turned around and was about to leave, suddenly, the soul imprint that had not been heard in her mind for several years suddenly flashed, and a message was sent. Where is your camp? How can I not find it? Tiji was taken aback. What do you mean? Is this Roland coming? Isn't it courting death to come here at this time? She immediately told Eli not to come here, but before she could say anything, a message came again. Oh, I found it, my perception was wrong. Found it? Tiji was taken aback. Hai was also confused by Tig's froze behavior, and wanted to pull her away, and then saw a person wearing a black wizard robe and holding a staff appearing beside the distant forest. Is it the animal hordes of the first and 0 rings? Eli just walked out of the forest when he saw the tragic scene in front of him. I didn't expect such a thing to happen just after I found Tiji, but since I saw it, let's deal with it. Eli shook his head, the witchcraft model was activated, and he waved his right hand. As he entered the late stage of the first ring, his strength became much stronger, which was within his handling range. In an instant, among the shadows of the mountain forest, dense white bones began to appear. Thousands of 0-ringed skeletons and 61-ringed skeletons stepped out of the shadows, burning undead flames scorchingly at the beast tide in front of them. The people in the wizard camp were stunned when they saw this scene. Even the beast tide was taken aback for a moment, and the screaming monsters were also quiet for a second. Necromancer. The sudden arrival of Eli caught everyone off guard. Tiji opened her mouth wide and looked at Eli, who appeared. She was surprised enough that Roland came to him suddenly, but now seeing thousands of undead, she only felt that she had seen shallow. Necromancer, really arrogant. He is. Hire was also stunned, not understanding what happened. The battalion commander who had burned out his life farther away was standing still. Although he didn't know who the wizard who appeared suddenly was, he seemed to be preparing to save them. He seemed to be fighting desperately a little earlier. The apprentices were even more happy. Everyone was already in despair, but they didn't expect such a thing to happen in another village. The next thing is very simple. Everyone watched as the white skeletons collided with the beast tide, turning into a white ocean. Although there were many beast tides, they were only a small one after all, so as a large number of monsters died, the rest of the monsters followed suit. Get away! As for the monsters with 1 ring, the same is true. Although one can fight against a few skeletons with 0 rings, there are too many skeletons, and they all want to escape, but how can Eli allow it? After all, they have to add some. So at the beginning it was still confrontation, and in the end it was to surround and kill a ring of monsters in front of all the campers. An hour later, with the death of the last monster, everyone looked at Eli, who was coming from a distance, stepping on the bones and corpses, not grateful, but a little scared. Even Hire froze on the spot, not daring to move. He didn't know what the wizard's purpose was, and the battalion commander looked at Eli from a distance, ready to ask. But someone was faster than her. Tig had already run out quickly. Master Roland, why are you here? Huh? Everyone was stunned. Deputy Battalion Commander Tig knew this powerful wizard from outside? Recently, the plot may be a bit off, and it will return to the right track soon, but the plot has developed like this, and the transition will take time, so 2 more days will be added to go through the plot, and tomorrow will be 3 chapters, which are equivalent to 40 updates. Please ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 153. Master Roland, you said you want to join our camp. In the tall wizard tower, in a room, 3 men and a woman are in it. The camp commander, Linton, was lying on the sofa. His face and body were covered with wrinkles, and his originally bright eyes became dim, but when he heard what the powerful wizard in front of him was going to join the camp, his eyes still remained one light. Although he is a first-ring extreme wizard, he is already old, and after the battle just now, his meager vitality is not enough to keep him alive for a while at most, but the camp is not good, they need a powerful wizard. Yes. Eli nodded. At this time, he was sitting opposite the 1-ring wizard, and Hire and Tiji were sitting on the sofa on both sides. That can tell me the reason. I really can't figure out why a wizard with such a strong ring like you wants to join us. Linton coughed and asked weakly. Maybe it's because I'm too tired outside, I also want to find a place to rest. Eli said as if he was lonely. Is that so? Linton frowned, which was not a good reason. Lord Linton, Lord Roland is so powerful, and it's a good thing that he can provide us with shelter at that time. Tiji said. No, I don't think so. Although he saved us, it's not appropriate to let him join hastily. Besides, what capacity does he join? He is the strongest in the camp. If he wants to do something, we can't stop him at all. Hire glanced at Eli and frowned. Stop it, why stop it? Tig asked curiously. Hire. Anyway, I don't agree. Hire shook his head, he couldn't agree, even if he was beaten to death, he couldn't agree. For a while, the scene fell into silence again. A few seconds later, Linton spoke again and asked, Lord Roland, if you join, what identity would you like to be in? If I join, I hope to be the battalion commander. Eli replied very simply. Linton blinked. Hire looked at Eli with wide eyes, unable to believe that he was so arrogant, and asked, why? Because I am the strongest. Still very calm, but it is indeed reality. For a while, Hire and Linton fell silent again, and Tiggy also pretended to be silent. After all, no one knew that she was Eli's slave. Oh, I forgot to mention, I have the channel of the magic plant, and I can provide it to the camp at that time. After a few seconds of calm, Eli glanced at the three of them, and then said again. What? Etc. As soon as these words fell, Eli saw the eyes of the three of them staring at him in an instant. You said? You got the magic plant material? Linton asked word by word, as if he wanted to hear Eli's confirmation. Looking at the burning eyes of the three people, Eli seemed to understand something. These wild wizard camps have such a large potion field, and there is a shortage of materials all the year round. It can be said that if anyone can solve this, let alone join, or even. Yes. Eli nodded. Okay, from today onwards you will be the battalion commander of the camp. Linton said quickly, for fear that Eli would return. Well, I agree too. Hire said hastily, completely forgetting what he had just thought. Well, it's delicious. Is that agreed? The corner of Eli's mouth twitched, and he even wanted to use force to solve it, but he didn't expect it to be like this. That's right, you can solve the potion problem, we might let it go. No, you saved us, you deserve your name as battalion commander. Hire said aside. Eli understands exactly how difficult the camp really is. Okay, then I'll be the battalion commander here from now on. Eli nodded. The potion in his secret realm is now produced every year, and he can't use it up by himself, so it's just the right shot. Okay. Linton also stood up at this time, watching Eli stretch out his hand. Eli glanced at the three of them, then shook hands. With this grasp, he is the manager here. Tomorrow I will announce that you are the new battalion commander. Today you go to rest first, Tiggy, and you take Lord Roland to the room. Linton said. The next day. In the camp. Linton announced in front of everyone that Eli was the new battalion commander. Everyone was in an uproar and expressed their opposition. After all, saving people and being their leader are completely different things. However, the opposition only lasted for more than 10 minutes. When Eli came to the stage and announced that he could bring everyone the magic plant materials, everyone shut up and started shouting Eli's name. Sufficient magic planting materials are completely irresistible to this group of hungry wizards. Tiggy, tell me about the current situation in the camp. In a room, Eli asked Tiggy. At present, the transition of rites has been completed, and Eli has basically mastered the camp. Linton also burned too much life before, and it is estimated that he can live for a while. There are also Tiggy and Hire. It doesn't matter if Tiggy is his slave, it is in his control, and Hire is just a wizard who has just entered the first ring, so don't take it too seriously. My lord, there are currently 4 wizards in the first ring of the camp, including the adults, that is, the 4 of us. There are about 78 wizards in the 0 ring, and there are some slaves, about 200 to 300. This is our total manpower. Tiggy reported. I see. Eli nodded. What about the economy? Well, there are more than 100 magic stones in the warehouse number of the camp, about 500 magic stones worth of magic planting resources, and almost 200 or 300 magic stones for potions. Tig lowered her head, because this data is really too poor. Is it so little? Eli was taken aback, no wonder Kellen agreed so simply. It's just an empty shell camp, but luckily what Eli wants is people. Well, since that's the case, let's arrange the reconstruction after the beast horde first, and the follow-up work will be done slowly. Eli nodded. Well, can I ask your lord a question? Suddenly, Tiggy asked. Sure. Did your lord come here because of the fight between the Shadow Monitor Lizard Academy and the 10,000 Blood Alliance? Tig asked. Yeah. Eli nodded. Speaking of this, the war broke out suddenly on the day of the murder, and the Alliance of 10,000 Bloods actually started the war ahead of time, and the Shadow Monitor Wizard Academy immediately withdrew its forces and responded positively. Of course, Kratos is currently still a member of the Shadow Monitor Wizard Academy on the bright side, and has not rebelled yet, so Eli doesn't need to do anything right now, and is still waiting for Kratos' news. Okay, then I'll quit. Tiji was just curious, and left after asking, leaving Eli alone in the room. Hey, the next step is to grow slowly here and wait for the end of the war. If I become a counselor, then I need to become stronger. I am still too weak. At least I have to reach the limit of the first ring. Otherwise, it may not be a good thing. Eli shook his head. New opportunities often bring new crises. If there is no ability to deal with crises, opportunities may often turn into disasters. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Eli also settled down here completely. As the battalion commander here, and with a lot of resources, Eli also got a lot of wizard books from other people very smoothly, and learned a lot of interesting things. Just like the joint witchcraft, Eli thinks that if all the skeletons can be fused together, it will be very powerful. Of course, this also requires certain methods, but Eli thinks that he can make a choice based on this. There is also the problem of the fluctuation of the power of devouring. Eli has distributed the frequency of developing and releasing the pickled version, forcing all apprentices to participate in it. At first, everyone resisted, but after relying on a huge salary, everyone say nothing. The status of wizards on the west coast is too bad, and there is a lack of powerful organizations, which has led to them having no suitable territory, and it is difficult to obtain resources. It can be said that before Eli's arrival, they were all below the poverty line, so Eli's last sudden arrival made this group of poor wizards a little uncomfortable for a while. The same as a wizard, how can he be so rich? While Eli was using these wizards to develop his power, the war between the Shadow Monitor Lizard Wizard Academy and the 10,000 Blood Alliance was also raging. To some extent, the two forces are of the same level, so when they fight, it must be a temptation at first. After a month of probing, the two sides also started a real war. The wizards in the first ring often die, not to mention the apprentices. There are dozens of apprentices who die every day, which makes the two forces heartbroken. However, the 10,000 Blood Alliance is currently dominant. After all, they have been preparing for a long time. When the war started, they directly took down several territories of the Shadow Monitor Lizard Warlock Academy, causing heavy losses. And the premeditated infiltration also made them more aware of the Academy's situation, and they could always make more appropriate decisions, which made the Academy very uncomfortable. So a month later, the Shadow Monitor Lizard Warlock Academy completely shrunk all unnecessary personnel, and chose to discard some of the fringe parts to preserve the main body, which instead allowed them to regain some rhythm for a while. The two strengths once again fell into an evenly matched battle. And this continuous battle lasted for more than 2 years. Eli knew the outside news from Kratos' Token and Ross, but Kratos' rebellion has not been waited until. It seems that the 10,000 Blood Alliance is going to be ruthless. After all, the war between warlocks, unlike ordinary people's wars of a few days or months, it is not surprising that they lasted for more than 10 years. This also made Eli even more grateful to get out of this muddy water ahead of time. And just when Eli thought he had to wait 2 years. A year later, one day Eli had just finished the day's experiment, and Kratos suddenly sent a message. Do it in 3 months. Chapter 155. Are you finally going to do it? Seeing this line of words, Eli shook his head. In the next stage, Kratos' identity will be transformed into the alliance of 10,000 bloods. This will inevitably have a great impact on the situation, and may even lead to the collapse of the Shadow Monitor Lizard Wizard Academy. But I believe that Kratos will definitely not do this. They will let the two forces ensure harmony so that they can have more time to act. In the chaos of the two forces, the new White Tower can thrive. It started. Eli's consciousness began to perceive the virus that had been left behind. Except for a few who have died, most of the others are intact, just waiting for Eli's order to release them. It must be wonderful at that time, but it's a pity that Eli can't see it. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Cross plains. The peaceful and harmonious plains of the past are at this time the last war is going on. Hundreds of warlock apprentices were fighting, with blood everywhere, screaming and wailing in pain. The scene of fighting surrounded the place for a while, and the atmosphere of fear made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Compared with the war between mortals, the intensity and danger of wars between warlocks have increased sharply. As the war continues, warlocks are also dying rapidly. Except for these apprentices, the battle in the first ring is really thrilling. Side. A one-ring warlock has blood all over his body is covered with ripples like trees, and countless vines grow on his body, attacking towards the opposite side at the same time. His opponent was also another warlock, with the blood of the fused scarlet blood wolf. His eyes were red, exuding an aura of desire and bloodthirsty, and his movements were sensitive. Facing the warlock with the blood of beechwood, he could always dodge as fast as possible. The two warlocks were entangled like this, and if any apprentice accidentally approached, they would be torn to pieces by the aftermath of the battle between the two warlocks. Similarly, there are many such battlefields, but the most noticeable ones are the wizards in the center of the battlefield exuding the atmosphere of the second ring. 2 people from the Shadow Monitor Warlock Academy, and 2 people from the 10,000 Blood Alliance. There are 2 warlocks wearing wolf head masks on the side of the 10,000 Blood Alliance, an old man on this side, and a familiar warlock, Kratos. Go! The old man glanced at Kratos on the side, and said, his body became bloody instantly, and a large shadow instantly rushed towards the 2 people on the opposite side. On the opposite side, hairs appeared on the outside of their bodies, and at the same time, a large amount of ice appeared without water, and collided with the shadows, like black and white waves colliding for a while. Originally, this was a normal confrontation, but the old man felt a little wrong, because Kratos, who had been on the sidelines, hadn't done anything yet. He turned his head to look, and a scene that horrified him happened. Kratos moved, but instead of attacking the 2 opposite people, he flew straight towards him. Damn it, Kratos, what are you doing? The old man cursed. Fuck you. Kratos said with a smile, covering his whole body with shadow power, attacking the old man. Boom. The old man Black Kratos was caught off guard by the sudden attack, and a shadow moved back to block Kratos. But when he looked at the 3 people who were already standing together at this time, there was a hint of despair in his eyes. The next day, Eli saw the news of Kratos' rebellion. His first rebellion directly led to the defeat of an important war by the Shadow Monitor Lizard. What's more frightening is that the Shadow Monitor Lizard also lost a second ring wizard, which was a real loss. Heavy. And 3 days after seeing the news, Eli took a deep breath, and with a thought, more than a dozen viruses shattered instantly. The war continues. However, some wizard camps suddenly discovered that there seemed to be some fungal viruses nearby. At first, everyone didn't pay attention to them, but as the virus invaded, a large number of apprentices fell ill directly, and they realized the seriousness of the problem. Damn it, who can tell me what's going on? In a camp, the second ring Shadow Monitor Lizard Warlock looked angrily at the large number of apprentices lying outside. Sorry, my lord, I don't know either. Standing in front of him was a one-ring warlock, who was at a loss at this moment. Have you found a solution? The second ring warlock asked. No, we have searched all over the pharmacist in the camp, but there is nothing that can solve it, but this virus doesn't seem to survive for a long time, so we just isolate people. Warlock suggested. Okay. The second ring warlock gritted his teeth, and now they are short of manpower, which makes him a little unacceptable. But when he heard that there were similar viruses in other places, he immediately realized that this was a conspiracy by 10,000 Bloods. Good job. In a tent, Kratos looked at the news and smiled. Needless to say, the virus should have been created by Eli. He had to say that he didn't expect Eli to be able to create this thing. After all, no one among warlocks has studied these things. This Eli is a geek. But with this wave of interference, they can go more smoothly, and the power of the White Tower can also grow slowly. Time, it takes time. Kratos looked up at the top of the tent and said. Although the other 2 also caused some damage, they were far inferior to Eli. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Within 3 years, Eli releases some viruses every once in a while, and it may be because of the long-term neglect that these viruses have begun to mutate slowly, evolving into several versions, which makes the Shadow Monitor Wizard Academy complain endlessly. Of course, it's not just them, because the 10,000 Blood Alliance has also occupied some areas of the Academy, and these areas also have viruses, which makes the 10,000 Blood Alliance feel very uncomfortable. This made the situation even more chaotic, and made Kratos grin from ear to ear, because Eli had already informed the White Tower in advance how to deal with the virus, so they didn't need to worry about it. This made many members of the White Tower know that there is a very powerful pharmacist among the forces, even though they haven't really established their influence. Not only can they make viruses, but their medicines are also top-notch. The reputation of He-Man is spreading. The White Tower is still lurking, but with their secret Kangsuan, Wangxue found that their war is also very difficult. The strength of both them and the Shadow Monitor Wizard Academy is depleting, which makes them very puzzled. It can only be attributed to the strength of the Shadow Monitor Lizard is still not weak. As for Rolls and Evna, each has its own way. Rolls caused a wave of beasts in various places, while Tiji spread false news internally, which caused some damage, but it was much worse than Eli's in terms of scope and spread. Rolls is still working hard, he is working hard to become a member of parliament, and he feels that the victory over Eli is already stable. In this way, time passed by little by little. Eli will occasionally stop the release of the virus, after all, the virus is limited. And Eli, who is in the wizard camp, is also very happy. With the help of the wizards, the construction of the witchcraft model of the 18-stage frequency of the power of devouring is progressing rapidly, and the progress has reached 1/3. Come by yourself, at least 10 years to do it. This is collective power. Speaking of collective power, Eli also created a new witchcraft after watching United Witchcraft. A ring of self-created witchcraft shadow skull combination technique, with skeletons as the main body, a large number of shadow powers to assist, and witchcraft created with more than 10 other small techniques. The effect is to fuse a large number of skeletons and assemble them into a huge the skeleton, explosive strength. Eli has not experimented with this witchcraft yet, but according to expectations, the explosive power of this wizard has surpassed a ring of witchcraft. In short, everything is getting better. 4 years later. As the battle progressed, the Shadow Monitor Wizard Academy was getting weaker and weaker, and the alliance of 10,000 Blood was ready to deal a fatal blow. But the accident happened again. A group of forces claiming to be White Tower Warlocks suddenly appeared, and their leader was Marcos, the second ring extreme warlock who was the former speaker of the Shadow Monitor Wizard Academy. The deputy speaker was 3 second ring warlocks, including their trusted Kratos. For a time, the situation of the war changed again. While the White Tower is eating away at the power of the Shadow Monitor Lizard, it is dealing with the alliance of 10,000 Bloods. Originally, this was very difficult, but one day when it was discovered that a warlock who could threaten one ring had evolved from the outbreak of the virus, the offensive of the 10,000 Blood alliance was instantly defeated. This made the people in the White Tower overjoyed. At this time, in a room located in the plain, a meeting is in progress. Kratos, your subordinate Herman has made a great contribution this time. On the head of the round table, a white-haired man looked at Kratos and said with a smile. Indeed. Kratos nodded. Up to now, he didn't realize that Eli could develop a virus of this level. It seems that he underestimated others. That is, if we didn't have the potion to solve it, this war would probably be much more difficult, and we don't know how many people will die. Indeed, Herman is too powerful. This virus can actually affect warlocks at the first level. This has bought us too much time. All the sorcerers of the White Tower present were discussing one after another. Hey, I remember that Kratos had 3 people in charge of this. How about the other 2? Someone asked suddenly. Indeed, there seem to be 2 more, I don't remember what they are called, but one is causing a wave of beasts, but the impact is the same, it is far worse than the virus, and the other is actually good at spreading public opinion, maybe better than beasts, the tide is even stronger, one person added. Oh, let's talk about Herman. The person who asked the question lost interest after knowing the answer. The gap was too great. By the way, I heard that Herman seems to be a very powerful pharmacist, right? Indeed, it seems that Silent Moon Spring was transformed by him, and the effect is very good. Hey, this guy really made a great contribution this time. I really envy Kratos for having such a subordinate. For a moment, the whole room was talking about Herman. Kratos, on the other hand, looked at each other with the teacher of the third ring, showing a helpless expression. Good guy, aren't we going to discuss follow-up operations today? Why is it all about Herman? Kratos was also very helpless, and suddenly he found sadly that Eli's reputation in the White Tower was even greater than him. What is this called? Chapter 156. Damn it, is this virus over? Some people are happy and some are sad. In the alliance of 10,000 Bloods, a second ring wizard threw the cup to the ground angrily. Who will tell me how long it will take for this virus to be resolved? At this time they were also conducting a seminar, and besides him, there were also a large number of warlocks from the 10,000 Blood Alliance. My lord, it may take a long time. A warlock said tactfully. How long? 5 years. 5 years. The corner of the wizard's mouth twitched, ready to get angry. My lord, you really can't blame us for this. This virus is not only evolving at any time, but what's more terrible is that no one in our power has studied this thing before, and we are even collecting resources now. The warlock also felt wronged. Then why didn't you study it before? My lord, everyone studies the bloodlines and taps the power of the bloodlines. Who would study this if they have nothing to do? The warlock replied. Wizard of the second ring. For a while, he fell into silence, and the whole room fell into silence. Yes, who would study this kind of thing if they have nothing to do? I'll go, this virus has evolved into a one-ring version. Eli was also taken aback when he received the news. I know about my own affairs. His virus has always affected the zero ring at most. I didn't expect to evolve a version of the one ring. This is also due to the fact that the basic sequence has not changed, and the potion is still useful. Otherwise, the uncomfortable will not only be broken. The Shadow Monitor Lizard Wizard Academy and the Alliance of 10,000 Bloods, and the White Tower are also suffering. It can only be said that nature is too great. Hey, it's a coincidence. Eli sighed. The virus of Yuhuan could definitely be researched if he had time, but it was only 3 months before that was already the limit. But this has nothing to do with him, he is still in the witchcraft camp now, and we will talk about it after the war is over. Thinking of this, Eli walked out of the tower and came to the camp. Compared with 7 years ago, there are many more wizards here, and many of them come here for fame. Relying on the large potion fields in the secret realm, Eli not only got a lot of things from the camp, but the camp also relied on with his resources. It can be said that the arrival of Eli has brought new hope here. So Eli's reputation here is very high at this time. Master Roland, good morning. Good morning, my lord. Along the way, people greeted Eli from time to time, and Eli responded politely. Soon, he came to another place in the camp. This is the place in the camp that is responsible for researching the fragments of the power of devouring. The last time Eli came here, the progress has reached 99%, which is only one step away from success. My lord, the analysis of the last fragment has been completed. In a room, Eli looked at the complete 18 models in his hand and smiled. After studying the power of devouring for hundreds of years, are you finally going to make preliminary results? Eli glanced at the model. The 18 models were extremely exquisite, and each was integrated, like 18 independent fragments, and only Eli knew the way to connect them. Everyone has worked hard, 50 magic stones each. Eli was also very happy. Master Roland, this is what we should do. Hearing that there was a reward, the apprentice showed joy. This period of time is their happiest time. Not only are they rewarded with dozens of magic stones every month, but they can also get occasional guidance from Mr. Roland. Everyone is making rapid progress. Even later, some people wanted to join even without money, but it was too late. Well, thank you for helping me finish my work, so I'll leave first. After getting the model, Eli was very anxious and wanted to test it immediately. Back in the tower, Eli entered the secret realm. Passing by a large potion field, dozens of them are working day and night at this time, and besides these, there is also a large-scale blood bamboo flower forest at this time, but unfortunately it has not yet evolved into the second ring. Okay, but not as good as it used to be. Of course, apart from these, it will belong to the little tree, which is the former sapling. At this time, it was growing in the center of the camp, about 3 meters high, with brown trunks and green leaves. It looked very ordinary, but its breath had reached its limit, exuding a unique atmosphere. This plant Eli is quite optimistic, because it can gather elements, which makes Eli's elementalization process much faster than expected, and I don't know why the seeds of this big tree appear in that area. Strangeness. Of course, today's focus has nothing to do with these. Eli, holding the wizard model, quickly came to the laboratory and began to reproduce the model. A full 18 models seems like a lot, but when the models are all out, it's easy to brand them, the difficulty is how to connect them. As for how to connect, Eli has discovered a magical structure between models in previous observations, which can make them link up, which is why he is so bold to ask the people below to help. Soon, as each model was gradually connected, a trace of magical fluctuation slowly appeared, and ripples began to appear in the air. Seeing this familiar fluctuation, Eli smiled. This is exactly the fluctuation that he has observed countless times, experienced countless failures, and finally came out today. But this needs a carrier, but this is not enough. Eli's mental power was withdrawn, and the model collapsed instantly. Things have basically come out, but it will take some time to mature. 1 year later, Eli walked out of the laboratory, and there was already a black ring on his shoulder. The ring looked very dark and absorbed all the light. This is the result of his hard work for a year, endlessly devouring the first curse seal. As for the effect, it is similar to the blood bamboo flower, which also absorbs blood to gain power, but it is different from the blood bamboo flower's transformation into spiritual power. At present, this can only transform and absorb blood and transform it into blood power. He is also very helpless. This devouring power is much more complicated than he thought, and needs to be studied. After walking out of the secret realm, Eli immediately called Tiji. Master Roland, what do we need to do? Tiji asked. I need the blood of monsters, go and collect some for me. Yes. Tig nodded suspiciously. Do you want to experiment with the blood of monsters? The blood of monsters was originally the material for many experiments, and there were a lot of them in the camp, so after half an hour, Tig brought a big bucket of blood. My lord, this is the blood of a zero-ring demon bear, which was just caught yesterday. Tig replied. Yet. Eli nodded, and then directly put his hand into it under Tiji's surprised gaze. To Tiji's surprise, with the entry of Eli's hand, the black ring on the original arm began to emit a mysterious power, and then saw the power in the blood disappear rapidly, and what was even more outrageous, Eli's breath seemed to be stronger. That's right. Eli nodded, feeling that the power of the blood in his body had been slightly improved. Although the amount was not much, it must also be considered that this was just a demon bear with 0 rings, and the amount of blood was only a small bucket. It can be said that as long as there is currently a large amount of blood, Eli can even directly upgrade to the level of a first-ring extreme warlock. This is the horror of wizards. Sometimes a breakthrough in knowledge may lead to a rapid increase in strength, which is one of the reasons why wizards are so powerful. Power is just a byproduct of truth. But Eli also had to be careful not to let the warlocks know this secret, otherwise Eli would have already thought of the situation where he was beaten into a dog's brain in order to fight for him. Not to mention the first ring and the second ring, even the third ring may appear at that time, and that is really terrible. After all, it has always been the pursuit of warlocks to quickly increase the power of bloodlines. Tiji, now reissue a mission to collect blood. I need more blood. Don't be stingy with rewards such as magic stones. Now that there is a curse mark, the next thing to do is naturally very clear, that is to rely on the camp to help Eli collect blood, and then quickly improve until the end of the war. Yet. Tig nodded, turned, and left. Soon, news of blood collection in the camp spread, and with generous rewards, a large number of wizard apprentices headed towards the forest to bring back the blood of the monster for Eli. Eli's bloodline compatibility is improving rapidly. On the other hand, with the contribution of Eli's massive resources, several new one-ring wizards also appeared in the camp, and they also joined them. The blood of one-ring monsters brought back by Eli's progress further accelerated. Time also blinked to 4 years later. With the help of the camp, the strength of Eli's blood has reached 75% at this time. At this time, the external situation has also undergone tremendous changes. At this time, the Shadow Monitor Lizard Wizard Academy has almost been swallowed up by the White Tower. At this time, it has begun to digest, and the enemies of the 10,000 Blood Alliance have also become the White Tower. With the help of Eli's virus, the White Tower gradually began to suppress the 10,000 Blood Alliance. However, the Alliance of Thousand Bloods already has experience in defending against viruses, and it can always take measures to prevent the spread of viruses in a small area, which makes the White Tower's offensive not as fierce as before. Everyone is waiting for a decisive battle that can change everything. Both the 10,000 Blood Alliance and the White Tower are actively preparing. If the White Tower wins, there will be a new strength here. If the 10,000 Blood Alliance wins, then they will inherit the legacy of the Shadow Monitor Lizard and the White Tower and become an even bigger force. Therefore, everyone is looking for ways to increase the chances of victory. Chapter 157. At the same time, a meeting is taking place in a giant tent. The chairman of the White Tower, Marcos, stands at the main seat, and on both sides are several second-ring warlocks, and a large number of first-ring warlocks. These are the current main combat power of the White Tower. Who can tell me how the current situation is going? Kratos, come here. Marcos asked Kratos, who glanced at one side. We should be evenly matched in the current situation, so if we want to take the lead in the next battle, then this is definitely not enough. We need more external forces. Kratos said on the side. Well, who has a solution? Everyone can bring it up today. Marcos looked at the crowd and asked. I suggest that you talk to the 10,000 Blood Alliance and pay some of the benefits. After all, we are just a new force. If we keep dragging it, it may be very bad for us. Opposite Kratos, another second ring warlock said. Giving benefits? This won't work, Jesse. You have to know that at the beginning of the establishment of a power, if you are not strong, then you will be in trouble later. After all, you don't want the power we just established to be destroyed. Marcos shook his head. Okay. Jesse nodded. Hey, how about contacting external forces? Another second ring warlock said. He is also one of the few second ring warlocks, one of the deputy speakers, and his name is Xilun. It doesn't work either. The other nearby forces are currently watching, so this idea doesn't work either. Marcos shook his head again. After the three deputy speakers spoke, the other warlocks began to speak and kept putting forward opinions, but they were all rejected one by one. Since the outside doesn't work, let's do it internally. The 10,000 Blood Alliance is different from us. They are a force united by many bloodline families. It will be easier to break through from the inside. A one-ring warlock said. Well, it's a good idea, you can try it. Marcos nodded, and then said, so you can send people to contact some people from the 10,000 Blood Alliance and give them benefits. Oh, yes, and the internal damage must also be followed. On the other hand, we can exclude some more people from sabotaging from within. That's right, Mr. Speaker is wise and mighty. Someone immediately echoed. Yeah. Indeed. Everyone nodded in agreement, and some people looked at Kratos. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't know how many viruses Mr. Herman can release. After all, this is really useful. Okay, let me ask. Kratos didn't expect that the topic would suddenly come to Eli, and nodded. Taking out the token, issued a question. How much more virus can I unleash at once? At this time in the room, Eli looked at Kratos' message, blinked his eyes, and thought about how much he had released over the years. It seems that half of the fixed one is left. One of the animals has not moved, not many, probably just over 3,000 points. About 3,600. After thinking about it, Eli sent the message. Kratos, how many more? Marcos also asked curiously. Kratos nodded numbly, as if everyone cared more about Herman than he did, but when he sensed the message, his eyes widened. 3,600? Etc. Kratos rubbed his temples, re-perceived, and it was really 3,600. Could it be a mistake, so much? How much did you arrange? Kratos, how many? Marcos asked, frowning. 3,600. Oh, it's only 3,600, what, 3,600? Marcos nodded, but the next second he seemed to realize something and let out an exclamation, opening his mouth wide. 3,600? In addition to the previous virus, He-Man invested at least a few $1,000s, which is too much. Marcos suddenly felt that He-Man was underestimated. He is still a talent. Marcos was so shocked, not to mention the others, who also opened their mouths wide, congratulating that Breaking Bad was on their side, and wishing the 10,000 Blood Alliance good luck. Okay, let Herman be released in 1 month, and then we will organize the attack, and we will think about the details. Marcos nodded and said to Marcos. Okay. Kratos nodded and sent the message to Eli. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Dark Forest. This is one of the largest bases of the 10,000 Blood Alliance, so the defense here is very tight, and there are wizards on patrol every day, and so is Colin. On this day, he was wearing leather armor and patrolling the forest. Hey, I don't know when the war will end. Colin shook his head and walked on the road. Suddenly, when he passed by an area, he suddenly felt something wrong. At this time, a green mist was continuously spreading outward from the hole of a big tree, accompanied by a pungent smell. It's a virus. Colin's eyes widened. He had already recognized the virus at a glance after years of fighting against the Shadow Monitor Warlock Academy and the White Tower. We must go back and report immediately. Colin left here quickly. They are already very proficient in dealing with the virus. Since they cannot be resolved, they should be isolated. I don't know which guy has researched this disgusting thing. Colin was very fast. But as soon as he walked through this area, he saw the virus appearing in another place on the road, which surprised him because the virus is usually released alone. It should be by chance. He shook his head and recorded this place as well. After recording it, he continued to set off, but when he saw the third virus, he gradually realized the seriousness of the problem. 3 places, it should not be a coincidence. Damn, something went wrong. His expression also became tense, and he looked up at the sky. At this time, a flying bird passed by, but to his surprise, the flying bird was also covered with dark green fungi at this time. Damn it! Colin took a deep breath, no doubt that something went wrong. This time the virus seems to be far greater than ever in both scope and scale. 3 months later, Kratos came out of the dark forest. Except for him, all the members of the White Tower battle had arrived. At this time, there were hundreds of people in the dark, and the wizards stood at the front. Kratos is one of the leading figures, but when he looked at the forest in front of him, he couldn't help trembling. Is this a dark forest? Kratos' mouth twitched. The forest in front of him was completely the same as before. If Kratos remembered correctly, it should be a huge verdant forest, but at this time it was completely covered by a large area of dark green fungus. Although a large number of trees are still standing, the inside has been corroded and riddled with holes, while the outside is in a strange state, and the forest has no sound at all, like a dead forest. There was no chirping of birds, nor the sound of small animals. It's scary. Kratos gasped as he had never seen this before as a warlock. Apart from Kratos, the other warlock apprentices also took a breath. Is this a virus? This is too scary, but fortunately we have an antidote. Damn it, I can already imagine the fear of the 10,000 Blood Alliance. Fortunately, Lord Herman is on our side. Stop talking, I'll be Lord Herman's diehard fan from now on. All the warlocks in the White Tower were shocked by this scene. Kratos, let's launch an attack. This is one of their largest bases. If they capture this place, the 10,000 Blood Alliance's strength will be weakened by at least 20%. The second ring warlock said to Siren. Yeah. Kratos nodded. Initiate an attack. Kratos turned his head and shouted behind him to give orders. In an instant, all the apprentices and wizards attacked the dark forest. The war begins. But after the warlock of the White Tower entered the forest to start a war with the 10,000 Blood Alliance, everyone found that the alliance's resistance was weakened by more than 30%, which made everyone very puzzled. But after the battle was won, everyone opened the gate of the base inside and saw a large number of apprentices and a ring of warlocks infected by the virus. They seemed to understand what happened. Fortunately, there is Lord Herman. All apprentices thanked. Without this virus, the war would have been much more difficult, and many of them would definitely have died, and this was all done by He-Man, a warlock who never showed up. Another month has passed. When the White Tower forces captured another force, a similar scene was seen. All the apprentices said that sentence again. Thank you Lord Herman. As time passed, the impact of the virus on the 10,000 Bloods Alliance was much greater than expected. Coupled with various means, the 10,000 Bloods Alliance began to collapse. Some warlock families asked to give up the fight, some asked to continue fighting, and some had already started packing their things and preparing to flee. In this atmosphere, a year later, with another failure of the 10,000 Blood Alliance, they finally chose to give up and recognize the existence of the White Tower. The war is finally over. As Kratos said at the beginning, the White Tower really grew up on the corpse of the Shadow Monitor Lizard Wizard Academy, and it became stronger. Bloodline compatibility is 81%. On the other side, Eli sensed the improvement of blood, and sighed. In just a few years, he raised his bloodline to the current level. It has to be said that this is a very outrageous thing. Of course, it is not only the bloodline, but it may be because of the bloodline that also drove Eli's improvement. On the other hand, elementalization it also reached 59%, with 63 points of mental power. It can only be said that Endless Devour is really good. But the war is over, and it's time for me to go back. Eli received the news yesterday, knowing that the White Tower had completely won, and asked him to go back and accept the credit. It's time to go back. At present, he can't break through as a wizard for a short time, and Eli doesn't know how the warlock can break through the second ring. The White Tower should have these. And this time going back, there will be earth-shaking changes. Tiggy, call all the camp executives. Eli walked out of the house and found Tiggy. Yes. Before leaving, we have to deal with the camp. Chapter 158. Under Eli's call, the high-level camp soon came to the wizard tower. In the conference room, Eli sat at the main seat and looked at the wizards under him. At this time, apart from Hire and Tiji, there is also a newly promoted first ring, and most of the others are third-class apprentices or even zero-ring limit. These are the changes Eli brought to the camp. My lord, why did you summon us? Hire asked curiously. After so many years, he had already recognized Eli. That's right, there must be something serious about your lord calling us suddenly. Others also nodded. There is indeed one very important thing. Eli nodded, and then threw a blockbuster. I will leave the camp for a while. What? My lord is leaving, the camp cannot be without my lord. At this moment, even Tig was surprised and speechless. Yet. Eli glanced at everyone and nodded, I came here for some knowledge and experiments. Now that it's finished, I should leave. But it's just leaving, it's not that I won't come back at all. I will still provide potions to the camp in the future, but many things will change, so I need to explain to you. It turned out that it was only a temporary departure. Everyone was relieved. Eli's changes in the camp over the years are obvious to all. It can be said that everyone in the camp can be replaced now, but Eli can't. 3 things. Eli held out his hand. First thing, after I leave, Tig will be in charge of the temporary battalion commander. Eli glanced at Tig at the side. In this camp, Tig is the most trustworthy, and her strength is also the strongest besides him. The others looked at each other in blank dismay at this moment, but no one objected, and no one dared to disobey Eli's words. The second thing, I still need you to collect blood, and I will still come here every once in a while. The purpose of collecting blood is to devour it, and Eli faintly feels that a lot of blood is needed to break through the second ring warlock. It seems that the power of a warlock may exceed that of a wizard. The third thing is that you have to collect all kinds of wizard knowledge for me. There are 3 things in total, all of which are very important to Eli. After all, Eli has been trained in this camp for so long, and it would be a pity to give up. It is better to let him continue to operate, maybe it will play a big role in the future. All I want to say is 3 things. Does anyone else have any opinions? After speaking, Eli looked at everyone. I have no objection. Hire was the first to express his opinion. Me too. Me too. Others agreed. Well, since there is no objection, everyone else will leave first, and Tig will stay first. Soon, everyone left, leaving Tiji behind. My lord. Seeing everyone leave, Tig respectfully said. Well, I have to worry about leaving. This is a witch weapon I used to have. It doesn't work for me now, but it's a good thing for you. Take it. Eli stretched out his hand to wipe the thunder away. The python ring, this ring is already dispensable to him. Thank you, sir. Tig nodded and took the ring. Okay, it's okay, you know the camp very well, and it's up to you. After explaining, Eli dismissed Tiji, leaving him alone. The next day, Eli puts everything in the rift and prepares to leave. But as soon as he walked out of the wizard tower, he saw wizard apprentices standing on both sides of the road, and they looked at Eli silently. Eli glanced at the crowd and walked straight out of the camp. It wasn't until they were about to walk out of the camp that someone shouted, "Good trip, my lord. Bon voyage." Eli listened to the voice, looked back at the camp, and then left without looking back. 10 days later. According to the address Kratos left for him, Eli came to the headquarters of the White Tower, which was once the territory of the Shadow Monitor Lizard Wizard Academy. The Forest of Death is here. Eli stood outside a large forest, and in the forest were large trees that looked like dead wood, sticking out their branches tenaciously, like the hands of devils. The Death Forest, once the site of the Shadow Monitor Lizard Wizard Academy. Eli glanced at it, and walked in with big strides, but before taking a few steps, someone appeared and stopped him. 2 sorcerer apprentices in grey leather armor but with white bracelets stopped Eli with a serious face, and asked, "This is the territory of the White Tower, outsiders are not allowed to enter, please show your ID, if not, please leave quickly." Eli blinked, as if Kratos really didn't give him identification. I'm from the White Tower, but I don't have any identification, why don't you go inside and check?" Eli can't force his way in. "Sorry, we are on a patrol mission, you can call the people inside to bring it to you. The two guards shook their heads. Recently, there are too many outsiders like Eli, and most of them are outsiders who want to see the situation of the White Tower. 9 out of 10 warlocks are spies. Okay. Eli nodded, then sent a message to Kratos, and then stood aside and waited. The two guards were also staring at him, speechless. Do you only come when you are outside? What are you pretending? They have seen too many similar behaviors recently, they are basically pretending, and then leave in despair, and the two of them didn't think there would be any exceptions. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. At the entrance of the peaceful forest, there were still only 3 people. If you haven't, please leave, don't waste time. One person looked at Eli and said impatiently. It's been more than 10 minutes. The other person just said, expressing his dissatisfaction cryptically. Eli didn't change much. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he looked into the forest and said, "Here we come." Coming? The two guards froze for a moment, then looked back. As soon as I turned around, I saw dozens of people, one of them was striding forward, the scar on his face showed his identity, Kratos, the deputy speaker of the White Tower, and another one who was slightly feminine. The man is another deputy speaker, Siren. The two guards were stunned, and turned to look at Eli, who was not far away. Who the hell are you? At this time, Kratos also saw the people outside the forest, his eyes lit up, and he strode towards this side. Eli also walked over. Kratos walked up to Eli, gave Eli a hug directly, and looked at Eli after letting go. "He-Man, you really made a great contribution this time." "Herman?" Seeing this scene, the two guards opened their mouths wide open. "He, Herman." A guard stammered, looking at the man not far away with an expression of disbelief. "This is actually the Breaking Bad master He-Man. That Herman who made great contributions to the battle situation with viruses and potions. God, what the hell did he do?" The guard suddenly felt his eyes go dark. If Lord Herman really blamed them, then they would be finished. The other guard had a similar expression, with a look of despair. Not only the two guards, but also another deputy speaker, Siren, and other people who followed were also looking at Eli curiously. Everyone still remembered the fungal virus that covered the forest, which was simply terrifying. This is also the first time that everyone has seen Herman after such a long war. It's just a little credit. Facing Kratos' praise, Eli was a little humble. "Don't be humble, this time your credit is not as much as mine. If you don't remember the virus and potion, we don't know how many people will die. Let's go and see our forces." Kratos said with a smile, the words that are accentuated above us. "Okay." Eli nodded. "Why, these two guards stopped you. Do you need to deal with it?" Kratos suddenly looked at the two guards seriously and asked. The two guards' legs went limp for a moment, and they looked at Eli almost pleadingly. "It's nothing, two very dedicated guards, there is no need to deal with it." Eli shook his head and said. He never cared about these two guards. "That's fine." Kratos nodded, he knew that Eli was not a brutal person. "Hi, I'm Siren, and I'm the deputy speaker like Kratos. It's a pleasure to meet you." At this time, the man with a feminine face also came over, smiling and stretching out his hand. "Hello, sir." Eli shook hands. "Don't call me your lord, the White Tower depends on us and you to maintain it, just call me Siren." Siren seemed difficult to speak, but his tone was very gentle. "Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker." Eli nodded, and the polite words should not be taken seriously. "Know the rules." Siren smiled. "Okay, let's go back. It just so happens that Herman is back, so we can start the first round of the council." Kratos smiled and said. Hey." Eli looked at Kratos. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, you are also one of the 12 congressmen now, you deserve it." Kratos said with a smile. 12 MPs. Eli nodded. This time, he is really a veteran of this new force. Soon, everyone returned, Kratos and Siren walked in the front, Eli was behind, and the others followed. Along the way, other people also looked at Eli curiously, and even stayed away from Eli, as if they were afraid that relying on the body would be infected with all kinds of terrible viruses. However, some people looked at Eli with admiration. It can be said that Eli's reputation at this time is almost comparable to that of any deputy speaker, and even in the 10,000 Blood Alliance, his reputation is even greater. Soon, everyone passed through the dark forest. Soon, Eli felt that the surrounding voices gradually increased. After walking a few hundred meters, a small town appeared in Eli's eyes. This is the White Tower. Eli's eyes lit up. Chapter 159. There is a huge small town in front of you. There are Gothic buildings everywhere, one after another, and the sharp wizard tower seems to pierce the sky. There are no walls or guards here. Of course, these are not the most conspicuous. The most conspicuous is a wizard tower in the center of the building. The wizard's tower is white in color, as high as 100 meters. Its huge volume is the largest building Eli has ever seen in this world, and it is so eye-catching that Eli could faintly see it in the forest. That used to be a black tower, which belonged to the Shadow Monitor lizard. Later, the speaker felt that it didn't fit the name of our power, so he turned it into white. I laughed to death. Siren said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Kratos couldn't help laughing when he heard it. Eli didn't expect such a thing to happen, so this place should be the site of the Shadow Monitor Wizard Academy, and now it belongs to the White Tower. Speaking of the Shadow Monitor lizard, Eli did not forget Ross, his former slave. According to his perception, this guy didn't seem to be dead. Interestingly, he didn't seem to be dead. He was caught in the prison of the White Tower, and it seemed that the situation was not very good, etc. Fish it out after the storm. Well, go in, I've notified the others, and we should be able to hold our first meeting soon. Kratos said to Eli. Following Kratos, they entered here. As expected of a faction, the number of apprentices here is far from what the Wizarding Academy used to be able to match. There are probably hundreds of people just walking along the way, and the number of the first ring is also there. There is none left. Walking on the road, Eli also felt helpless. Because of the commotion of a group of people behind him, the news of Herman's return spread quickly. Soon, a large number of apprentices surrounded Eli, looking at Eli. Is this Herman? He looks average. Someone asked. Not much better than you. A female apprentice cast a glance at him. I still have nightmares seeing those green fungi, it's horrible. Soon, more and more people were watching on both sides, and Kratos smiled helplessly. Eli, this guy, is really almost as famous as him. It's gone. Kratos disperses loudly, and the people around him start to disperse. After the crowd dispersed, Eli was taken all the way to a wizard tower by Kratos. This wizard tower is assigned to you, you can live here, and of course you can go to other places if you want. In front of me is a wizard tower of more than 10 meters, the whole body is black, but there are many plants clinging to it, and the periphery is also blocked by a fence. It is a good place, and Eli is very satisfied. It's fine here. Eli nodded. Okay, then you clean up first, and we will notify you after the meeting. Oh, and this is your identification. Kratos nodded and threw a new token to Eli. This token is much more high-end than the previous ones. It is made of Asker copper, a precious ore, and a white tower is engraved on the surface, which looks very delicate. This is the member's identity certificate. It has been stored with me for a long time, and now it is considered to be returned to the original owner. Kratos replied with a smile. Well, thank you, my lord. Eli took the token and returned to power much smoother than he thought. It's okay, you deserve it. Kratos smiled, then I'll go first. I'm leaving too. Today I can count as seeing our poison master. Xilun, who had been following him all this time, also left with a smile, and the others also gradually dispersed. The crowd dispersed, and Eli also walked into the wizard tower. There are 4 floors inside the wizard tower. It doesn't look big from the outside, but the area is not small at all. After simple tidying up, Eli can live here. Night. Lying on the bed, Eli glanced at the unfamiliar environment around him, and then took out the token belonging to this place. Seeing the white tower on the token glowing white in the darkness, Eli knew that from today on, his life would enter a new stage again. Eli didn't go out for the next few days, but stayed in the wizard's tower. 3 days later, Eli received the news that the parliament will be held tomorrow. The next day, after arranging his clothes in front of the mirror, Eli walked out of the wizard tower and walked towards the wizard tower in the center. The white tower is in the center of the town, and there are 2 guards at the door, all wearing uniforms, constantly checking the identities of the people entering. Eli stepped forward and took out the token. Is it Senator Herman? The guard asked in surprise, holding the token. Eli nodded. My lord, please follow me. The guard handed the token to Eli respectfully, and then walked towards the White Tower. It was only after entering the White Tower that Eli knew how big the area was. Each floor was at least a few hundred square meters in size. The first floor was responsible for some basic daily work in the camp, so there were many people. It was obvious that the meeting place was not here, and the guard led Eli towards it. Soon, after passing through the second floor, which was responsible for internal affairs, and the third floor, which was responsible for internal affairs, Eli arrived on the fourth floor and was led into a conference room by the guards. This is a huge conference room. At this time, there was a huge long table covered with a red cloth, a huge high-backed chair was placed on the main seat, and 15 smaller chairs were placed one by one on both sides. High-backed chair. Of course, Eli was surprised that besides the 3 near the main seat, there were numbers on the backs of the other chairs, ranging from 1 to 12. There were not many people coming at this time, probably only 4 or 5 people, and the people on the second ring were Kratos and Siren, who Eli was familiar with. Herman, that's where you are. Seeing Eli coming, Kratos pointed to a chair towards Eli, and the number behind the chair was 8. He nodded and went straight over without talking to the others, but the others looked at Eli curiously. This was the first time they saw Eli. Another half hour passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, 15 out of the 16 seats were already filled, and only the main seat in the center was still empty. Eli looked around and found that except for the 3 deputy speakers who belonged to the second ring, the others were also in the first ring. He has a clearer understanding of the situation in the White Tower. Time passed little by little. Halfway behind, the door slowly opened, and a white-haired man walked in. He glanced at the crowd, and then sat directly on the main seat. Needless to say, he is the speaker of the White Tower, Marcos, the ultimate wizard of the second ring. Glad to see you all. Marcos sat down and smiled at everyone. The atmosphere was peaceful. He also looked towards the opening. Your name is Herman, I'm glad to meet you. Your virus played a big role in the war. This is what I should do. Eli nodded humbly. The others also looked over curiously, and it was the first time for them to see Herman. Haha, there is no need to be modest. Marcos laughed, looked around, and said, since everyone is here, let's start. This is the first time that the White Tower Council has been held, and I will be the speaker. There are 3 themes in this council. One is the future development of the White Tower, descent. No. Everyone said one after another. Well, good, then I'll start with the first thing. The White Tower is a new force. The first thing we need to do is to develop rather than expand. So for the next period of time, our core will be development, so we will have many initiatives in various aspects, including in every aspect. I will explain this to you one by one. Marcos took out a document, and then began to explain it one by one. After the explanation, the members voted to decide, and at this time Eli also knew what the numbers behind it were for. It turns out that this determines the status of the warlock in the parliament. The speaker has the right to veto and 10 votes, the deputy speaker has 5 votes, and after that, there are 4 votes from the first to the third, and 3 votes from the fourth to the sixth. So Eli is number 8 and has 2 votes. He can sit here because of Eli's great contribution to the war and the influence of Kratos. The direction of development has been discussed for a long time, so of course there is nothing to say, basically everyone agrees. Soon, the meeting entered the second session, where everyone's duties were assigned. Soren, you are responsible for the scheduling of all wizards within the force. Kratos, you are responsible for the allocation of all resources, and Jesse, you are responsible for all external forces. The distribution of the positions of the 3 vice presidents is over, followed by Eli and the others, and Eli is also very curious about what positions will be assigned to him. With the end of the assignment of the previous warlock, it was soon Eli's turn. Herman, since you used to be Kratos' subordinate, you will take part of his responsibilities. From now on, you will be in charge of all the magic plants and potions in the force. Marcos looked at Eli and said. Okay. Eli nodded. This is already quite a fat job. After all, although the White Tower is a new force, its scale is much larger than the previous camp, and the benefits are not small at all. Soon, all kinds of benefits were divided up, and it was also the final stage of rewards, which were basically left over from the Shadow Monitor Lizard Wizard Academy. When it came to Eli, the reward was 20,000 magic stones, and the Shadow Monitor Lizard Laboratory gave it to Eli. Eli is already very satisfied. After all, his laboratory was configured decades ago, and many experimental devices are broken. Now that there are better ones, Eli feels a lot easier. And with the end of the reward, the meeting was considered to be over, and Marcos left after saying some more words. Others also left one after another. Just when Eli was about to leave, he was stopped by Kratos. Herman, let's talk. Okay. Eli nodded. Chapter 160. I haven't seen you for so long, your aura is growing very fast. In a room, Kratos held a cup of coffee and looked at Eli with a smile. Hey, it took time. Eli replied, compared to 10 years ago, he is much stronger, and he is currently in the middle of the first ring. Well, this is a good thing. After all, as the 8th member of the White Tower, you still need strength, but with me, I will protect you. Kratos nodded and said, implying that Eli belongs to him cover. Of course, after all, I have been with you for so many years. Eli replied. It is a talk and a temptation. Hearing the satisfactory answer, Kratos also nodded in satisfaction. Such an answer is enough. Well, take it easy, we are all part of the council in terms of status, and everyone has the same status, and the White Tower has just started, the main conflict is still external, just take care of yourself. Kratos nodded. But I still congratulate you, the 8th member of Congress, Herman, we will all be one in the future, of course you have to rely on yourself, but if you have any questions now, you can ask me, it doesn't matter. Kratos smiled and he tapped Eli on the shoulder. My lord, I really have a question. Oh. Kratos asked curiously. My lord, I want to ask, how does a warlock break through the second ring? Eli asked looking at Kratos, which was also the purpose of his return this time. Break through the second ring. Kratos thought for a while, and then replied, what about the second ring? For ordinary warlocks, it basically depends on the blood. Generally, the bloodline level determines the upper limit of some warlocks. Just like the Shadow Monitor warlock, the basic limit is the second ring, and yours is the first ring Thorn Tree Demon. This may be very difficult. Kratos pursed his lips, and said, of course, the first ring of blood has a chance to break through, but it is difficult. This requires your blood to be extremely concentrated, dig deep into the blood, and then break through the limit of the blood, looking for a deeper blood. Is the bloodline level enough? This has nothing to do with Eli, why is Shadow Dragon also the bloodline of Siwan? And of course enough blood, that's another matter. This information is very precious, but it's easy for you to get it. Let me tell you directly. Since it is a breakthrough, we have to mention the difference between the second ring and the same ring. The second ring warlock is divided into 3 stages, the early, middle and late stages, and each level needs to rely on blood to condense a blood core, so breaking through the second ring, you need to condense a blood core. There are 2 ways to condense the bloodline core. One is to improve the quality of the bloodline, and then naturally condense the bloodline core, and the other is to rely on the accumulation of a large amount of bloodline power. Pile up. Eli wondered. That's right, it's accumulation. As long as there is enough blood power, the blood core can always be condensed slowly. However, this requires too much blood power, so most warlocks still choose to take the first path. Kratos explained Road. That's right. Eli understood. It seems that the difference between a second ring warlock and a first ring warlock lies in this blood core. Well, after condensing the first bloodline core, you can be called a second ring warlock. At this time, the power of the bloodline of the warlock is highly concentrated. Whether it is burst or control, it is completely at the same level as the first ring. But why did you suddenly remember this? Kratos asked curiously while holding the coffee. It's nothing, I'm just curious. Eli mumbled. The two were chatting when there was a sudden knock on the door. Come in. Kratos said. The door opened, and 2 familiar people walked in. They were Rolls and Evna, whom Eli hadn't seen for many years. The changes between the 2 are not very big, the only change is that Rolls seems to have an extra scar on his face. Master Kratos. The 2 said to Kratos. Kratos nodded, then turned his head to look at Eli, and said, since you have to be responsible for so much, you can't do without your subordinates. I will leave Rolls and Evna to you. You can command them as much as you like. Rolls. In fact, He had already heard about what Eli had done when he was on a mission outside. At first, he wanted to try his best to surpass him, but as time went by, the gap became bigger and bigger, and he resigned himself to his fate. This is especially true when he knows that Eli has become the speaker. Kratos called him today, and he never expected that he would be Eli's subordinate. How can this not make him feel aggrieved? Okay, my lord. On the other hand, Evna agreed very simply, without any embarrassment. Rawls, why don't you speak? Me too. Rawls gritted his teeth. Well, you are already familiar with it, so I won't say anything, you can assign your own work after you leave. Kratos nodded. Well, my lord, I will retire. Soon, Eli took Rawls and Evna out of the room, and then carried out simple assignments. Evna is in charge of the potion work, Rawls is in charge of the magic plant, and the two can be regarded as returning to their old professions. And what about Eli? Just kidding, of course it's fishing, anyway, there are free men, so it's not for nothing. And the road ahead for Eli is also clear. That is to mix in the White Tower, make oneself stronger and stronger in a low-key manner, and collect wizard items. As for the others, it is just resignation. And Kratos also told Eli how to break through the bloodline. Since the wizard can't break through in a short time, it's better to let the bloodline go further, and first raise his upper limit instead of constantly making up for shortcomings. As for the two methods of breakthrough, the first one is not bad, but it is not suitable for Eli. After all, it requires him to spend too much time on his blood. He still takes the wizard as his main path, so he doesn't consider it. The second is just right, he can slowly devour the blood, then accumulate the power of the blood, and then break through the second ring. As for the blood, he relied on the wizard camp to slowly collect it. He only needed to sit in the White Tower and wait. He would go there every once in a while. Of course, it might take a while. But Eli's patience is very good, take your time. 3 years later. Sitting in the office in the White Tower, Eli took a deep breath as he watched the majestic forces developing outside the window. At this time, his bloodline compatibility is already 91%. In fact, 90% can be broken through, but later Eli discovered that it seems that the limit of bloodline compatibility is 95%, but most people choose 90% to break through, because after exceeding 90%, every 100th of the breakthrough has to be done. It is much more difficult than before. So Eli chose to continue waiting. Chapter 161. Time is fair to everyone, because his elapsed time is the same. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed again, and Eli also passed the initial chaotic stage of this newborn force, and the White Tower gradually became orderly. At this time, he was already the 7th member of the White Tower Council. This was because a previous member died in a follow-up battle, and all the subsequent members were promoted one by one. Of course, this is not worth mentioning to Eli. He is now 61% mental power and 66% elementalization mixed with the warlock. It has reached 95 points of fit and can break through at any time. Originally, Eli didn't want to do this either. After all, he is a wizard, but his bloodline has gone farther than a wizard. I'm afraid he is the first one who clearly walked the path of a wizard, and then his bloodline broke through first. The arrow is on the string, and it has to be fired. So more than a year later, after Eli took a leave of absence, he came to the Iris Wizard camp as he did every few years. What a big change! Unlike 13 years ago, the camp at this time is completely different from before. Standing on the big tree outside the wizard camp, there is a large wizard camp in front of you. The area is 2 to 3 times larger than before, and the number of people is twice as large as before. Except for a small number of wizards who grew naturally in the wizard camp, the others were all outside wizards. Fortunately, the management was good, and the number of wizards in the original camp had reached 4 at this time, so they were able to manage everything well. After a brief look, Eli jumped off the tree and walked into the camp. Master Roland is back. Someone saw Eli and shouted, and the crowd looked at him. Those who have lived here for a period of time all know that this camp has a mysterious battalion commander who only comes back once every few years, but he is the undoubted manager of the camp, and there is also a channel for potions. People who can't live without. Go to Tiji and tell her to go to the wizard's tower. I want to see her. After ordering someone casually, Eli went directly to the wizard's tower. Half an hour later, Eli saw Tiji again. Lord Roland. Tiji bowed her head humbly. Well, You have managed the camp well during this period, and you deserve a reward. Eli nodded, then threw out 3 bottles of potions, and said, "This is the potion of the blood bamboo flower, which can greatly improve the mental power. It is recommended that 1 person use it at most. 1 bottle." "Thank you, sir." Tig's eyes lit up, and she took the potion. "Nothing." Eli shook his head and asked, "How is the preparation of the blood pool going?" "The blood pool was built by Eli's order. The blood collected in the camp will be stored in it. Ilame will come back to absorb it every once in a while. Otherwise, it is impossible to reach the limit of 95%. It was 3 years ago." "My lord, it's ready." Tigi replied. "Well, get ready, I will use it tomorrow, and no one will be allowed to get close to the 500-meter range. There is only one purpose for returning this time, and that is to break through the second ring warlock first." "Okay." Tig nodded. He already knew that Eli had also cultivated the bloodline. This actually puzzled her. After all, the integration of wizards into the bloodline does not increase the lifespan. What is the meaning of simply improving the power of the bloodline? Where? Normal wizards can live to be 200 years old, but in this weird world, they can only live to 134, so wizards try their best to break through and gain longevity, but Eli doesn't seem to care, he is really a strange wizard. "Then leave first, I'll go and have a look elsewhere." After sending Tigi away, Eli came to the laboratory here. As a pure wizard's laboratory, there is currently only one task here, which is to continue to study the fragments of the devouring witchcraft, for Eli's endless devouring second curse seal. Effort. Of course, Eli only gave them a part, let them complete the first and mid-term, and it depends on Eli himself in the later stage. After all, this is very important knowledge, and it should not be thrown around. After dealing with the problems in the laboratory, Eli learned about the situation of the camp, then returned to the room, and waited quietly. The next day, according to the agreed time, Tigi came. "My lord, please." Tig led the way. The blood pool was actually built entirely for Eli's convenience. It was built inside a hill next to the camp, in a naturally formed cave. Passing through the tunnel covered by layers of witch formations, Eli and the 2 entered the mountain. At this time, in front of them was a huge stone gate, with a volume of 7 or 8 meters. Not only did some knowledge of alchemy be used, but also a large amount of materials were spent by the camp. Because they have been here many times, the 2 of them have not changed much, and they pushed the door directly. As soon as the door was opened, a bloody smell rushed into Eli's nose. In front of him was a large stone chamber, and in the center of the stone chamber was a huge pool of blood. The radius alone is enough for 7 or 8 meters, and the depth is almost the same, and there is a pipe in the dome that is flowing a lot of blood into it at this time, because the camp threw blood in from other places. This is Eli's blood pool. Relying on the blood pool accumulated by a camp, it is also the driving force for Eli's continuous breakthrough. "You can go out and guard the vicinity," Eli said to Tigi. "Yet." Tiny nodded. After Tigi left, Eli summoned a large number of skeletons again. The wizard model was activated, and a large number of skeletons began to be broken and reassembled. After that, there was a giant skeleton with a height of 5 meters at the gate, and the aura it emitted surpassed 1 ring, but not as good as the second ring. This is the witchcraft created by Eli relying on the United Wizards. "Stay here, no one is allowed to enter, if you try to break in, kill him," Eli ordered. The giant skeleton didn't answer, but just stood at the door without saying a word. Looking at this scene, Eli nodded. Compared with humans, he believed in the undead. As long as you control them, they will never betray. After arranging everything, Eli slowly walked towards the blood pool. Seeing that the blood in front of him had already rushed to the sky, suppressing his nausea, Eli took off his clothes, and then jumped straight in. Different from water, the blood here is very viscous for 10 years, and there is not even a trace of blood when he jumped into it, and 20 just sank straight into it, like a swamp. During the sinking process, Eli also closed his eyes, and at the same time, the black ring on his arm was like a black hole constantly devouring the surrounding blood, and at the same time, the power of Eli's blood was also increasing. A magical change is taking place. In this way, Eli seemed to fall into a deep sleep, and outside the outside door, the skeleton guarded the door without saying a word, and outside the mountain, a large number of apprentices were also patrolling, and the task they received was that not a single mosquito could be let in. Half a day later. Outside the mountain, all the patrol members suddenly felt a tremor and turned their heads to look. What the hell happened? Everyone was shocked, because at this moment they only felt as if some monster was growing inside the mountain, and the powerful force made them tremble as apprentices. Damn it, is there a beast inside? When it was time, someone suddenly discovered that the small animals on the mountain seemed to have seen a ghost, and frantically ran down the mountain, as if there was something terrible in it. And farther away, there are even the back feet of monsters, as if a demonstration, telling the creatures here not to approach. All of a sudden, noise and confusion became the theme here, and everyone was at a loss, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, a low moan sounded like a dragon chant. There are dragons! Everyone was terrified. However, it seemed that the dragon chant only lasted for a few seconds, and then the aura that made everyone fear before had disappeared, but it seemed that with this fluctuation, the surrounding forests also began to riot. A small beast horde was brewing, which was unexpected by other people in the camp. Tig quickly organized the people in the camp and stood on the fence, ready to resist. Just when everyone thought that the beast tide was about to start like this. Suddenly, a dragon chant came again from the mountain not far away. Everyone was stunned, but when they turned their heads, they suddenly found that the beast horde had dispersed. Scattered. Everyone opened their mouths wide, and then shouted loudly, celebrating the end of the beast horde. There will be more changes tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Chapter 162. Although the bloodline breaks through first, the combat power can be regarded as the second ring. In the wizard's tower, Eli clenched his fist, as if he could feel the power in it, and as soon as he closed his eyes, he could sense the depth of the blood, a black-red blood crystal, which was the blood coagulation of the shadow dragon's blood. It is also a powerful motivation for ordinary second-ring warlocks. However, Eli looked at the blood-colored crystal. At this time, there was a mysterious rune inside the crystal. It looked illusory, but Eli could sense the power within it. This feeling. It's like David's talent rune back then. But Eli knew it wasn't a talent rune, but another thing that shouldn't have appeared on him. Exclusive blood talent for blood warlocks. Is that unreasonable? Eli pursed his lips. There are only two differences between a wizard and a warlock who are integrated into the blood, one is lifespan, and the other is innate witchcraft. Needless to say, lifespan does not affect combat effectiveness, but innate witchcraft is the main reason to distinguish it from wizards. Due to the integration of blood, warlocks will get a talent innate witchcraft deep in their blood every stage. Due to its high nature, innate witchcraft is even more powerful than ordinary witchcraft, which is also an important reason why warlocks have always existed. But at this time, he, a wizard, has blood talent. How is this possible? Eli has a deep perception and knows that this rune, or this bloodline talent, should be called shadow control. With this, the operation and control of the shadow are completely different from before. The shadow is also different from the ordinary shadow, and can bring other powers. No, could it be? Eli thought. In the past, wizards who integrated into the blood must first break through the realm of the wizard, and then consider the blood when they have time or no room for improvement, but because of the reason of devouring witchcraft, the blood is ahead. Or, in fact, wizards can also have blood witchcraft, as long as the blood comes to the front. Is that so? Eli was stunned. This discovery was truly astonishing. If it were placed in the former wizarding world, it would definitely be a discovery that shocked the world, but now this secret can only be known silently by Eli himself. Eli shook his head, and when he waved his hands, a large shadow appeared in front of his eyes. But the shadow at this time is completely different from before. Not only is it more textured, but also more tenacious, and even the power contained in it is completely different from before. Such a comparison, it seems that the shadow of the past is a youthful version. It can only be said that it was a coincidence. Eli sighed. At the same time, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened, and Tiji walked in. She looked at Eli in fear, because Eli exuded a powerful aura at this time. If she felt right, it should be the second ring. Lord Roland has broken through the second ring, which is really good news, although it seems a bit strange. My lord, have you made a breakthrough? Tig asked cautiously. Yet. Eli nodded. Now that he has just broken through, he still can't control the blood well. That's great. My lord has advanced, so the camp will be safe. Tig said excitedly, and then asked, what is your lord's plan for the camp next? The rest will be business as usual, just develop slowly. Eli replied. The order of the camp and him should not be confused. It is the camp that supports him, not he that supports the camp. At this time, the camp is still too small. It is better to expand it further, so that it can be the same as before. The cultivation of the second ring bloodline warlock is also very simple, that is, to condense the core of the bloodline, which requires a lot of time or blood, so Eli still needs the camp to continue to collect blood for him. Yet. Tiny nodded. Well, I'll leave in a few days, and you guys have to continue collecting blood. Oh yes, there's this. As he spoke, a shadow formed in Eli's palm, and then the shadow turned into a pitch-black ball, which he threw to Tiji. This is. Tiji was puzzled, but could feel the power in it. This is a small thing that I condense my power into. The shadow bomb can explode with the power of the second ring. I will save one for you. Eli said calmly. Thank you, my lord. Tig was immediately moved, and vowed that he would not betray even if there was no soul contract. Of course, Eli didn't know that a small shadow bomb actually changed Tiji's mentality so much, so he waved her away. Eli spent the next week in the camp, constantly familiarizing himself with the various methods of the power of blood, and the power of shadows also made Eli make great progress in related witchcraft. In just 1 week, the strength is completely 2 stages from before. In addition to the strength of the Shadow Dragon bloodline, Jesse's ordinary second ring early stage may not be his opponent. Thinking of this, Eli was also shocked. The current White Tower has a total of 5 second rings, including the second ring Limit Marcos, the second ring Late Kratos, the second ring Early Jesse, another deputy speaker, the second ring Mid-Stage Siren, and the new second ring, Counselor Clevin No. 1. This breakthrough really changed too much for Eli. His strength reached the high end of the White Tower in an instant. He can do more things in the future, which is much more maneuverable than before. However, you can't jump yet. You can only beat warlocks in the early stage of the second ring. You may be tied in the middle stage, but you may not be able to beat them in the later stage. If a few come, you will die directly, so you still have to grow silently in the White Tower. Yi Lei thought. This world is too dangerous, so be careful. So another week passed, and Eli returned to the White Tower, continuing to deal with work as usual, as if nothing had happened. And in the White Tower, no one made trouble with Eli, because he was too low-key and hardly involved in any disputes, but on the contrary, he had a strong knowledge of potions, and many people had to rely on him to prepare potions. And most importantly, he is only responsible for part of Kratos' work, he is just an executor, and Kratos is standing behind him, so no one dares to touch him, and no one wants to touch him, because it is meaningless. A top-notch pharmacist is lacking in every major force. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Eli added a subordinate named Ross. In the early stage of the first ring, it is said that he was promoted from the former prison of the Shadow Monitor Lizard, but the Shadow Monitor Lizard had passed away for a long time, and no one cared. And the White Tower forces are also developing steadily, just like the original strategy. 10 years later. With the continuous efforts of the wizard camp, Eli's bloodline broke through again and reached the middle stage of the second ring. And the elementalization and bloodlines reached 69% and 75 points respectively. He was getting closer to the second ring, and his relationship in the White Tower was also increasing, which made him safer. There is also the wizard camp. At this time, there are 4 more first-ring wizards, and the number of wizard apprentices in the camp has exceeded 300. Including servants and the like, it has reached at least 1,000 people. The big one, Tiji, also broke through the late stage of the first ring. Everything is going smoothly. But 5 years later, something surprised Eli. Rawls, this guy, made great achievements in a mission to go out, and broke through the late stage of the first stage. Coincidentally, the 12th congressman died. He also entered the parliament with the help of Kratos and became Eli's colleague. Rawls sighed that he could finally compete with Eli once again, but Eli regretted that he lost a worker under his command, so he randomly chose Alice to be in charge of the magic plant. Let me tell you that most of the forces of the Shadow Monitor Lizard were taken over by the White Tower, including the various camps. At that time, Alice also joined the White Tower, and was later accepted by Eli after breaking through the first ring. This is normal, after all, he has been in the White Tower for decades, and there are still some people under his command. As a result, Eli's peaceful life became a little more turbulent again. Rawls sometimes came to harass Eli, but Eli didn't take it seriously. 10 years later, Eli discovered that Zero Ring's bloodline had almost no effect on him, and Yuhuan's bloodline had much less effect on him. Another 10 years. The blood of the Zero Ring is completely useless, only the blood of the first ring is still useful, but the blood of the first ring is inevitably very slow to collect, so Eli stopped temporarily. At this time, his wizard progress has been 73% elementalized, and his spiritual power is 76 points. Although it is getting higher and higher, the improvement is getting slower and slower, and the qualification limit is very large. On the other hand, the bloodline is slightly stronger than 10 years ago. Without the blood supply, Eli didn't spend too much effort, so naturally there won't be much change. But there is also good news, that is, in the same year, the blood bamboo flower finally broke through the second ring under the cultivation of Eli, and could provide Eli with higher quality Krypton life potion. And when Eli perceives these changes, looking back, 40 years have passed. I have been on the west coast for so long, and I have been in a trance for so long. He barely had the strength to protect himself. Chapter 163. The next day, Eli came to the third floor of the White Tower as usual. As a member of the Power Council, he also has an office here, and it has a large area. My lord, this is all the recent affairs. Evna walked in from the door wearing a long off-the-shoulder dress and wobbling rabbit ears, holding a document in her hand. Has anything happened recently? Eli asked curiously. It's been pretty quiet recently, but with the expansion of power, there will inevitably be friction with the 10,000 Blood Alliance again, but it basically doesn't affect us. Evna replied. That's fine, then you can distribute the configured potions and other magic plant resources to each camp and power according to the previous ratio. I don't care about that. Eli said with a smile. Okay. Evna forced a smile. Really, it used to be her job for Eli, but now it's the other way around. Evna feels sad, and she can't go out to gamble again today. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing I need to tell you, my lord. Evna put down the document, as if she suddenly remembered something. Oh. Eli glanced at Evna. My lord, a new wizard ruin recently appeared at the junction of the 10,000 Blood Alliance and the White Tower, which caused a lot of friction. The nearby wizard camp and we asked for some potions. Wizard ruins? Eli wondered. Yes, this incident just happened, and it should spread around tomorrow. It is said that it is a very rich wizard relic. There are many precious plants, some witchcraft, and a large number of elemental crystals in it. Anyway, it should be a recent I found the richest relic, Evna recalled. Hiss. Eli's eyes lit up, not to mention potions and witches, but a lot of elemental crystallization, is this true? For now, Eli wants to go further, that is to improve the ability of wizards, but one thing is annoying, his mental power can actually increase at a speed that is due to Eli's blood bamboo flower in the second ring this year, it can improve mental strength, so it is not slow. But the first link is not only mental power, but also the improvement of elementalization, and these two also restrict each other, but there are very few items that can improve elementalization, the most common of which should be elemental crystallization. But common is also relative. Elemental crystals, which warlocks have long stopped producing, even the White Tower has no stock, which makes him very helpless. Eli was very surprised when he heard that there were a lot of elemental crystals, but he didn't show it. Instead, he nodded and said to Evna, well, I understand, then agree to their recruitment, and the rest say it again. Okay. Evna nodded, turned, and left. Watching Evna leave, Eli fell into deep thought. To go or not to go? It is very important for him to get a large amount of elemental crystals if he goes there, but if he doesn't, it doesn't seem to be a problem, at worst he will spend time slowly. Who knows what's in the secret realm? If the 10,000 Blood Alliance sent 2 or 3 second rings at that time, even he would be at risk if he encountered a siege. Anyway, the incident is over, if he brings back elemental crystals by then, he can buy them, but if not, then just pretend it never happened. Forget it. After a few minutes, Eli dismissed the idea. We should be more cautious about the strength of the second ring, and we still don't know how to excavate the ruins and what the situation is, we will talk about it later. The next day, Eli also confirmed the authenticity of this matter from official channels. Indeed, a wizard secret realm was discovered, and it was in the buffer zone between the two forces. It was discovered suddenly during the battle between the two forces, and only then did the follow-up happen. And Eli was not in a hurry after making sure, because according to his understanding, this kind of confrontation involving two forces definitely needs to be negotiated. Sure enough, afternoon. Eli gets word about a meeting tomorrow to discuss what to do with the rift. The next day, Eli came to the conference room very early, and besides him, there were only 3 people here. Eli, it's strange that you came so early. At this time, the door opened, and a man in black and red clothes walked in. It was Rawls, who was also a member of the council at this time. For the sake of the White Tower. Eli nodded, and the two of them usually had a harmonious front-to-face communication, since they were both adults after all. Rawls smiled, sat in his seat, and did not speak. As time went by, all the members came, including Speaker Marcos and Deputy Speaker Kratos, but there were also missing people. For example, Deputy Speaker Jesse and Siren did not come, and there were other members. Well, 10 people came this time, not bad. Speaker Marcos sat in the center and looked around. They are the highest level of power in the entire White Tower. Naturally, it is impossible for everyone to be here all the time. 10 people are already a lot. Let's get started. Marcos coughed, he was very old. Let me talk about the situation first. The secret realm discovered this time is a medium-sized secret realm, and inside it is the ruins of a wizard academy, and this wizard academy seems to have a large part of warlocks. As we all know, when the wizard left, he took away most of the knowledge. There is also a lot of knowledge on the road of the warlock, and some training witch tools for the warlock are also taken away, but there may be some of them, plus the magic plant inside, so according to the division of resources, this secret realm should be considered third class. The current discussion is to send people in with Wangxiu, and then only the first ring and 0 ring will be sent in, and then the secret environment will be allocated according to the amount of resources obtained. Now, a second ring is needed as a leader. The White Tower divides resources into 5 grades, the first grade is the lowest, the 5th grade is the highest, and the 3rd grade is already not a low evaluation. Everyone nodded when they heard Marcos's description. It is indeed a secret realm rich in resources, but that's all. You must know that there are several ruins found every year, but most of them are wizards. I believe there will be no major exceptions this time, and it is not worthwhile to be with the 10,000 Blood Alliance. The conclusion is that there is a high probability that the second ring may not gain much, the first ring has risks, and the 0 ring depends on luck. What do you think? Marcos looked at the crowd and asked. I think we still have to fight, but whoever wants to go depends on self-awareness. After all, not everyone is willing to go. Kratos said first. Well. Marcos nodded, hesitated. Actually, the secret realm is not a particularly big deal, but this time it is in the middle of the two forces, so it is more sensitive. This is also the first time since the establishment of the White Tower. The 10,000 Bloods Alliance has a direct collision, so the secret realm doesn't matter, the focus is on friction with the 10,000 Bloods Alliance. We must not act too weak, that's why we need this person who can take charge. You are all congressmen, who has an idea? Marcos looked at the crowd and asked. Parliament fell silent for a moment. If no one wants to go, then I'll just say what I think. Marcos glanced at the crowd and said. Forget it, I am the strongest. Since this is the first collision, then let me do it. Suddenly, Kratos beside Marcos suddenly spoke. Eli didn't expect Kratos to be involved in this matter. Well, it's okay, you are in the late stage of the second ring, that's enough. Marcos was not angry when he was interrupted, but rather happy. Well, but I'm sure I won't be able to get in at that time, and 1 or 2 leaders are needed in the secret realm, so I'm going to let Herman and Rolls go with me. Kratos knocked on the table and said. Oh. Marcos looked at Kratos in surprise, and thought for a while, of course, but it depends on Herman and Rolls' thoughts. According to the order of Parliament, members of Parliament have the right to refuse. On the other side, Eli was also stunned, he was backstabbed by Kratos. But now that Kratos has brought it up, he feels that this matter should not be that simple. Also, no one has seen through his disguise at the moment. Isn't this just letting him, who has the power of the second ring, compete with the first ring and apprentices? Yesterday he thought that the second ring would also enter, but now the opposite is only the first ring, he doesn't seem to have anything to be afraid of? Then go for it. I can. Eli held up his hand. Me too. Rawls also raised his hand excitedly, looking at Eli. For so many years, he has always regarded Eli as his opponent, but he has never won once. This time is another chance. Well, then only Rawls and Herman participated this time. Does anyone else have any objections? I don't. I do not have either. No. Soon others also set an example. After all, Kratos has come forward, and the others have nothing to say. Very well, then it's decided like this. This time, the secret realm will be led by Kratos, and Rawls and Herman will be the assistants. Marcos decided. The meeting is over. At the end of the meeting, everyone left one after another. Chapter 164. White Tower Square. It is a square located near the periphery of the White Tower. The entire area is paved with white stones. It has a large area. Generally, large-scale outings will gather here. At this time, a huge crowd gathered on the square, about 150 people in number. Among them, there are about 120 apprentices, and most of them are wearing ordinary leather armor or warlock robes in the middle and late stages of apprenticeships, which are similar to wizard robes, but lighter than wizard robes. The others are all one-ring wizards. Although they also wear leather armor and warlock robes, the material and the defensive wizard formations they emit are completely different from those of the apprentices. At this time, these warlocks all raised their heads and looked at a high platform in front of them. On the high platform, Kratos stood at the front and Rawls and Eli stood behind him. Eli stood on the high platform, looked down, and saw Rose in the crowd at a glance, but at this time Rose was already a middle-stage warlock. He was pulled out of prison 20 years ago, and he also participated in this time activity. The warlocks in the camp are also developing very well, and their strength is good. Herman, you have to be careful, don't even defeat them someday. Lido. Eli glanced at Rawls, but ignored him. Speaking of which, the strength he showed is definitely not one of the strongest 16 people in the White Tower today. After all, although warlocks are good in the later stage, they are always talented, such as Rawls. It is already the limit of the late stage of the first ring, but as one of the pioneers, unless he dies or betrays, no one can pull him out of the council. You guy, I am the blood of the second ring. It will definitely be much easier to break through than you in the future. There is a high probability that I will break through the second ring earlier than you. Be careful when I replace you. Rawls said laugh. Well, then you go on. Eli nodded. Rawls's smile faltered. It's been decades. Seriously, can he die? He still wanted to speak, but this time Kratos glanced back at him and signaled him to stop, so he stopped talking. Kratos was also helpless. He had known this for 60 or 70 years, and it hadn't changed at all. Then he turned his head and looked at the warlocks below. It has been 2 days since the last meeting, and the White Tower has selected many warlocks to participate in this secret realm. Today is not only an explanation of the precautions, but also the time to set off. Welcome everyone who is willing to participate in this secret battle with the Alliance of Thousand Bloods. I am Kratos, and I am sure everyone is familiar with it. Kratos was also very direct, and he started talking directly, and the bottom fell silent for a moment. This time is not only an opportunity for everyone, but also a strength for the 10,000 Blood Alliance, so this time I have only one request for you, and that is to win. Not only must we win the 10,000 Blood Alliance in terms of resources, which is related to the ownership of the secret realm, but we must also win them in terms of combat, so that they can see how powerful the White Tower Warlock is. Kratos said loudly. Of course, we won't let everyone work in vain. This time, we will rank everyone according to the amount of resources. At that time, we can rely on the resources purchased from the White Tower, including the limit-breaking potions and magic blood potions that zero-ring wizards need. Potions, or bloodlines, or the bloodline crystals, similar to elemental crystals, needed by a ring warlock, and you only need to hand in a quarter of the resources you get. Compared with verbal declarations, substantive rewards are much better. And because this time it was a demonstration of the 10,000 Blood Alliance, the Academy also spent a lot of money. So at this time, if the warlocks below heard it and shouted one after another, their fighting will instantly rise to the peak, and they even wish to enter the secret realm immediately. But Eli, who is the decision-maker of the White Tower, curled his lips. Deficit? If you can get the secret realm, then these resources are nothing at all, and if you can't get it, a quarter of the resources of the warlocks can basically offset the rewards, not only can't lose money, but may also make a small profit. As for where all the money went, it went through various conversions and then flowed into the pockets of various high-level executives, and it just so happened that Eli was one of them. Therefore, Eli looked at this group of people at this time, and even felt like watching leaks cheering, which was very interesting. That's all I want to say. At that time, everyone will adapt to the situation in the secret realm. At that time, Congressman Herman and Rawls will also enter it. If everyone encounters them, they must obey their orders. Quatos said again. Then Rawls and Eli also spoke briefly, and then distributed the map of the secret realm, and the mobilization meeting was considered to be over. At the same time, dozens of Saurus giant eagles are already waiting by the side. This is a zero-ring giant eagle. Although it is of a low grade, it bears very good weight and is very large. Each one can carry up to a dozen people. It is a transportation tool for the White Tower to feed. Set off. Kratos announced that all the wizards and cods climbed onto the back of the giant eagle one after another, and Eli and Rawls also walked towards a single giant eagle, which is normal. Herman, Rawls, come with me. At this moment, Kratos waved at the two of them. The two were puzzled, but they also followed. Eli felt that there must be something wrong, and he felt something was wrong before the council. On the back of the giant eagle, Kratos did not speak, and the two sat in a corner. When everyone was ready, the giant eagle flapped its wings, and at the same time, the light wind element wrapped around the wings, bringing them into the sky. At this time, a witch weapon was activated on the neck of the giant eagle, and a shield appeared, blocking the surrounding pressure and wind for the warlocks, and then flew towards the distance. The giant eagle is very fast, and can fly tens of meters in the blink of an eye. Eli also admired the scenery on both sides, thinking whether he should add a flying ability to himself. Just as he was thinking, Kratos not far away finally spoke. He turned his head, looked at the two of them and said, "Come closer, I have something to tell you." Rawls? Rawls was a little confused, but Eli had expected it, so he was very calm. "My lord, what's the matter?" Rawls asked. "It's okay, just chatting with you about the secret realm." Kratos sat down and said to the two with a smile. "You should have doubts this time, why did I take the initiative to take the task of this secret realm?" Kratos asked. "Doubt? No." Rawls said subconsciously, but suddenly realized that he had said something wrong. Kratos. He was speechless for a moment, but he smiled again in the next second, and said, "This time I want to participate in the secret realm, because during the first round of exploration, my people discovered that there may be traces of the second-order blood soul flower inside. Need this thing?" Kratos looked at the two seriously. "Have to." Eli understood, so it made sense, but if he remembered correctly, the blood soul flower should be a precious plant that compensates for the damage of the original soul. Could it be? On the other side, Kratos saw that the two of them also understood what the blood soul flower was, and did not hide it, saying, "You have been my subordinates for many years, I trust you." To be honest, when fighting the 10,000 Blood Alliance decades ago, my soul source was damaged. It was nothing at first, but as my strength improved, this problem became bigger and bigger, and now if I want to go further, then I must make up for this part. So I need you to try your best to get me the blood soul flower from the secret realm. Can you do it?" "My lord, don't worry, we will definitely take out the blood soul flower from it for you," Eli said. "Me too." Rawls also hastily expressed his loyalty. Kratos is the background of the two in the White Tower, and also assumes the identity of the umbrella of the two, which can save them a lot of trouble. Herman's stability for so many years is at least 50% his credit. So when the time comes, as long as there is no danger, Eli will retrieve the blood soul flower for him. Of course, if there is danger, then forget it. As for Rawls, a half-dog, let alone, in order to defeat Eli in front of Kratos, he will definitely do his best. Yet, Kratos looked at the two loyal men with satisfaction, both of whom had followed him since they were apprentices. "Does your lord know the exact location of the blood soul flower?" Eli asked. "Of course, this is the general map inside, I recorded it." "Map? Hasn't it been distributed before?" Rawls wondered. They had distributed a map before. That's the simplified version. Kratos glanced at him and took out two maps. Eli took out the one posted on the square before, opened it for comparison. "Good guy, this castration is too outrageous. The previous map only had building names, but some places on this new map even marked resources and possible dangers, and even had a rating. But this is the map you should have obtained. This place seems to be the location of the Blood Soul Flower, Kratos said, pointing to a place. Originally, Eli knew in no time that this was their exclusive leadership map, and his subordinates were of course the castrated version. It can only be said that there are differences in treatment everywhere. So much for the conversation. After the conversation, Eli and Rawls sat back to their original seats, and Rawls stared at Eli with burning eyes, as if he would find the Blood Soul Flower in advance. Eli glanced at Rawls, then closed his eyes, upset. In this way, the giant eagle carried the warlocks of the White Tower and moved quickly towards the target location. Chapter 165. The giant eagle howled. 3 days later, Eli and others arrived at their destination. It is still the familiar Zemi Plateau, but at this time, there are many people stationed on the plateau. Eli stands on the giant eagle and looks down. At this time, in the center of the plateau, above an altar, there is a quaint gate. It exudes a mysterious space atmosphere, and there is a vortex in the center. It's here. It seems that the 10,000 Blood Alliance has arrived ahead of schedule. Kratos stood at the front and looked towards the corner of Jeyuan. Dozens of ground beasts were feeding on the plateau in twos and threes, and not far away was a large tent. The tent was tall, and there was a sign belonging to the 10,000 Blood Alliance outside, a bloody wolf's head. Eli also glanced at that side, but due to the distance, he didn't see anything. At this moment, the giant eagle let out a long howl and landed slowly. Landing on the ground, Kratos jumped off the giant eagle first, followed by Eli and Rawls. "Gentlemen, welcome. The person in charge of staying here is a White Tower warlock with a ring, and at this time he came over with a flattering face. Well, let's talk in the tent first," Kratos said without talking nonsense. "Okay." The first ring warlock smiled, and while the others entertained the other first ring warlocks and apprentices, he led the 3 of Kratos to the largest tent in the temporary camp. Soon, the 3 arrived at the tent, and all the important people were called here. Kratos sat in the main seat, Rawls and Eli sat on both sides. "Tell me about the situation in the secret realm, and the situation of the 10,000 Blood Alliance," Kratos asked. "My lord, this secret realm should be regarded as not very dangerous, but there are many things left in it, and I guess it should be left over from the time of the evacuation. The most powerful monsters discovered so far should be in the center of the academy, where there is a group of mutated and deformed monsters left over from the past. Among them, there is a ring of extreme level, and the others are normal, that is, there may be sporadic monsters scattered in the secret realm." Someone immediately took out the record and started talking to Kratos. "There is also the Alliance of 10,000 Bloods. This time it should be Kadir Kles, a late-stage warlock of the second ring, and the giant serpent warlock of Komoin. He is also very powerful. He is the only one in the second ring, and there are 32 people, about 110 people in the apprenticeship stage. It seems that the 10,000 Blood Alliance still abides by the rules. Herman, Rawls, this time our second ring will not participate in the battle, you are the ones going in, do you two have any questions?" Kratos turned to look at the 2. Is there a list of the 10,000 Blood Alliance? I want to take a look," Eli said. Although he is a bit of a bully, maybe there is a talented person who can leap to the next level and fight in the 10,000 Blood Alliance. There are too many stories like this. "Master Herman, this is available." Soon, an apprentice respectfully handed 3 documents to the 3 of them. Although only Herman wanted them, they all prepared 3 documents. Eli began to read. The file records are relatively complete, and some objects that need to be paid attention to are also marked. 2 of them require the most attention. One is Adams with the limit of 1 ring. This is a warlock of the Komoin giant snake. It is said that the blood concentration is very high, and the blood talent is inspired by 1 ring. He is a genius of the Komoin clan of the 10,000 Blood Alliance. There is also Emolin, who has a limit of 1 ring, and the blood of the psychedelic butterfly. Although it is only a blood of 1 ring, it is very confusing, and many people have been fooled by it. The other ones are the first ring warlocks. Eli also carefully checked them, and Rawls did the same. After all, there was going to be a battle, and he didn't dare to push it too hard. And from this document, it can be seen that the 10,000 Blood Alliance is actually stronger than the White Tower. After all, this time they only have Rawls as the limit of 1 ring. Of course, this is also related to the birth of the White Tower. According to the current classification of West Coast forces, it is generally divided into top-level forces, first-rate forces, second-rate forces, and third-rate forces. As for how to distinguish this level of power, in addition to having references to first-ring warlocks and territories, it mainly depends on the high-end combat effectiveness of the power, which is hard. The third rate has at least one second ring, the second rate has more than 3 second rings, the first rate has at least 1 second ring, and there may be 3 rings. As for the top, there are more. Of course, this can only be used as a reference sometimes. After all, it is normal for some forces to hide a few more advanced warlocks. No force will expose all the forces. The White Tower and the 10,000 Blood Alliance are both second-rate forces, but the 10,000 Blood Alliance has 8 second rings, but the White Tower only has 5. After all, the 10,000 Blood Alliance has developed for a long time. He-Man, don't die. Rawls said to Eli with a complicated expression after reading the file. This time, the overall strength of the 10,000 Blood Alliance is much stronger than them, and their situation is not very good. Don't get the Blood Soul Flower at that time, but die inside instead. Be careful too. Eli glanced at Rawls. Rawls is actually not a bad guy, but he is a bit arrogant, and he seems to have some obsession with defeating Eli, otherwise he would not be able to keep him until now. Well, the situation is really bad. Kratos also felt troubled after reading the document. The gap is really not small, and the bloodlines of the 2 first-ring ultimate warlocks of the 10,000 Blood Alliance are good. If they take the lead, they may even return home in a big defeat. Hey, the current situation is like this. The first-ring warlock also sighed. Okay, then Herman and Rawls should be more careful and save their lives. Kratos said directly without shy away. Okay. That's nothing to discuss. The battle in the secret realm should be 2 or 3 days later. You go to rest first. Kratos waved his hand to dismiss the meeting. Eli was taken to a separate tent. A ring? It seems to be indeed a ring. In the tent, Eli pursed his lips, but it was just a ring wizard. However, he was already a warlock in the middle stage of the second ring at this time, and with the shadow dragon blood of the fourth ring, although it was impolite, Eli felt that he could beat Kratos violently. Thinking of the breakthrough of the first spell seal of endless devouring power, he felt that it was worth spending hundreds of years of research, spending a lot of magic stones, time, and going the wrong way many times. I just don't know how the first ring warlocks of the 10,000 Blood Alliance know that their opponent is a second ring guy. It's none of my business. If you want to blame it, blame Kratos. I didn't want to come out. Unfortunate 10,000 Blood Alliance. In the tent, Eli mourned for the alliance of 1,000 Bloods. Hey, this is so unfair. At this time, in the largest tent of the 10,000 Blood Alliance, 2 warlocks were sitting on the main seats. One with a gloomy face and an icy aura exuding from his whole body is the person in charge of the 10,000 Blood Alliance this time, Kadir Kles. Opposite him is a man with blonde hair, also with vertical pupils, but his pupil color is stained with some gold, and he is very tall, very confident and domineering, and it is he who spoke just now. Unfair? We haven't forgotten that the White Tower stabbed us in the back. They must pay the price. Kadir said coldly, showing his white teeth. Indeed. Adams nodded, his eyes lingering on a bloody curse mark on his right arm. Don't worry, this curse seal can completely cover up the fact that you have broken through the second ring. At that time, as long as you have a specific curse seal, you can return to the second ring without harming your body. Kadir looked at Adams, Road. Although you have just broken through the second ring, it is enough to deal with the group of warlocks in the White Tower. Killing people is enough. If they all die here, it will be a big loss for them, but they dare not do anything. Kadir sneered. It was they who proposed to explore the secret realm together, but their purpose was not to explore the secret realm. The White Tower and the others have been unhappy for a long time, and today is the beginning. Understood, it's just a group of warlocks with 1 ring, I'm enough alone. Adam stretched his body, confident and relaxed. Unfortunate White Tower. Chapter 166. 2 days later. On the plain, under the altar, hundreds of people gathered here. Eli and Rawls stood in front of the warlock of the White Tower, not far away was the warlock of the 10,000 Blood Alliance, and Adam stood in front of the powerful warlock like Maureen. Adam straightened his body, with a rebellious face, his eyes didn't even look towards the White Tower, and Emolin was a charming-looking man with a good skin and a big smile. As for the warlocks behind them, they had grim smiles on their faces, looking sharply at the warlocks in the White Tower, as if they were looking at lambs to be slaughtered, and they were sure of winning. "It's almost time." On the altar, Kratos said calmly, next to him was Kadir. "It's almost there." Kadir also nodded, a cold light flashed in his eyes. After finishing speaking, the two looked at the altar behind them. At this time, there were still holes in the portal, and someone was filling it with magic stones to replenish energy. The vortex also grew bigger, and soon turned into a wall. The entry will be random at that time. If you encounter one, try to gather and act. Bottom, Rawls said to the humanity behind him. At this time, the vortex has been completely formed and can be entered. "Okay, everyone go to the altar first." Kratos shouted loudly, his eyes were constantly patrolling among the members of the 10,000 Blood Alliance to check whether they met the standards. Kadir is similar, but he is still a lot nervous, but after seeing Kratos for a few seconds, he retracted his gaze and showed a relaxed smile. He was not found and stabilized. No problem. And what he paid the most attention to was Eli, not because of his strength, but because this guy had caused them great pain, which indirectly led to their initial failure. Therefore, when the team started to board the altar, Kadir said directly when Adams and Maureen passed by, "Kill that guy Herman." "Understood." Emolin nodded. "Okay." Adams looked indifferent, and looked at Eli curiously. He also knew about this warlock's deeds, but he didn't take it seriously. After all, this is a world that depends on strength, and people like He-Man who delve into small paths will not have any good results. "Sad!" Adams exclaimed. "Go in, the gate of the secret realm can last for 2 days, just come out after 2 days, then the world will be over." Kratos said to everyone. Hearing what Kratos said, Rawls and Herman were also about to enter, but before entering, Adams took a step forward to block the two of them, turned his head and said, "Sorry, let's go first," and then stepped into the after leaving the secret realm. Emolin followed closely behind. "This guy." The corners of Rawls's mouth twitched, while Eli looked away from Adams, showing a weird smile. "What's the matter, Herman?" Rawls asked at the side, seeing Eli's expression. "It's okay, let's go in." Eli shook his head, and walked into the secret realm with Rawls. It was just a trivial matter. Others followed closely behind. Hundreds of people quickly entered the secret realm, and the vortex of the secret realm slowly shrank. "Hee, Kratos, pray how much of your White Tower can survive?" After everyone entered, Kadir said with a smile. Facing the provocation, Kratos ignored it, but his frown seemed to indicate that he did not have much confidence. "Ha ha ha ha." Kadir smiled and walked towards the altar. He was already looking forward to Kratos' wonderful expression 2 days later. On the other side, Eli shook his dizzy head and looked around. At this time, the area he was in seemed to be a huge forest, surrounded by huge trees tens of meters high, and the ground was full of weeds and raised tree roots. This is an area that no one has stepped into for hundreds of years. Forest. Eli didn't move, but took out the map first and started to check his position. "Hey, it seems to be very close to the blood soul flower that Kratos needs." According to the map, he should be in a forest on the edge of the secret realm at this time, and outside the forest, it seems that Kratos said the potion garden, which is where Kratos pointed. But Eli glanced at a plant under a tree more than 10 meters away, narrowing his eyes slightly. Moonspring water, a precious magical plant, has been extinct on the west coast for decades if I remember correctly. I didn't expect it to be found here. Is it worthy of being a relic? Otherwise, let's go after collecting the things here. Anyway, 2 days is a lot of time, so there is no rush. After making a decision, the shadows under Eli's feet suddenly began to squirm one by one, and the eyes of the shadows quickly looked around, which was more efficient. As for him, he went to collect the Moonspring water. Warlock of the White Tower. At this time, behind a big tree tens of meters away, a middle-stage warlock with one ring narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Eli's squatting body. He also just came in when he saw Eli collecting plants. But it's too careless, you can't blame anyone if you die. Warlock looked at Eli's squatting body, with the corners of his mouth raised. At the same time, his right hand gradually turned into a sharp claw, and his body jumped towards Eli in an instant. The wind elements gather on the sharp claws and turn into wind blades. His body is also surrounded by wind elements, speeding up his speed. He is fused with the blood of a ring of wind-sickle weasels. He is best at bursts and sneak attacks. With this song, he has already attacked many people. He didn't believe that the warlock in front of him could escape this distance. Go to hell. When there was still a distance of 5 meters, the warlock came to show a grin. But in the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore, because in an instant, a large shadow appeared in front of him like a tide, enveloping him directly. What is this? Woohoo! Warlock struggled frantically, but the shadow seemed to be alive, tightly wrapped around Warlock, and then pulled him into the shadow. Fool! After collecting the silent moon spring, Eli turned to look at the dead Warlock. Did the guy think he didn't spot him? No way, no way! Really so stupid? Hey, what a pity! Eli pursed his lips. A one-ring warlock died just like that. Immediately, he summoned a skeleton and began to touch the corpse. This is to prevent any bad things from the warlock. A total of 3 valuable items were found. A map, a small witch tool, and a piece of alchemy leather armor with 1 ring. The map is from a secret realm, but there are some additions, not bad. Picking up the map, Eli found that it was from a secret realm. A bit better than the normal White Tower map, not as good as his, but still has some nice touches. As for the witch weapon, Eli was very interested. It was a witch alchemy product as big as a Rubik's Cube. After receiving it, Eli directly erased the warlock's soul imprint, carved his own imprint, and threw it directly on the ground in front of him. Suddenly, the Rubik's Cube changed. In the blink of an eye, a 7 or 8 square meter alchemy hut appeared. Good! Eli exclaimed. It's the first time he's seen this kind of thing. It's much more convenient than going out, and it's something he's not familiar with, so it's worth learning. On the contrary, Eli didn't care too much about the alchemy leather armor, so he put it away. After entering the secret realm for more than 10 minutes, he had gained so much, and Eli suddenly felt that this trip to the secret realm seemed to be a good one. Well, there are elemental crystals. I don't know where they are. Eli didn't forget what he needed most this time, and he planned to explore slowly later. At this time, with the exploration of the Eye of Shadow, Eli also discovered many new magic plants. He continued to explore in the forest, and some of them encountered the warlock of the White Tower and 10,000 Bloods. The White Tower said hello and left, and Eli of 10,000 Bloods had no idea, but these warlocks seemed to be very enthusiastic about Eli, so he could only kill them with tears in his eyes, and gained another wave of items. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. Eli explored almost all of this primeval forest, and then walked out of the forest. The destination is the magic plant garden not far away. There should be a lot of good things in the magic plant garden. Eli pursed his lips and sped up a little. Chapter 167. Leaving the forest, Eli changed his public face and set off towards the target area. Along the way, there were traces of battles in many places. It was obvious that the warlocks of the White Tower and the 10,000 Blood Alliance were fighting non-stop. Eli could only pray for their luck. Soon, he came to the magic plant garden. Is it inside? Eli's eyes lit up, and a large area came into view. The tall fence is engraved with fine runes. Although he has not approached yet, Eli has already felt the breath of a large wave of high-quality magic plants. If he reads correctly, they should all be in the magic plant garden. But at this time, there seemed to be a lot of breath outside the gate of the secret realm, and there were faint voices coming from inside. Someone seems to come first. Eli thought for a while, and a large shadow shrouded him, sneaking towards the magic plant garden. At this time, it is in the magic planting park. Damn it, these witch formations seem to absorb natural energy, so they haven't broken yet. A one-ring warlock looked at the protective cover in front of him and frowned. He turned to look elsewhere. This is the potion field. At this time, there are precious plants growing in each area. Most of these plants are not only cherished, but also have a long lifespan. At least they are all magic plants of the first and second rings, which makes his teeth numb. Yes, every mu of potion field is covered by a witch array. Carrie, let's make a decision on how to allocate it. Suddenly another voice came. At this time, he was not the only one here. In the wide area, there were still 7 or 8 first-ring warlocks and more than 20 apprentices, all wizards of the 10,000 Blood Alliance. They all made an appointment, and once they entered the secret realm, they would come here to harvest a wave first. Assignment. Clay glanced at the sound. At this time several other first-ring warlocks looked over, as did other apprentices. Of course, there are not only us in this secret realm, but also people from the White Tower. Let's go first, but there is no guarantee that they won't gather. A warlock cast a glance at him and said. Yeah. Carrie nodded, it really should be. Soon they discussed a plan. According to the plan, we will temporarily separate and go to other places after collecting here. How about this, we each select an area, and then break through the wizard formation, and then whoever breaks through will take it away. One ring of wizards can do it by themselves, and other apprentices can jointly break it. How is it? Someone said the result. Can. Everyone nodded. Then I want this piece of dragon scale grass. This kind of magic plant can increase the degree of compatibility of the blood, and increase the possibility of the warlock with the first ring blood breaking through the second ring to dig out the deep blood. A first ring warlock took the lead in choosing. Then I'll take the snake scale fruit, which can increase the defense of the scales, which is just right for my Comoin bloodline. The first ring warlocks quickly selected the most valuable magic plants, and the apprentices also divided up the others. Clay looked at the center of the potion field with scorching eyes, and said. Then I'll take this piece of blood soul flower. I seem to have seen the blood soul flower of the second ring. This thing is also very valuable for sale. Blood soul flower is currently one of the most valuable magic plants here, but the defense of the witch array is also very strong, so few people choose it, but he is in the late stage of the first ring, so he is so confident. Then let's get started. Everyone started to move, and Clay took a deep breath. Hot flames spewed out from his body, turning into a pillar of fire and bombarding towards the witch formation. The flames splashed everywhere, and the temperature here rose instantly, but the energy of the shield was also consumed rapidly, and the shield could not last long only relying on natural elements. In addition to him, other warlocks also used the elemental power of the bloodline to attack, and some apprentices relied on the power of the bloodline to attack directly with the body, attacking a shield with a dozen or so. There is also a shield. At this moment, in the shadows away from them, Eli watched them work in full swing. Should I take the shot now? Or later? Eli was also very greedy for these potions, and he didn't expect to find the blood soul flower so smoothly. But after thinking for a few seconds, Eli didn't attack, but walked directly towards the door. Anyway, according to what they said, leave after breaking through the division of the witch formation, he just guards at the door, wait for them to come out one by one, and then Eli grabs them one by one. This is comfortable, and he doesn't have to attack the shield by himself. Soon, Eli walked out of the gate of the magic plant garden and waited aside. After more than 10 seconds, it seemed that something was wrong, so another witch array was set up to hide this area. I'm so considerate, so that they can fight for me? No, they are digging precious magic plants for themselves. Eli took out a small bench and waited by the door. Half an hour later. Suddenly, Eli heard a shattering sound, his eyes lit up, he stood up, and took out the wizard's staff. This time I really made a lot of money. With so many first and second ring snake scale fruits, I'm afraid it's almost worth 100 middle grade magic stones. It's really cool to have such a secret place that hasn't been explored before. The One Ring Warlock walked towards the outside of the magic planting garden, holding a huge bag, which contained his harvest this time. Hurry up, I have to hide these first, and get them when I go out later. Ordinary warlocks don't have space equipment, but with so many high-value snake scale fruits, it would be troublesome if people saw them, so they had to hide them first. All the way across the road, he finally saw the gate. Let's go. Seeing the gate, Warlock immediately accelerated. He came to the door in a few seconds, and then walked directly outside. Hey, is it dark? The Warlock wondered why it was so dark when he walked out the door. Wrong. The Warlock reacted immediately, but in the darkness, a wand was already hitting his head directly, but because it was so sudden, he had no way to resist it, and could only watch helplessly as the wand hit his head. Boom! The next second, the soul shook, and the Warlock fell into a coma as if he had encountered something, and then fell to the ground. After the Warlock fell into a coma, the shadow gradually dissipated, revealing Eli. At this time, he was holding a wand in one hand, and the runes on the wand were activated one by one. This was the key to knocking the Warlock unconscious just now, and knocked the Warlock's soul unconscious with one blow. Wow, snake scale fruit, not bad. Eli looked at the things in the bag and smiled. He can also use this thing, and taking it for a long time should strengthen his scale defense. In no time, he stripped the wizard naked and cast it aside. Who will be the next lucky one? Taking out the small bench again, Eli waited patiently. 80. 80. For the rest of the time, Eli seemed to be playing knock-knock-a-mole. It's really a magic wand and a warlock, and apprentices don't need a magic wand. A large-scale soul coercion can directly put them into a coma, which is very easy. 36. Sitting on the ponytail, Eli turned his head to look. Not far away, dozens of warlocks were stripped naked and piled up like a hill. Men on top of men, it's a bit hot-eyed. Eli tutted, not turning his head. If he remembered correctly, there should be 38 people in that group, too short. Half an hour later. After Eli knocked out a warlock again and got a large amount of dragon's blood grass, he stretched his body and walked in. There is one left. But when Eli walked into the gate, he suddenly saw a warlock walking towards here with big strides not far away. It was Carrie who had just collected the blood soul flower. The two looked at each other and were silent for a moment. Who are you? Clay looked at Eli and asked, when Eli changed his face. Oh, have you finished collecting blood soul flowers? Unexpectedly, he happened to meet him, and he saw the bag behind Clay at a glance. Blood soul flower? How do you know that what I collected was blood soul flower? Clay frowned, faintly feeling that something was wrong. But in the next second, he opened his mouth wide. In the blink of an eye, countless shadows attacked him in an instant. He wanted to resist, but found that the shadows were too powerful. In just an instant, they were locked and unable to move. Then under his dumbfounded gaze, the man took out a wand and walked towards him with a wave. It hurts a bit, bear with it. Eli said with a smile. Pain. Clay was taken aback for a moment, and then saw Eli swinging his wand skillfully and throwing it at him. Boom. Clay was dizzy mentally for a while, and his body fell backwards. Before he fell, he faintly saw the man take the container containing the blood soul flower from him, but he had no way to stop it. How can this be? It was his last thought before he fell to the ground. Chapter 168. Well, there are still some magic plants, how can we just let them go? After knocking Clay unconscious, Eli continued to head towards the magic plant garden, and found that there were still a few magic plants that had not been harvested. After cursing a waste, his right hand gradually became bloody. Boom! The sharp claws collided with the elemental shield, making a bang, and then saw the elemental shield cracked like glass, and then disappeared suddenly. This kind of shield can be breached by one-ring warlocks and apprentices, which can predict his quality, but it is also related to the lack of energy. After all, thousands of years have passed, and it is already amazing that it can be maintained by relying on natural elements. So Eli's choice was to poach the device directly. That's right, in the center of every potion field, there is a pillar-like thing with complex alchemy runes engraved on the surface, constantly absorbing the surrounding elements. This is the source of the shield, and the absorbed elements can still promote the growth of magic plants. It can only be said that this group of warlocks didn't know the goods, so they let them go. Of course Eli wouldn't do the same thing, so he dug out these witchcraft pillars one by one and threw them into the secret realm, just in time for his potion field to be used. After taking these away, there was actually nothing left here, so Eli was about to leave, and on the way to leave, he thoughtfully threw Clay into the pile of people. Hey, I'm really a good person. Eli turned his head and left. In his eyes, this group of first-ring warlocks was nothing at all, so he was just knocked out, it was just a game. But before he could take a few steps, he stopped suddenly. Turning his head to look, there is a fence engraved with runes outside the magic planting garden at this time. There are some runes on it that Eli doesn't know, and they are also good things. Can't be wasted. Eli turned around and went back, dismantling all the fences and throwing them into the secret realm. It wasn't until half an hour later that Eli finally stopped when he looked at the magic plant garden that was almost flattened in front of him. It's time to go. Eli turned and left, dispelling the witch formation in an instant. At this time, the witch formation is outside. Rolls held the map and looked in front of him with a confused face. Behind him were 5 or 6 first-ring wizards, and more than a dozen wizard apprentices, all of which were the strength he gathered during the time he entered the secret realm. It shouldn't be, this should be what your lord said. Rawls rubbed his eyes, looked at the map again, and confirmed that this is where Kratos said before. But what about the magic plant garden? Where did you go? Rawls was a little skeptical about life, but suddenly, the air seemed to be broken, and another picture appeared in Rawls' eyes. The magic plant garden appeared. But something seems wrong. Has the magic plant garden been razed to the ground? Why is there nothing left? Rawls took a deep breath. My lord, what do you see there? Suddenly a warlock shouted in surprise. Everyone looked, and there was an open space in the distance, dozens of warlocks piled up like pork. Thousand blood. The group looked at each other in blank dismay, subconsciously took out their weapons. There seems to be some changes in the magic plant garden, but they seem to have picked up some things for nothing. The warlocks of the 10,000 Blood Alliance are all points, and the points are all exchanged for resources. Kill it. Rawls also said seriously. Put aside the matter of MOG, let's kill people first. On the other side, Eli walks all the way, breaks down all the way, and occasionally meets apprentices. If it's the White Tower, it's fine, but if it's a bloody one, I'm sorry, you deserve the sap skinning package. For a while, although Eli didn't take the initiative to collect, he still got a lot of things back. The only thing he regrets is that he hasn't found any elemental crystals yet. After all, his main purpose this time is elemental crystallization and wizard knowledge, which he must obtain if there is no danger. Elemental crystallization can allow him to quickly accumulate elementalization, and knowledge is the foundation of his strength. Eli has not forgotten that his current strength does not rely on the breakthrough of knowledge. Relying on blood may allow him to gain temporary strength, but fundamentally, he still needs to rely on the truth. Mastering the truth, and being strong naturally follows him everywhere. In this way, Eli wanders in the secret realm like a game. Half an hour later, when turning a corner, Eli's eyes lit up. About 300 meters away from here, there is a tall building about 3 stories high, but it occupies a large area, and its shape is like a CO-authored wizard manual, and in the center is a plaque that reads 3 words of library. Library. In the library of the Wizarding Academy, Eli pursed his lips slightly. His heart moved. Eli's lack of knowledge about wizards has always been a problem for Eli. At this moment, there is a complete library in front of him. How can this move his heart? However, although it is a library, it also has defensive means. At this time, on the flat ground in front of the library, 7 or 8 one-ring alchemy dolls are besieging a person, and this person is dancing like a butterfly in the attack. Constantly dodging, he continued to attack, and kept looking for opportunities to rush past the doll, but none of them succeeded. Maureen. Eli had seen this person before, and he was one of the leading warlocks in the 10,000 Blood Alliance wizards, the ultimate wizard, who was fused with the blood of the psychedelic butterfly. Even the strength shown by the alchemy puppet at this time is very strong. It's a pity that for the alchemy puppet, the means of charm are useless, so at this time he is in an awkward stage, that is, he can't rush through it, and he can't run back. But it just so happened that Maureen entangled the doll for Eli, so he could go straight there. Hey, he is a good warlock who sacrifices himself for others. Eli pursed his lips, and then walked towards the library. Damn it, I shouldn't be here. Emolin dodged the alchemy doll's attack again and gritted his teeth. As long as there are 6 first-ring warlocks in front of him, he may have already killed them all or left, but this is an alchemy puppet, and the power of his charm is directly stacked, and his 70% method is almost instantly lost the effect. No, it won't work like this. Emolin pursed his lips and looked around, trying to find a way to escape. But he couldn't find the place where he left, and instead, a person appeared out of the corner of his eye. People? Emolin was taken aback for a moment, and then saw a strange man passing by the place where he was fighting the alchemy puppet, and then walked towards the library. Damn it, stop. Even Emolin, who was always calm, broke his defense at this moment. He worked so hard against the alchemy puppet and picked peaches. But Eli seemed to just glance at him and walk on, not paying attention to what he said. Humph, if you want to pick peaches, you have to have that strength. Emolin gritted his teeth and dodged an attack again. A pair of psychedelic wings stretched out behind him, and a mental attack instantly attacked Eli. He wants to control this guy and give him a chance. But in the next second, he was stunned, and saw that the man seemed to have sensed something annoying, waved his right hand, and then a bigger wave directly blew away his mental power. That's impolite. The man turned his head, and the backhand was also a mental attack, which hit him instantly. The mental attack was indeed small, but at this time he was in the attack of the puppet, which made his rhythm instantly messed up, and the puppet's attack came from several directions in an instant. Ah! I'll go, don't hit the bottom. Damn it, it hurts so much. For a moment, Emolin was in danger of being beaten, and his body was even more traumatized. What made him feel even more uncomfortable was that the man had already arrived outside the broken gate of the library. She turned her head and waved at him, then strode in. Damn warlock! Emolin roared angrily. But the puppet's attack had already arrived, and he could only try his best to block it. There is nowhere to vent the grief and anger in my heart. Is this the library? On the other side, Eli has already arrived at the first floor of the library. This is a huge hall, unlike Bern's Imperial Library, where bookshelves are placed one by one, but what happened here, most of the bookshelves have fallen or broken, and most of the bookshelves are empty. Everything has already been covered with a layer of dust. There's nothing left? Did you come here for nothing? Eli frowned as he looked at the current situation of the library in front of him. No, at least not. Chapter 169. No, there are still some. Suddenly, Eli pushed aside a broken bookshelf with some books under it. A popular science book. Eli picked it up, looked at the 8 large characters on the cover of the book, the Encyclopedia of Races in the Wizarding World, and picked up the other 2 books, both of which were similar. But it's normal to think about it. When they evacuated back then, the wizards must have taken away most of the knowledge, and only some can be left behind. It's good to have some. So Eli collected it quickly, and finally collected hundreds of books on the first floor. Although most of them are popular science, there are also some knowledge-based books, some research on the soul, and witchcraft. Eli thinks it may be helpful for his research on the second seal of endless devouring. After confirming that all the collections on the first floor have been collected, continue to go up as soon as you come. Walking on the dusty stairs, Eli could see the beaten Maureen screaming through the window beside him, and Eli smiled. There are only 2 floors in the library, and the situation on the second floor is also different from Eli's imagination. I thought there might be more leftovers here, but it seems that there are fewer. Why? Eli sighed, and in an instant, a large shadow covered the entire second floor. He couldn't believe it, there was really nothing here, it was unscientific. Shadows flow here and there, burrowing into every crevice here. Click! Suddenly, as if a mechanism was touched. Hearing the sound, Eli looked over and took a few steps back. A hole was suddenly opened on the wall more than 10 meters away, revealing a small hidden space. And this space is not big, only about 1 cubic meter, but it is full of books. Eli's eyes lit up. Waving his hand, an undead appeared, moved to the space, and took out all the books. Basic Principles of Alchemy, City of Alchemy, 100 Attempts of Alchemy, Crosso's Alchemy Notes. It turned out to be an alchemy inheritance. Eli gasped, this is a complete knowledge system. Who the hell said there's nothing good here, isn't there? Eli took a deep breath, and picked up one of them casually. The content was the basic technique of alchemy, but Eli was very interested in reading it, because in his past knowledge inheritance, he had almost never been involved in alchemy. If he can master all these books, it means that he will learn a new skill again, and it is a skill that will benefit him for life. Now that there are few suitable witch weapons, can't he refine it by himself? Moreover, in the secret realm before, it was limited by the level of technology, so the organization that only refined the shadow dragon of the 4 rings refined the witch weapon of the first ring, and there was almost no special effect. After he has fully mastered them, he can carry out secondary transformation and refine them into real witchcraft. Not bad, I have something to do after I go back. Eli smiled, and carefully kept all the items in the secret realm. Then he checked the entire library carefully, and after confirming that there were no books here, he turned and left. Walking out of the library again, Eli saw that Maureen was still under siege. Hey, these alchemy dolls are all products of alchemy, and they should be of some help to my alchemy research. Originally, he had no idea about alchemy dolls, after all, he has undead, but now he has some ideas. Damn it, don't let me know who you are. Emolin yelled angrily when he saw Eli came out. He is beaten here, you go to harvest, there is no reason for it. But what surprised him was that the man seemed to turn around suddenly and walk towards this side. Coming? Maureen was stunned. Great, if I come here to lure the alchemy puppet, I can get out of trouble. A second later, Emolin showed surprise. Closer, closer, yes, yes. Emolyn was ecstatic in his heart, looking at Eli in his heart like he was looking at a fool. As long as he escapes from trouble, Eli is the one he must kill. He swears not to be human if he doesn't kill a guy. Go and go. As Eli got closer, an alchemy puppet seemed to finally sense it, and then moved towards Eli with Maureen's surprised expression. Great! Emolyn turned his head away, ready to leave, but when he turned back again, he was suddenly dumbfounded. Why is the head of the alchemy puppet in the hands of that man? What is he doing? It seems that he is researching. Emolyn was stunned. Then, under his dull and confused eyes, the man came over and stretched out an alchemy doll, and the one-ringed alchemy doll was in his hand like a toy. By the time Eli destroyed the core of the last puppet, only a dozen seconds had passed. As for Emolyn, he was already stupid at this moment, his body was trembling slightly, and cold sweat could not stop flowing from his back. Something is wrong, something is wrong. If anyone tells me that this is a one-ring warlock, he will definitely hack him to death. Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. Emolyn grinned hard, showing an awkward smile. As for the thought just now, he had already forgotten all about it. Misunderstand? Eli smiled. How do I remember? Didn't Kadir tell you that he was going to kill me? Eli smiled. Kadir? Emolyn was stunned, but in the next second, his eyes widened instantly, his pupils dilated, and he realized something. Could it be that? Maureen pointed at Eli, unable to believe it. In the next second, he turned around and ran. By this time, he already understood that this guy definitely came in hiding his strength. But in the next second, he felt a large shadow behind him. He turned his head to look, with a look of fear on his face, but the shadow had already reached his depth, and then directly saw him wrapped. Woo 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 woo. After a few minutes, the shadows dissipated and Eli stepped out. Hey, I can only say that you are unlucky. Eli walked out of the shadows and shook his head. If he hadn't happened to get the alchemy inheritance and needed the alchemy puppet as a reference, he might have just left. But it's okay, even without Eli, maybe he would have died in the siege of the alchemy doll, so Eli relieved him in advance. Maureen should thank him. Should. After briefly dealing with the traces, Eli walked outside. Suddenly, the soul belonging to Ross flickered. Eli sensed it. Master Herman, I just saw Adams. This guy killed one of our late-stage first-level warlocks just now, but his strength and speed are completely beyond what a normal first-level warlock can show. Although he has not reached the second level, but it's not normal to be much stronger than Lord Rawls. If you meet Adams, you must run quickly. Was it a messenger? Eli smiled, counting. Eli counted as Ross twice. Once he was rescued by the warlock who came from the Shadow Monitor Lizard when he was a child, and once he was caught in the dungeon because of the destruction of the Shadow Monitor Lizard Warlock Academy, and Eli rescued him again. Therefore, it is needless to say his loyalty to Eli, not to mention his soul imprint. Although he has been disabled in prison for many years, his talent is really good. Be regarded as one of his cronies. But in the next second, the soul wave appeared again. Damn, my lord, I was discovered. This guy is too strong. I'm near the east side of the secret realm, no, it's the west side. My lord, please don't come here. This guy has gone crazy. It's already too late to live in the afternoon, but it should be safe in that direction, you just need to hide somewhere. The messy words and the continuous soul fluctuation undoubtedly explained what Rose was going through, and he seemed to be running away while sending a message to Eli. Even when life is threatened, the first reaction is to tell Eli where it is safe. With such subordinates, Eli was suddenly a little moved. Eli pursed his lips. At this time, he was in the east of the secret realm, and he was completely in time. To save or not to save, that is the question. But the answer is yes. Beating a dog depends on the owner, let alone a loyal subordinate. Eli looked in the direction, the shadows under his feet were moving, he sensed Rose's position, and moved forward rapidly. A disguised second-ring warlock who has just been promoted, and someone who dares to touch him. Chapter 170. Damn it! Rose clutched his wound and hid behind a big tree. Hiss! He lowered his head and took a look. At this time, there was a huge gap in his chest, and the gap was filled with flesh and blood that flowed out. Rose never expected that Adam's strength was so terrifying. In the hands of Adams, who was at the limit of the first ring, he was defeated so completely and was seriously injured in just one meeting. Facing Adams, he even had the feeling that he was facing the members of the second ring in the White Tower, as if they were not at the same level at all, and Adams was very relaxed at that time. "It's over, I'm really unlucky, I'm unlucky wherever I go." Rose took a deep breath, and then got up and continued to escape. But when he stood up, a figure walked out from under the big tree not far away, with a faint smile on his face, looked at Luosi, and said softly, "I found you." Was found. Rose's pupils dilated, and the person in front of him was Adams, and his body even trembled slightly. Only after fighting Adams did he realize that the gap between the two was a bit big, they were not at the same level at all, and there was no hope of victory. "Is this the end?" Rose gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and stared at Adams' blood again. Countless shadows emerged from the surrounding shadows in an instant, turning into slender shadow spears and flying towards Adams. The spears tore through the air, making bursts of piercing sounds. Facing this scene, Adams smiled, and his eyes turned into cold vertical pupils. At the same time, the surrounding area began to heat up, and a wall of fire appeared instantly, blocking him. The shadows struck, as if the first snow had melted. In the flames, all the shadows disappeared one by one even within a few centimeters of the flames, and Adams was unharmed. The Comoin serpent, a giant snake-like creature that masters the element of fire. Sorrowful weakling. Adams walked out of the flames with a smile, and looked at Rose contemptuously. "Run. It is definitely impossible to fight, it depends on whether there is any hope of running away." Rose took a deep breath, tensed all his muscles, and ran towards the woods behind him, but something happened that surprised him. His body seemed to be stiff and unable to move. "How about the Comoin serpent's second ring talent for witchcraft and petrification?" Adams explained to Ross as he walked over. Rose's eyes widened and he looked at Adams in disbelief. "The second ring talent is witchcraft. Doesn't this mean that Adams in front of him is actually a second ring warlock, isn't it? But if you think about it carefully, if it's just a one-ring warlock, it's almost impossible to cause such damage to him. Damn, Wangxiu doesn't follow the rules." Rose's heart was ashamed for a moment, and he slowly closed his eyes. In front of the second ring, any struggle was meaningless. "Have you accepted your fate?" Adams smiled, and a basketball-sized ping-pong ball flew towards Ross. Boom! The flame collided with the shadow, and a wall of shadow suddenly appeared, stopping the flame. "It seems that I still want to live." Rawls was taken aback, thinking it was Rose's trick, so he moved towards Rose. Scales appeared little by little outside his body, and then confidently attacked the wall of shadows with flames wrapped around his hands and go. Boom! The fist collided with the shadow wall, which was different from the direct tearing that Adams thought. Instead, the flame in his hand was extinguished, and the shadow wall did not move at all. This! Adams was stunned. How could this be? Could it be a special witch weapon? In the next second, a bigger flame hit the shadow, and the fire cloud erupted, but when the flame dissipated, the wall of shadow was still unscathed, but he lost a lot of strength. Adams! At this moment, Ross has opened his eyes, looking at the scene in front of him, a little confused. This is not his means, what is the situation? But when he sensed the familiar breath coming from the wall, he was taken aback. "My lord, leave quickly, he is the second ring. Although I don't know where it is, judging from the breath, it is Lord Eli." The adults actually came to rescue him, and while being moved, he was anxious. What was in front of him was a second ring. Ross was very anxious. "My lord." On the other side, Adams was also taken aback when he heard the voice, and turned his head to look around, only to see a person slowly walking out of the woods under a big tree more than 10 meters away. "Who is it?" Adams looked at the stranger. "Ah, it's almost too late." Eli nodded towards Adams, and in an instant, countless shadows appeared behind him, turning into a giant hand, grabbing towards Adams, and the previous shadow wall also turned into a spear, attacking towards Adams. "Not too much pressure, just do it directly." The sudden attack also stunned Adams, but subconsciously, a wall of fire appeared, which should be enough. But immediately he found out that he was wrong. The hand of the shadow passed through the flames directly, pinching him directly, and the terrifying power directly made it difficult for him to breathe. At the same time, the giant spear behind him also attacked. Adams gritted his teeth and turned sideways a little, which allowed the giant spear to pass through his right chest. "How is this possible?" Adams gritted his teeth and looked at Eli, who was not far away, feeling the restraint and the severe pain in his body. This level of strength must have reached the second level. Your White Tower doesn't obey the rules. Adams gritted his teeth and looked at Eli. He is not a fool. Although he is in a state of being sealed, he is definitely not a first-level warlock who can be suppressed. This is definitely a second-level warlock. Abiding by the rules. Eli showed a strange expression. Speaking of this, you should not be qualified to say it. Humph, but if you think you can kill me like this, then you underestimate me too much. Watch me break the seal. Adams gritted his teeth, looked at Eli angrily, and wanted to break the seal. So, hey. Adams wanted to undo the seal, but suddenly found that the seal had no response. Turning his head to look, the seal was cut off at this time, unable to function at all, and his power could not be released. There are a lot of people who hide their strength. The first time I saw it, I sealed it. If I met someone else, forget it. But unfortunately, you met me. Next time, remember to choose a high-end sealing technique. Eli shook, shaking his head. He approached slowly. It is not difficult for him to cut off the seal in a short time through the shadow. Of course, if Adams is familiar with the sealing technique, he can naturally stop it, but it is obvious that he is not familiar with it. How can it be? Adams looked unbelievable. Is this something a warlock can do? Who would learn the sealing technique for normal warlocks? He was dumbfounded, but when he saw Eli approaching, he also realized his situation. Don't kill me, my father is a sorcerer at the limit of the second ring. Adams couldn't care less about face, begged for mercy, and explained his background. But in the next second, only a wind blade was seen flying towards him. The head flew up, blood spattered. Fool! Confirming that Adams was dead, Eli pouted. Let you go? You really dare to think? At this time, Ross, who was not far away, opened his mouth wide, watching this outrageous scene. By God, what did he see? In less than 5 seconds, Adams was killed by his master Herman. It seems. Adams is the second ring, right? Ross stared blankly at Eli, watched him silently take away the things on Adams, and then walked over slowly. My lord. Rose stammered. Well, come here to save you, I'm leaving. Eli threw a bottle of potion to Rose, then turned and left, as if it was really just a way to stop by. Rose stood there blankly, looking at the potion in my hand. Confused. Is his family so powerful? He told the adults to run away before, maybe he was a little too silly. Oh, by the way, this matter is kept secret. A message came from the soul imprint. Understood, my lord. One piece of witchcraft, and some materials, why are there so few? After Eli left, he checked what he had collected from Adams. For a second ring warlock, there are only a few materials collected on his body, and there are 1 rings with 1 ring, which is too little. Poor ghost. If the dead Adams knew what he was thinking, he would have to be revived angrily. You must know that the purpose of his coming in was to kill people. Naturally, he couldn't be busy collecting them. In order to hide it, he didn't bring the witch weapon of the second ring. However, this willpower ring is not bad. It can improve some concentration, which is not bad. Eli put away this 1 ring level ring, which can improve concentration. After dealing with this matter, Eli glanced at the direction and continued to head towards the center of the secret realm. The periphery is almost collected, it's time to go to the central area. Chapter 171. Eli arrived at the center of the secret realm half an hour later. The center of the secret realm is a huge wizarding town, filled with wizarding towers and low buildings, many of which are connected by chains. That should be the core of the wizard. Eli looked up, and saw a tall wizard tower in the center of the wizard in the distance. This wizard tower is completely dark, and its height is tens of meters higher than other wizard towers. There is a high probability that the elemental crystallization is here. Eli boldly guessed. After half a day and more than a day of searching, he has basically collected other places, but he has not found one of his goals here, elemental crystallization. Now it seems that if there is one place where there will be, it should be here. But to Eli's surprise, a lot of people had already gathered outside the wizard town, including those from the White Tower and the 10,000 Blood Alliance, but none of them entered the town. And Eli looked up. In the small town not far away, he faintly felt the explosion and consumption of a large number of blood vessels, as well as the gathering and collapse of elements, and he could even hear roars and growls. There seems to be a big fight inside? Eli frowned and walked behind the woods. When he came out again, he had already changed into his original appearance, tidied his clothes, and then strode towards the White Tower Warlock. Master Herman. Grown-ups. My lord, you are here. As soon as Eli walked over, many White Tower Warlocks flocked over and asked with concern. Of course, there were exceptions. Several warlocks in the late stage of the first ring looked at him with disdain. In their hearts, everyone was in the late stage of the first ring. Because when it was first established, it joined as a member of parliament. He didn't care about these people either, but asked an apprentice directly, what happened inside. The apprentice was stunned by the sudden question, and immediately said, My lord, someone wanted to go into the wizard tower in the center to see what's inside, but the result was that the mutant monsters gathered in the town suddenly erupted and surrounded in the central area of the entire town. Many people are now trapped inside, just waiting. Oh, and Mr. Rawls is also trapped inside. The apprentice added. That's it. Eli nodded, and then asked, what level is the distortion monster in there? Basically they are first ring monsters, and even almost second ring distortion monsters, otherwise everyone would have rushed in. A first ring wizard said. That's it, then I'll go in and have a look. Eli nodded, then turned and walked towards the town. Apprentice. He said that it was dangerous inside, but Lord Herman actually wanted to go in, which he didn't expect. As for the wizards in the circle, they also frowned, but they didn't stop them either. Hey, in the world of warlocks, strength is what matters after all. He is a member of parliament. Outside, we can let him order, but inside, distortion monsters will not show mercy. A warlock in the late stage of the first ring was full of disdain for Eli. Indeed, but anyway, I still have a little self-knowledge and didn't let us in. Another one-ring warlock nodded and agreed. On the other side, the gathering place of the 10,000 Blood Alliance. My lord, someone has entered the White Tower. It seems to be He-Man, the chairman of the White Tower. Some apprentices immediately reported to the warlocks after seeing it. I'm just looking for death. There must be good things in the wizard's tower, but it also depends on whether there is life. A late-stage warlock in the lead grinned. Sir, shall we just wait here? Some apprentices hesitated. Let's wait for Lord Mullen and Lord Adams to come. When they come, it's time to clean up this group of White Tower warlocks. One ring warlock said coldly. The first two forces in the town are safe and sound, not because of any bullshit tacit understanding, but because the strengths of the two external parties are similar at this time, but Maureen and Adams have not come here yet. Once they come, it will be time for them to clean up the White Tower. A small force that has been around for decades dares to compete with us. The warlock sneered. At the same time, in the small town, Eli's figure flickered in the shadows and moved forward quickly. It was also after entering here that he realized that this small town is very big, much larger than the camp of the White Tower. No, this has no effect on him. After all, he can see the heights in the center of the town as soon as he looks up. Tower. However, as the distance approached, Eli found that the environment in front of him gradually changed. Between the small towns, layers of mist began to appear, a vast expanse of whiteness. Eli walked into it and found that the perception of the mist had been suppressed, and the perception distance was less than 50 meters. And in the mist, Eli began to hear the sound of fighting and explosions faintly. The sound was not affected. Eli suddenly felt that he should strengthen his 5 senses. The sound goes forward. His speed was very fast, and he came to the place where the sound burst out in the blink of an eye. A few tens of meters away, 2 White Tower wizards in the middle of the first ring were struggling in front of a creature. Synthetic beast. Eli was a little surprised to see the creature. What the hell is this deformed creature? It's clearly a synthetic beast. Synthetic beasts are a very common creature for dark wizards. This kind of creature usually relies on a certain core, and then relies on the wizard's means to improve. It is a good helper for dark wizards in battle. It's a synthetic beast that looks like a black tiger, but there are 3 or 4 tentacles on both sides of its body, and its energy level is about the limit of the first ring. Damn, we can't take it anymore. The level of these distortion monsters is higher than we imagined, and in this fog, our perception is severely suppressed, less than 10 meters, which is too difficult. It was the White Tower warlocks who fought against the synthetic beasts. At this time, they had already suffered many injuries and were in a difficult situation. Dodging an attack again, the synthetic beast's tentacles wrapped around the two people's bodies in an instant, and pulled towards the synthetic beast's body, while its head split open, as if it wanted to swallow the two of them directly. Damn it! Feeling the power of the tentacles, despair instantly overwhelmed the two of them. Suddenly, the two heard a scream of fear, and then the tentacles began to loosen slowly. To their horror, a huge vine protruded from the ground not far away. On the vines, the synthetic beast that almost killed them before was roughly worn on it, struggling crazily. And a man put one hand directly into the synthetic beast's head, and took out a jet black crystal, and as the jet black crystal was taken out, the synthetic beast stopped moving instantly. Master Herman. The two looked at the person in front of them in shock. It was a person they had never thought of, Congressman Herman. And he is so strong. They used to think that He-Man was a bastard, but after seeing the scene in front of them, even a synthetic beast with a limit of 1 ring was no match for him, so they realized that what they did was outrageous. At this moment, the two remembered their misunderstanding of Eli, and felt a little ashamed. At the same time, Eli, who was holding the black crystal, was also stunned. He stared at the black crystal in his hand. It was about the size of a ping-pong ball and weighed about 30 grams, but it exuded a strong aura of dark elements. Elemental crystal. Eli was shocked. The crystallization in front of him was actually an elemental crystallization, and it was a crystallization of dark elements gathered together by a large number of crystallizations, which was much more precious than ordinary elemental crystallization. The core of the synthetic beast here is actually an elemental crystal. Grunt. Eli pursed his lips, his eyes gradually became serious. He looked into the mist and listened to the distant voices. What kind of battle sound is this? It's elemental crystals calling, how sweet it is. Immediately, he turned his head to look at the two one-ring warlocks. You go out first, I'll save the others. Eli said righteously. Then, under the stunned eyes of the two, they rushed towards the mist. My lord, he still has to save other people. The two first-ring warlocks looked at each other and fell silent for a moment. As for the core being elemental crystals, 1 gram of elemental crystals is worth dozens of magic stones, but the quantity is pitifully small. They don't think that Lord Herman is doing it for money. He is to save people. In an instant, their eyes were filled with admiration for Lord Herman. They even misunderstood this powerful warlock before, and it turned out that they were just low-key, so ashamed. Chapter 172. The two warlocks stayed for a while, and then quickly left here, while Eli continued to search into the mist. Soon, he discovered a new synthetic beast again, but this time the target of the battle was not the White Tower, but the warlocks of the 10,000 Blood Alliance. He was not so kind in the face of hostile forces, so he took out his ponytail and began to watch the battle. In the middle of the road, 1 man and 1 beast were fighting, and above the houses in the distance, Eli was watching the battle with a ponytail. The 10,000 Blood Alliance is a warlock in the middle stage of the first ring, and his opponent is a synthetic beast in the late stage of the first ring, and his opponent is a synthetic beast in the late stage of the first ring, which looks like a wild boar. Damn it! Warlock also saw Eli, but he was entangled and there was nothing he could do. What made him even more uncomfortable was that he was completely suppressed by the synthetic beast, and there was nothing he could do. Finally, 10 minutes later, amidst the warlock's eye-opening fear, the synthetic beast directly penetrated his body, and then tore it into several halves. He he he. The victorious synthetic beast made a he 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 sound, trying to devour the extraordinary characteristics in the warlock's body, but in the next second, countless shadows instantly enveloped it. After a few seconds, the shadow dissipated, leaving only a black crystal on the ground. Slightly smaller, about 40 grams. Eli walked over and picked up the core, feeling the general weight. Then he searched the warlock again, and left here quickly. There weren't that many synthetic beasts in the mist, so he had to hurry up. Thus, in the fog, someone who destroyed the combat environment suddenly appeared. Whenever he meets the warlocks of the White Tower, Eli will help them defeat the synthetic beasts, and then send them away. When encountering the warlocks of the 10,000 Blood Alliance, he will take out a small horse to watch the battle. If the warlocks can beat, then he will considerately give some help to the synthetic beast. If he can't beat it, then he will wait patiently. Of course, if it is too slow, he will still intervene a little bit. In this way, the number of Eli's elemental crystals increased rapidly. As time passed, seeing the number of searches getting slower and smaller, and the number was getting smaller and smaller. Eli also intentionally moved towards the center of the wizard tower. He was still looking forward to what there was in the wizard tower. What Eli doesn't know is that everything about him outside is changing too. Time back to 2 hours ago. The two warlocks ran out of the town in embarrassment, and then told Eli the scene of saving them. The expressions of the other warlocks were also very exciting. Is he that strong? It's fake. I don't think he saved you for no reason. Is there such a selfless person? Impossible, absolutely impossible. A group of White Tower warlocks talked a lot, but the main body still had reservations about what the two warlocks said, and as for Eli, they didn't really believe that he was such a person. But over time, one after another, warlocks or apprentices came out, and the situation changed. Really, if it wasn't for Lord Herman, I would be dead. Lord Herman will be my idol in the future. He saw that I was too weak and sent us directly to the gate of the town. If it were Lord Rawls, this might not be the case. From now on, I will be a fan of Lord Herman. If I can become a member of Parliament, Lord Herman is a two-handed person. The warlock who was rescued by Eli spoke in a disjointed manner, while the warlock who stayed outside was dumbfounded, and their attitude towards Herman gradually changed. From indifference to attention, from distrust to trust, from disdain to admiration. Of course, some of them still looked down on Eli. For example, the late-stage warlock who was the first to scold Eli before said disdainfully. A warlock in the late stage of the first ring, you don't really think how strong he is, right? He must have a special way to synthesize beasts, just a clown. He was very proud, but when he looked around and saw 8 or 9 one-ring warlocks and a dozen zero-ring apprentices glaring at him angrily, he suddenly froze. Dare not speak. He admitted that he had spoken a little loudly just now. Finally, under the kind persuasion of all the warlocks, he humbled his head and said, I'm a fool. Eli didn't know that the outside world's perception of him had changed so much. Even if he knew, he was not in the mood to care at this time, because at this time he had already arrived on the roof not far below the wizard's tower. Lift your head and look forward. The black wizard tower is 100 meters high, piercing straight through the white mist, like a dark spear tearing apart the light, tall and solemn, and at this moment, a one-on-one match is going on under the solemn wizard tower. It is unreasonable to say that it is one-on-one, because at this time, apart from one person and one synthetic beast, there are 7 or 8 people scatteredly. They include those from the White Tower and some from the 10,000 Blood Alliance, but without exception, they are all first-ring warlocks. For so many warlocks to die here, the opponent is naturally not easy. It looks like a tall giant, 5 or 6 meters high, with icy blue flames burning on its body, and its eyes are only the size of mung beans, but its aura is not weak at all, and it has reached the second ring. His opponent, Eli was very familiar with, was Rawls, who had been in the fog before, and his situation was also very bad at this time. Are they all dead? Rawls took a deep breath and looked around. Some of the 7 or 8 corpses were intact, some were broken, and they were scattered around. The ground was already stained red with blood. Even for him, he was at the end of his bow. An hour ago, they came here with the 10,000 Blood Alliance. It was supposed to be a battle between them, but the sudden appearance of the second ring synthetic beast changed everything. The powerful opponent forced them to unite together, but soon they realized the gap between the first ring and the second ring. Even if there is only a synthetic beast with limited intelligence in front of them, it is not something they can beat. Up to now, he is the only one left, but his blood power has almost been burned out, and he has no resistance at all. Therefore, when the ice flame giant walked up to him and grabbed him with one hand, he didn't even make any movements, just resigned to his fate. The ice giant picked it up and prepared to stuff it into his mouth, which would replenish his energy. Dying. It's a pity that he never defeated Herman once until his death. Rawls felt his head getting heavier and heavier. The biggest regret in his life is that he didn't defeat Herman, not because of his combat effectiveness, but because of other aspects. But just like that, dying with regrets seems to be no big deal. Goodbye, this world. Rawls' consciousness gradually sank. Finally, his eyes closed slowly, and he was about to fall into a coma. When his eyes were about to close, a familiar figure seemed to appear in his blurred vision. Herman? Rawls's confused consciousness subconsciously perceived that figure. This figure, which he will never forget in his life, should be a fantasy before death. In this way, Rawls fell into a coma with regret. At the same time, a shadow turned into a crescent moon, and in the blink of an eye, it came to the arm of the second ring Lanyan, like a swallow flying across the blue and white sky. One arm of the blue flame giant broke instantly, and the unconscious rolls also fell down, while a shadow caught him directly, and then threw him directly to the side. Boom! Rawls directly knocked down a big tree, but also stayed away from the battlefield. Synthetic beasts of the second ring, there should be a lot of them. Eli looked at the blue flame giant, his eyes sparkling. In the next second, the entire range of 100 meters was instantly covered by shadows, and skeletons wrapped in shadows appeared first, and then merged with each other. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 shadow skeletons with second rings appeared. They hold sickles condensed by shadows in their hands, and their bodies are covered with shadows. Combined witchcraft of the second ring shadow and skull joint technique, based on the basic undead manipulation, plus a little joint witchcraft, plus a little shadow of blood, this simple witchcraft is formed, and its power has reached that of the second ring level. It just so happens that this witchcraft has not been tested yet, so today is just right. Blue Flame Giant. His mung bean-sized eyes looked at 7 or 8 second-ringed skeletons, and he felt that something was wrong with his meager wisdom, but it was too late, and the skeletons had already boarded. 3 minutes later, with the helpless wailing of the Blue Flame Giant, his body crashed to the ground. A shadow turned into the giant's body, then took out an elemental crystal the size of a fist, moved it over intimately, and sent it into Eli's hands. In just 3 minutes, a synthetic beast with a second ring died. The battle is over. Chapter 173. Almost 500 grams. Eli looked at this crystal. This was the largest elemental crystal he had ever seen, and in terms of quality, this quality was much higher than before. It would be a waste to use it, so let's keep it for now. Let's go to the wizard's tower first. After clearing the battlefield, Eli came to the wizard's tower. A complex witch formation was carved on the bronze gate, but unfortunately, with the passage of time, the witch formation had lost its energy supply, so Eli's skeleton just pushed it away. The shadow-covered skeleton walked in directly, while Eli sensed it through the skeleton from outside. Enter the first floor of the wizard tower. The first floor seems to be a place for experiments. The walls of the tower are shelves with various items placed on them, and the center is an experiment area, where the apprentices used to work. However, there are not many things on the first floor, and most of the things on the shelves have lost their extraordinary characteristics with the passage of time. Moj doesn't have to think about anything, and only some things are kept. In the end, Eli only found 3 valuable ones. They are Moses' ore, undead crystal, and Sodexo's tentacle. The first one is a kind of ore. According to the current treasure level, it should be the material of the 3 rings. The second is a piece of undead crystal, which is the soul crystal composed of powerful undead after death, and the third is the material of a living creature's tentacles. The 3 materials are not a big problem. The ore and undead crystallization will be used directly to upgrade the witchcraft when he is almost ready for alchemy. Eli the tentacles can also refine the witchcraft. In addition to these, there are several large-scale experimental equipment on the first floor, and Eli accepts them happily. Compared with the equipment in the White Tower, these experimental equipment may be a little older, but they are all top-notch. An experiment might be helpful. After exploring the first floor, the skeleton came to the second floor along the stairs. The second floor seems to be a place to rest and entertain guests. After searching the side, they found nothing. With regret, the skeleton continued to explore. In fact, these wizards still cleaned up relatively cleanly, with a total of 7 floors, and only a few items were harvested, which made Eli feel a little regretful. But on the 7th floor, which is the last floor, there was a little accident. Defensive witch formation. Eli looked at the witch formation covering the door in front of him, and realized that there might really be something inside. Judging from the Wuhan, the owner should want to protect the things inside, but with the passage of time, there are many signs of damage to the Wuhan, so Eli directly started to look for a breakthrough. Half an hour later, the witch formation disappeared, and the door slowly opened. The scene inside immediately caught Eli's eyes. This is a small study room, only about a few tens of square meters, with simple display, only a bookshelf, a desk, and a sofa. The bookshelves are full of books, and there is a crystal ball on the table. Crystal ball? The skeleton's undead flame burst fiercely, which is a good thing. Without hesitation, the skeleton began to check directly. The books on the bookshelf are mixed, including ordinary encyclopedias and books related to knowledge, mainly about black witchcraft, including some sacrifices and even soul extraction experiments. Of course, there are also some interesting ones, such as the biological transformation above. He is not so interested in the biological transformation part, but Eli is very interested in the transformation of the five senses. This Eli is going to go back to study and study. He caused part of the trouble. After reading this, Eli started walking towards the crystal ball. After checking it and confirming that there is no problem, Eli checked it in. I rely on it. While looking at it, under the wizard tower, Eli let out an exclamation. What the hell? The crystal ball turned out to be nothing else, but a legacy about wizards, which recorded in detail the cultivation of wizards with the third ring and below, and it was a complete legacy of wizards. After all, it recorded the meditative thoughts of a low-level wizard named Wood Spirit Sky Vault, and also recorded a large number of elemental witchcraft, mainly involving elements. From the first ring to the third ring, the number reached thousands. These are exactly what he lacks. He does have the inheritance of wizards, but it would be good to have more, which allows him to be more sure of the road ahead, but these elemental witchcrafts surprise Eli. The witchcraft he is currently studying is actually not that much, mainly because he rarely uses witchcraft recently, and most of them are used by the shadow of the second ring. There aren't many witchcraft mods, which just makes up for him. Although the witchcraft in the crystal ball is mainly elemental witchcraft, there are still some other kinds of witchcraft, and there is actually a prophecy-type witchcraft. This surprised Eli very much. You must know that although prophecy-type witchcraft is a large category, because it involves fate and time, it is destined to be of a very high level, and it is also very difficult to use. The prophecy-like witchcraft in front of him is a special kind of witchcraft, a special kind of witchcraft without grades, a witchcraft called fate dice. The effect is very simple and violent, that is the possibility of prophecy. That's right, it's possibility. This witchcraft requires a special witchcraft dice, then catch the power of fate, think about one thing, and then the dice will show numbers from 1 to 6, the higher the possibility bigger. It is a very powerful witchcraft, but it is also very restrictive. The first condition requires the wizard to have a unique talent of the time system. You must know that few wizards below the fourth ring have this talent. But this Eli does have it. He also accidentally discovered that he had an extra talent for time after he was promoted, which may be related to his immortality talent. The second condition is the price. After all, it is to spy on fate, which is not an ordinary thing, so it needs to pay a huge price, which can be a lot of soul crystallization, or a lot of other costs. There is even a note on the back. Note: do not pay the price yourself, it will consume a lot of life force of the wizard. Originally, Eli was a little confused about where to find resources. After all, the condensation of soul crystals requires a large number of newly dead creatures, but seeing the attention, Eli's heart settled down. Consuming vitality, there is such a good thing. Eli said it was drizzling. For this witchcraft, Eli is the most fancy, and it is also the biggest gain this time. He also thinks that this is a witchcraft that he can benefit from for life. After doing something in the future, let's predict it first, and do it. Less daunting. Boom. At the same time, Eli heard the sound of an explosion in the distance, and realized that there might be a battle outside, so he accelerated the pace of the search. 10 minutes later, the skeleton left the wizard's tower with everything. Putting everything away, Eli held rolls in one hand, and quickly walked out of the town. A minute later, Eli came outside the town. Seeing the people Eli brought, all the warlocks widened their eyes. This is Lord Rawls. Everyone looked at the person Eli was carrying casually and said in shock. For such a long time, they even thought Lord Rawls was dead, but they were rescued by Lord Herman. They can only say that Lord Rawls is too powerful. He was seriously injured, let someone take care of him. Eli said casually. Immediately someone came over and took him to take care of him. The others were all looking at Eli, waiting for him to issue the next order. Most of them were rescued by Hayulet, and they were willing to obey Eli's orders. My lord, what shall we do next? A ring of warlocks asked Eli. There are still 6 hours, my lord. At this time, Maureen and Adams have not come, or we will take advantage of this time to snatch the resources of 10,000 blood. Some wizards also suggested. With the mass death of warlocks of the 1,000 Blood Alliance in the small town, their strength is no longer as good as them. Okay. Eli nodded. But Lord Herman, what if Maureen and Adams come? Warlock asked. Eli fell into deep thought, and then said solemnly, "How about this, you all boldly join forces to snatch it, then I will get 20% of the points you snatched, and once Maureen or Adams comes, I will block them for you." "Really, thank you so much, sir." Everyone's eyes lit up. Only 20% can eliminate the unknown risk, which is very cost-effective. As for, no one doubted that Herman could stop the two. After all, he had saved so many people from the small town. "Sir Herman is awesome." "Thank you, sir." Everyone, including Warlock, thanked. "Hey, it's all for the White Tower," Eli said righteously. "He killed both Maureen and Adams, so what's the risk? These people really gave him money directly. It smells so good." Chapter 174. The hunt begins. For the next few hours, the White Tower Warlocks were very happy. They began to unite to kill the Warlocks of the 10,000 Blood Alliance and rob them of their resources. Originally, the Alliance of 10,000 Bloods wanted to resist, but due to the absence of Maureen and Adams, the high-end combat power was also consumed in the town, so they were not opponents at all, and they were one-sided. Eli didn't join the hunt, because since someone was working for him, there was no need to do it himself. He started exploring in the wizard town, searching for a lot of resources. Damn it, this group of damned White Tower Warlocks. A late-stage Warlock of the first ring fled in the woods, while 3 late-stage White Tower Warlocks chased after him. "Stop, you can't run away, hand over all your gains." A Warlock looked at him and shouted. "Roll. Let me tell you, when Lord Mullen and Lord Adams come, you will be miserable." He shouted loudly, but he was a little bit guilty in his heart. Because now, even he is not confident anymore, and has deep doubts in his heart. Why haven't the 2 adults shown up yet? The town was fine before, but now, they have been bullied by the White Tower like this, and they haven't shown up yet. Could it be that the 2 have already encountered an accident, but how is that possible? Could someone in this secret realm still kill the 2 of them? The odds are almost non-existent. However, there seems to be traces of the distortion monster of the second ring in the town. Could it be that the 2 of them had entered before, and then? The Warlock's eyes widened in the late stage of Yuhuan, and he couldn't believe his guess. "Damn it, it's impossible." He shook his head. And just as his thoughts diverged, 2 Warlocks suddenly appeared in front of him, and at another glance, they were White Tower Warlocks. "It's over." The Warlock looked desperate. Another 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, there are 3 minutes left before the end of the secret realm. Eli stood on a tall tower in the wizarding town, looking around. Compared to a few hours ago, the secret realm is quiet at this time, because most of the secret realm is filled with Warlocks from the White Tower, and the Warlocks from the 10,000 Blood Alliance are either hiding or dead. As for Maureen and Adams, whom the Warlocks of the 10,000 Bloods Alliance were looking forward to, they didn't show up yet, which made the Warlocks of the 10,000 Bloods Alliance seem to realize something. That was their grown-up, probably dead. "Hey, it's almost time." Looking at the time again, there is still 1 minute. Outside the secret realm, on the altar. At this time, a large number of people had gathered, and Kadir and Kratos stood at the front. "Kratos, I hope I don't even see a Warlock of the White Tower for a while, that would be interesting." Kadir grinned and said with a smile. "Ha, you should worry about your Warlock." Kratos countered, but his brows kept locked. Half a day ago, he received the news that Adams, who was at the limit of the previous level of the 10,000 Blood Alliance, disappeared for a while before this event, and no one knew what happened. Kratos felt that there might be something wrong with it. "Ha ha ha ha, what's the matter? You say don't worry, but your expression doesn't mean that." Seeing Kratos' sad expression, Kadir proudly said. In his opinion, there is no surprise this time. Adams of the second ring enters into a battle between a group of first ring and apprentices. Isn't that a wolf into a pack of wolves? Of course, there is also the possibility that the White Tower may be unruly, but from their understanding, the Warlocks in the late stage of the first ring in the White Tower are all very innocent. It might be the second ring, otherwise he wouldn't be so confident. The secret realm is over. Suddenly, someone pointed at the secret realm and shouted. Kadir and Kratos turned their heads and looked towards the gate of the secret realm, and a huge vortex appeared again. With a confident smile on his face, Kadir waited for the Warlock of the 10,000 Blood Alliance to come out. Soon, the first person came out. "Hey, did you come out? Damn it, I almost snatched resources from the warlocks of the 10,000 Blood Alliance, bad luck. A White Tower warlock came out, cursing. The first one to come out was the warlock from the White Tower. Kratos knew this one-ring warlock, showed a surprised look, and asked, Hugo, what's going on inside? Inside, we were chasing a warlock from the 10,000 Bloods Alliance just now, and we were about to kill him, but suddenly teleported out. The warlock sighed. Chase, Alliance of 10,000 Bloods. Kratos was taken aback, the situation seemed a little different from what he thought. Kadir? Warlock's voice was not covered, so he could hear it clearly, which made him a little puzzled. What's the matter? Adams didn't kill these White Tower warlocks. He whispered in doubt, it should be just an accident, and it should be normal later. What's the current situation inside? Kratos asked. One-sided, replied the apprentice. It's one-sided. Kadir's eyes lit up, and it seemed that nothing major went wrong. Hey! Kratos shook his head and sighed. It seems that the situation is really not good this time. Hey, what's the matter with you, my lord? This time we are fighting against the 10,000 Blood Alliance. Warlock wondered, did he not make it clear? One-sided? The White Tower is fighting against the 10,000 Blood Alliance? Everyone was stunned, how could this be possible? That's right, and when we were in the town of wizards, it was Lord Herman who saved many of us, including me, otherwise it wouldn't have happened like this. Warlock continued. Herman. Kratos blinked. Not far away, Kadir's eyes widened and he couldn't accept it. How could this be possible? With Adams in the second ring, how could they overturn, fake? Then the warlock named Hugo told them all about their experience, as well as He-Man's rescue of them, and the final chase. During this process, Kratos kept sucking in air, but Kadir didn't believe it, waiting for the people from the 10,000 Blood Alliance to come out and tell him what happened inside. 10 seconds later, another person came out, still from the White Tower, an apprentice. After understanding, it is also similar to the first warlock's rhetoric. In this way, Kadir was obviously a little panicked, and Kratos slowly smiled. When the 10th one came out was still the White Tower warlock, Kadir's cold sweat had already flowed out, and Kratos laughed loudly, mocking Kadir loudly. You can't, Kadir. Kratos didn't mention how cool it was at this time. Kadir didn't say a word, still waiting for the warlock of the 10,000 Blood Alliance. Half an hour later, after more than 20 warlocks from the side of the White Tower finally came out a 10,000 Blood warlock in the late stage of the first ring. The warlock was covered in blood at this time, and the power of his blood was sluggish, but there was a sense of surprise in his eyes. He looked at the blue and white sky, and said, it finally came out. Justin, it's you, tell me what happened inside. Before he could react, his shoulders had already been grabbed, and when he raised his head, he saw Kadir whose eyes were bloodshot. My lord. The warlock was also taken aback. Tell me what happened inside? What about Maureen and Adams? Kadir asked loudly, his tone hurried. My lord, our people were almost killed inside. Lord Mullen and Lord Adams didn't show up at all. I suspect that they may have died. Traces of second-order distortion synthetic beasts were found in the town of wizards. Warlock quickly organized language. This. Kadir was stunned, dumbfounded. Didn't show up, probably dead? This is a second-ring warlock, how could he die in such a secret place, and Adams is still a second-ring genius in the same clan as him. If he really died, then he would be a sinner. Impossible, impossible. Kadir sweated from his back, his face twitching. At this time, almost all the people in the secret realm came out, more than 80 people came out from the White Tower side, and only a dozen people from the 10,000 Blood Alliance. As Eli finally came out and joined the side of the White Tower, the secret realm was slowly closed, but Maureen and Adam still did not come out. It's over. Seeing that the secret realm was closed and the two still hadn't come out, Kadir was desperate. This secret realm is very special. If there is no energy, people will be teleported out automatically. At this time, Emolyn and Adams did not come out, which means that the two of them are probably dead. But being aware of it doesn't mean it's acceptable. It's ridiculous that a second ring died in a medium-sized secret environment. How could this be possible? No, there is definitely something wrong with your White Tower. He gradually straightened his body, looked sharply at Eli, the leader, and Rawls, who was still unconscious, and said, there is definitely something wrong with you, I want to check each of you. Sharp eyes stared at them, many warlocks had tight eyes, while Eli's eyes were calm, with confidence in his heart. Fuck you, I don't know who I am anymore, you can check our White Tower if you want. Sure enough, Kratos directly blocked the two parties, and said domineeringly. If you want to fight, just say it. Kratos also had sharp eyes, exuding a powerful aura. Compared to combat power, he is stronger than Kadir. For a while, Kadir exploded again, but did not speak. No way, I really can't beat it. Chapter 175. Kadir's search was naturally unsuccessful. After all, Eli was a member of the White Tower, and behind him stood the White Tower. If Kadir were to search, then the White Tower would simply be disbanded. In this way, Kadir held back his stomach and did not vent his anger. No way, he can't directly explain that what they put in is atoms and the second ring, right? In this way, they are sinners instead, but it seems that there is no way to search without mentioning it, so they can only give up. The mute eats Coptus chinensis and cannot tell what he is suffering from. This is his current situation. As for the reasons for the deaths of Adams and Morin, he guessed that it might really be the distortion monster of the second ring in the secret town, and of course there might be a hidden second ring in the White Tower. But this is just speculation, and no one knows exactly what happened. In this way, one day later, Kadir took their people and left here in despair. The ownership of the secret realm naturally belongs to the White Tower. After all, there are only a dozen people who come out of 10,000 blood, which is hardly comparable. They suffered heavy losses, not only the death of a large number of warlocks, atoms of the second ring, but also the loss of a medium-sized secret realm. On the other hand, the story of Eli's rescue was also told by many warlocks, which changed everyone's attitude towards Eli, and almost every warlock in this group really thanked him. Thank him for saving them. In such an atmosphere, Rawls finally woke up one day later. After waking up, he also listened to the stories told by other people, and knew that it was Eli who saved him, and the scene before he died was actually real, which made him fall into silence all of a sudden. He clearly remembered that it was a creature with 2 rings. This made him even a little suspicious of life. When he saw Eli, he didn't have the attitude he had before, but he often looked at Eli with an inexplicably complicated expression. Life is like a play. 3 days later, Eli and everyone returned to the White Tower. The others went to the tower to calculate points in exchange for resources, but Eli didn't care about it, and returned to his wizard tower silently. With their return, the matter of Eli also fermented for a short period of time. After hearing his story, many people changed their attitude towards Eli. Put the person. 3 more days passed. Eli received a meeting request from Kratos, and the two met. Herman, you did a great job this time. As soon as Eli came in, Kratos patted Eli on the shoulder. This is what I should do. Sit down and talk. Kratos pulled Eli to the sofa, and the two sat down. What is your lord looking for from me? Eli asked curiously. That's right, because of your performance in the secret realm this time, besides you can directly take away all your resources, and you are also rewarded with 50,000 points, you can exchange materials at will, and even distribute them. Quests or something, Kratos said. But today is not for this matter. Kratos shook his head, and then took out a wanted list. Eli took it over, the portrait showed him, and the wanted price at the bottom was 30,000 low-grade magic stones. The issuer was the 10,000 Blood Alliance, and their logo was engraved on it, which was real. Is this the wanted man of 10,000 bloods? Eli frowned. It seems that the 10,000 Blood Alliance hates him to the bone. Yes, 10,000 blood wants you, so for the next time, you'd better stay in the White Tower. At this price, even the second ring will be tempted. Kratos said. Well, I see. Eli nodded. This is 30,000 magic stones, 10,000 blood is indeed a bloody investment. But fortunately, he has no plans to go out in the next plan. After all, whether it is the study of various witchcraft, or the mastery of alchemy and the study of the prophecy-based witchcraft, it will take a lot of time. By the way, there are also elemental crystals, and he needs time to digest them further. Anyway, the White Tower will provide him with resources. He only needs to develop slowly in the White Tower. He has made up his mind. If he does not develop to the current limit, he will not leave the White Tower. As for the blood needed to devour the brand, then slowly buy it from the White Tower. Anyway, it is normal to buy blood as a warlock. As for the wizard camp, let them develop slowly. So, the next step is to develop slowly. Time passed little by little. The news that Herman was wanted caused a great sensation at first. After all, for a one-ring warlock to offer such a high price, naturally many wild warlocks were tempted, but when they came to the outside of the White Tower in twos and threes to hunt Eli, they found a problem. This guy doesn't come out. That's right, he just doesn't come out at all, and some people even heard that this guy rarely even comes out of the Wizard Tower, which makes many warlocks extremely confused. After all, warlocks basically grow by digging bloodlines, and generally speaking, fighting is the most convenient way to dig out bloodlines. In battle, bloodlines can be stimulated the fastest, which is extremely beneficial to the growth of warlocks. As for other methods, potions and explorations also have certain effects, but few warlocks will do this. Since there are simpler methods, why choose difficult methods? Therefore, they are very melancholy, but they still choose to wait. They don't believe that if Eli doesn't come out for a year, he won't come out for 3 to 5 years. Anyway, they can still spend a few years. A year later, Eli still hasn't left the house. Most warlocks are still full of confidence and are basically still waiting. Only a very small number of people left, after all, the benefits are too great. 2 years later. At this time, some people have already started to waver, but they just think that Eli is a weird person, and some people leave. 3 years later. At this time, many people were a little numb. Some warlocks who were a little bit reluctant to give up their previous efforts continued to wait, and most of the others left. 5 years later. At this time, even the most patient warlocks sighed and turned to leave. I can't wait any longer. It's outrageous not to leave the White Tower's power for 5 years. How could there be such a warlock? And among all these people, there is one person who has not left. Herman, I want you to die. Outside the White Tower, an old man with white hair, black eyes and a grey warlock robe hid in a cave outside the White Tower, waiting desperately. His name is Solus, the second ring Comoin serpent warlock, and Adam's grandfather, and Adams is the only blood of his dead son and his only relative. He's here to ambush Eli. The reason is simple. Every warlock of the Comoin serpent clan has a soul lamp in the family, and they can check the situation of the warlock. After inspection, they found that Adams was not killed by a synthetic beast, but by a warlock. But they didn't know who it was, and finally thought about it for a long time. Eli, the person who made a splash in the secret realm, was the most likely, so he came. For an old warlock who lost his only bloodline, he would rather kill his grandson by mistake than let him go. I'll see when you will come out. It's only been 5 years. I don't believe you haven't come out for 10 years. He pursed his lips, his wrinkled old face showing a ferocious expression. Never doubt the blow of losing one's only blood relative to an old man. 5 years later. Solus fell silent. It's been 10 years, and this guy still hasn't come out? Chapter 176. Is it normal not to go out for 10 years? How could this be normal? Solus thought he had met a lot of people in his life, all kinds of wonderful people, but he was the first person who could stay like Eli. He has learned a lot. I didn't go out for 10 years, and I saw the dead alive. But the revenge of the grandson must be avenged. Solus can only start to think of other ways. So he returned to the Alliance of 10,000 Bloods, and finally found the leader of the Alliance of 10,000 Bloods, requesting to use the lurkers in the White Tower. At first, the leader was reluctant, but before the huge amount of wealth that Solus promised, he finally nodded in agreement. 10 days later, he returned again. After thinking about it, he thought he had chosen someone who had conflicts with Herman and who always looked at him unhappy. Rawls, one of the members of the White Tower. Rawls, a second-ring warlock, was promoted a year ago. He is currently a genius-level figure in the White Tower forces. He is a rising star in the future. He is an excellent genius in all aspects and is well known by many people. But he has always been very unhappy with Herman, and has always wanted to drive him out of his post. He speculates that the two may have some conflicts. This speculation should come from the period when they were in the Shadow Monitor Lizard Warlock camp. Solus looked at Roll's message and nodded. He was going to get Herman out of the White Tower, and this man should be able to do it. So, one night, he asked the lurker to send Rawls a letter. Center of the Howling Woods, I want to talk to you about Herman. On the other side, Rawls frowned at the letter with a dazed look on his face. Compared with 10 years ago, his aura at this time is stronger, and he has also come to the second ring. He is a man of the hour in the White Tower, and is sought after by many people in all aspects, but only he knows that there is always someone in his heart, that's Herman. This guy who has been with him for almost 100 years, once he wanted to defeat and drive this guy away, and he has always worked hard for this. But the secret realm 10 years ago made him feel very complicated. On the one hand, he was confused about how Eli saved him. Although Eli said afterwards whether it was him or the synthetic beast who happened to leave, how could he believe it? After all, he saw his figure with his own eyes. The second is that he clearly remembered that the synthetic beast at that time was a synthetic beast of the second ring. Even if he had advanced now, he still had no confidence in defeating it. Although he didn't know how strong Herman was, he knew very well that he was definitely very strong, and it was ridiculously strong. 10 years later, he was probably even stronger, which made him feel a little desperate. So he is complicated when a letter suddenly appears at his door. Let's meet. It shouldn't be a big problem. What exactly is the owner of this letter going to do? Rawls frowned. The howling forest was right on the edge of the White Tower. He was absolutely safe at this distance. After receiving the letter, he put on a black nightsuit and set off. Half an hour later, he arrived at the location mentioned in the letter, and there was already a person wearing a black warlock robe and a mask waiting here. Rawls, hello. Solis put on a mask and made a hoarse voice. Who are you? Rawls frowned and asked. It doesn't matter who I am, I just ask you a question, do you dislike Herman? Solis asked instead of answering. Yeah. Rawls nodded, but there is nothing to say about this matter. That's good. Under the mask, Solis smiled, released his aura of the late stage of the second ring, and said, I can help you deal with him, but there is one condition, you must help me lure him out of the White Tower. The late stage of the second ring. Solis was taken aback. He was a bit stunned, and he still wanted to deal with Herman. Was it for offering a reward? You're going to deal with Herman? He asked. Yes. Solis replied affirmatively. It's up to you. Rawls cast a glance at Solis and asked strangely. Judging from that action 10 years ago, he guessed that Herman was at least a second ring late stage or even stronger warlock. He guessed that Herman was ridiculously strong, so he just felt ridiculous at this time. Only by me. Solis also frowned. What does this mean? He looked down on him. Forget it, I'm leaving, you can't. Rawls glanced at the man, turned and left. Solis? What do you mean I can't do it? Hey, I just need you to help me lure him out. It shouldn't be difficult for you, right? I lost an enemy and you lost an opponent who has been around for decades, isn't that good? Solis said loudly, want to save. This is a little different from what he thought. Get out. Rawls snorted directly, first of all, I don't think you can kill Herman, you don't have that ability, and you are not worthy. Secondly, why do you think that I will help you? Tell you, I will definitely succeed in defeating Herman, but not by this method. Rawls, don't bother to use this method. I want to defeat him in a fair and honest manner. Finally, you should leave quickly, because as soon as I go back, I will report you and tell He-Man, don't try to attack me here. You will definitely not be able to kill me in a short time, but you will definitely be noticed by the White Tower. You are dead. After Rawls finished speaking, he turned and left, but after walking a dozen steps, he turned his head and looked at Solis, and said, unlucky, waste of my time. Not capable? I don't deserve it either? At this moment, Solis stared blankly at Rawls's back, with a dazed look on his face. In the end, which link went wrong? It shouldn't be. This is completely different from what he was thinking about. What happened, or is Rawls just such a person? Outrageous. But now is not the time for him to think about this. He knows that he should really leave. Subconsciously, he feels that Rawls will really report, and with his report, it is estimated that he will not come here in a short time. The matter of man also needs to be considered in the long run. At least not recently. Forget it, the White Tower and 10,000 Blood will have a battle sooner or later, let's talk about it then. Gritting his teeth, Solis quickly disappeared into the forest. He couldn't figure out how it could happen. A warlock in the late stage of the second ring. A day later, in the wizard's tower, Eli watched the message from the council. There was actually a second ring warlock who contacted Rawls, trying to trick him out, but Rawls reported it backhandedly. It's kind of funny to be honest. Hey, it's a pity that he chose the wrong person. Eli curled his lips. He really knew Rawls. Although he had some weird flaws, he was indeed an upright person. That's right, an upright person, he wouldn't do such a thing, and that's why Eli kept him. If this person was really murderous towards him, how could he still keep him? However, Rawls was so tough that he was a little surprised. The only question is why there is a warlock from the second ring guarding outside. Fortunately, he didn't plan to go out, otherwise he would be in danger if he was attacked by surprise. Forget it, the White Tower will take care of it, so I should do whatever I want. Eli shook his head and walked into the secret realm. He still has a lot to do on his list. The first time is level progress, the wizard level. At this time, his mental power has reached 80 points, and the blessing of elementalization and crystallization has also reached 82 points. The limit of the first ring is getting closer and closer, and the bloodline has also reached the late stage of the second ring. Secondly, there are various learning processes. I have learned a part of witchcraft, and I am slowly mastering alchemy. I am very unskilled, it takes time, and the final destiny dice has not yet been started. Eli underestimated the difficulty of this witchcraft. But it's normal, after all, it involves fate, which is still a bit too high-end for him at present, which is destined to take a long time for him to master, but he is very patient, and he is bound to win against witchcraft. For him now, what is most needed is still silent development. Anyway, he won't leave here until he gets everything right. This time is still on him. Chapter 177. 10 years later. Eli's elemental compatibility has reached 87%, and his mental power has also reached 86 points with the help of the kryptonite, which is getting closer and closer to the second ring, while the bloodline has reached the limit of the second ring. At this point, Eli even thought about breaking through the bloodline of the third ring in advance. The breakthrough of the three-ring warlock is naturally not that simple. Not only does it require a lot of materials, but there is also a very important step, that is, the fusion of blood and spiritual power. Which made him hesitate. The blood is fused, so what about his magic power? After all, he is a wizard. It would be really funny not to be able to break through the third ring wizard. Of course, it does not mean that he completely gave up the bloodline, but he thinks that this may need to be studied carefully, and it will take time. Elsewhere, Eli was fine. He is learning witchcraft at an even rate, and his mastery of alchemy is getting stronger and stronger. The only regret is that he still hasn't started the witchcraft of fate dice. He has only one comment on this witchcraft, and that is difficulty. Eli even felt that this was a witchcraft that could only be mastered by true spirits, and the difficulty was outrageous. Whether it was the structure or analysis of the model, any witchcraft he had learned was incomparable, and even all of them could be compared. Eli was very patient in the early days. He could do an endless devour for hundreds of years, and he didn't believe that he couldn't handle this witchcraft. Speaking of endless devouring, Eli also has more than a dozen new ideas for the second curse, and it is still in the first stage, which also requires a lot of time and energy. In this regard, Eli's choice was to directly throw a dozen ideas to Tiggy through branding, and let her use the previous method to let the wizards in the camp try one by one. Compared with 20 years ago, the scale of the camp at this time is larger. There are more than 20 wizards in the first ring, and Tiggy will even break through the second ring immediately. In the south of the west coast where Eli is located, it is the largest wizard camp. 1. Eli also exchanges a lot of resources from the camp every year. Not going out does not mean that he is cut off from the outside world. After all, he still has a lot of people under his command. He generally does this by asking Ross to help. Speaking of Ross, in the secret realm 20 years ago, due to Rawls's absence in the second half, he was actually the first in the resource list. Of course, this has something to do with Eli's failure to participate. After all, how could adults participate in children's activities? However, it also made him a little famous. With the passage of time, it is already a limit at this time. Last year, under the operation of Eli and Kratos, it entered the parliament and mastered part of the external rites. Eli usually relies on him for external affairs. Of course, he wouldn't let him go too deep. Eli just asked him to put the resources in the designated place, and then people from the wizard camp would naturally get them. As for the people under Eli's hands, he generally wouldn't let them contact each other. Another 10 years later, Eli finally reached the limit of his mental strength. At this time, he was ready to break through. Similar to the breakthrough of the second ring warlock, the breakthrough of the second ring wizard is mainly a point, that is, the breakthrough of spiritual power. The relatively vague boundaries between the second ring wizards and the first ring wizards are different. There are 3 distinct stages. According to the state of mental power, they are divided into liquefaction, vaporization, and crystallization. The performance of each stage is very different, and the changes brought about by quality are much stronger than quantity. Even if it is only a little bit of mental power, it may be stronger than everything before. It's like a space where cotton was originally placed, so now it is necessary to compress the cotton and then fill it up again. This is the breakthrough of the second ring. 10 years later, Eli broke through. It was an ordinary night. In the secret place, Eli took a dozen bottles of Krypton number 3 potion, second ring potion, and then broke through the second ring wizard. Is this the second ring? Eli felt the fog-like mental power in his consciousness. Even if it was only a little bit, it was stronger than 10 points before. In terms of the wizard's combat effectiveness, the previous 10 might barely be able to compete with him. This is because they didn't use mental power to suppress them. Strong mental power oppressed and weakened low-level wizards quite seriously. Since the breakthrough has been made, all kinds of alchemy witchcraft can be upgraded, and the research on alchemy is almost done. Eli thought. The breakthrough is a big thing for him, but it's also a small thing, and there are more things to do next. For example, the breakthrough of his mental power in the second ring, and how to temper his mental power to change his state, whether to refine it step by step through meditation, or other means, are also problems. In short, the revolution has not yet succeeded, and everything still needs to be worked hard. Come on! Eli cheered himself up, and then left the wizard tower. Go to the White Pagoda for entertainment today, relax your mind and body. After all, the immortals still have to pay attention to their mental state. After one day, Eli, who left the gentle township, went back to work. 10 years later, this wizard's staff has been integrated with some newly purchased materials, and has reached the level of the second ring. Let's call it the Morris staff. Eli cast his eyes on the table in front of him. There is a wizard staff on the table. It is not reasonable to say that it is a staff. After all, no staff will use a solid metal body and a hard amethyst head. It can even be said to be a melee weapon. Mainly made by Eli considering warlock battles. In addition to this, there are 3 items on the table at this time. A second ring purple leather armor, a second ring wizard robe, and a pair of second ring boots. They were all weapons refined from Shadow Dragon's leather armor before, combined with Eli's super energy extraction. The 3 high-quality second ring weapons refined were considered Shadow Dragon suits. The first one can increase Eli's physical strength and physical defense, mainly for its excellent defense against physical attacks. The second wizard robe has its own wizard cover, which has excellent defense against elemental attacks. The third boot can speed up Eli's movement speed, and the ability to control the airflow to allow Eli to float and move in mid-air, is a sharp weapon for escape. In order to refine these 3 witchcraft, Eli spent a lot of energy and a lot of resources, but fortunately, it was all worth it, which could improve his survivability. And to Eli's surprise, in the same year, his fate dice witchcraft finally made a little progress, entered a slow analysis process, and everything was getting better and better. Hey, think about it carefully, it seems that I haven't been out of the White Tower for 50 years. Suddenly, Eli remembered that he hadn't left the White Tower for 50 years. This may also be after more than 100 years of tempering in the secret realm of Bern. Now he not only does not feel depressed or uncomfortable, but is very relaxed. He can feel that his knowledge is getting richer and his combat effectiveness is getting stronger every day. Still pretty good. At this time, no one was ambushing him outside. Even the most patient hunter would not wait 50 years. Anyway, Solace, who had been caring about Eli, was stunned. He had nothing to say about it. He thought 10 years was a long time, but Eli has actually stayed in the White Tower for 50 years. Is this something normal people can do? He is really convinced. Well, after integrating the fate dice and undead crystals, secret harvest, into the second ring, you can almost go out for a walk. Eli took a deep breath. After 50 years, he had almost digested the harvest. The last time he received too much. 5 years passed. Eli also integrated the souls of the undead into the earrings, allowing his mental power attack to reach the level of the second ring, which is considered a good witch weapon. However, after upgrading to the second ring wizard, he also discovered a problem with his powerful spiritual power, that is, there is actually a trace of the soul origin of the undead in it, which is outrageous. If he hadn't advanced to the second ring, he wouldn't have known there was such a hidden danger inside. Fortunately, he discovered it in time, and this immediately made him take the initiative to master the soul source of an undead. For a wizard, it is equivalent to mastering the undead itself, and he also observed that the undead seemed to be already in the late stage of the second ring, it is still developing silently. This made Eli smile. After all, the undead is a very good material, and this level is still rare. He is looking forward to the day when the undead is found. At this time, his destiny dice witchcraft has basically been analyzed, and he only needs to refine a matching witchcraft to use it. After 50 or 60 years of hard work, it is finally about to succeed. But Eli received a shocking news the next day. That is, Chairman Coster is dead. This is a story of an immortal protagonist who fights to break through the sky world at the beginning, and finally pushes across the heavens and myriad worlds. Chapter 178. White Tower. In the familiar conference room, 15 seats were already filled. This was the first time that all the top leaders of the White Tower forces had arrived in the past 20 years. On the contrary, the person in charge who had never been absent was absent. Hey, why did he die? Sitting on the 6th seat, Eli sighed. It is said that although he has made little contribution outside, in fact, he has modified a lot of potions, which are suitable for all kinds of warlocks, including various emotional potions, breakthrough potions, etc., so even if the White Tower already has among the 7 second ring warlocks, he is still the 6th. He looked around for a week. At this time, there are 15 people here, and the 3 deputy speakers have not changed. They are still Kratos, Jesse, and Siren. The other members have basically changed around. Those who are familiar with Eli are Rawls, the 2nd Congressman, Ross, the 11th, and 2 newcomers under Kratos. The other 7 have already been replaced. Except for 2 or 3 old people, they have basically been replaced people replace. Therefore, it is still rare for Eli to be able to sit here with the strength of Yuhuan. Let's talk about it, what should we do about this matter? Kratos, who was the first to speak, looked even more stern at this time, dragging the blood soul flower brought back by Eli, and the breath of life reached the limit of the second ring. Well, just proceed as we discussed before. Siren said. Coster's death, while regrettable, was not unexpected. He was already very old, and decades had passed, and he had finally exhausted his last vitality, so before he died, they had already discussed what would happen to Coster after his death. Yet. Kratos nodded. Then according to what we have voted, I will serve as the new speaker. This has been passed before. Of course, if anyone has objections, they can also raise it. Kratos looked around and said domineeringly. As the only second ring ultimate warlock in the White Tower, he is the most suitable candidate. I do not have either. No. After a while, the identity of Speaker Kratos was directly confirmed, and he was not polite, and sat directly on the speaker's seat. Then there are 2 more things this time, namely the simulation of various disputes caused by the death of the former Speaker Coster, and everyone's new job planning after the White Tower. In order to facilitate the follow-up arrangements, let's proceed with the second item first, the redistribution of duties. Kratos took out another document and said. Everyone nodded and waited. First of all, there are 3 ministers. The positions of Siren and Jesse remain the same, but they are responsible for resource allocation. The 6th member of Parliament, Herman, is responsible for resource replacement. Although his strength is mediocre, he is the strongest member of the councillors for this kind of transactional handling and various assignments. It just so happens that this position does not require too much combat power. I proposed this. Does anyone have any opinions? Eli also didn't expect Kratos to mention him first. No. Siren and Jesse agreed first. The replacement of the speaker, it is destined that Kratos will find some important positions for his people, just like Coster once, no one can stop this. Moreover, Herman, who is of average strength, is indeed a good candidate. His ability has been verified in the past few decades, and what is interesting is that even if it is an election, it is impossible to fail. Because at this time, there are only 4 of them besides the speaker, and there is a high probability that the 4 of them will support them, because Eli saved them in the secret realm 45 years ago. They were of low status at the beginning, but with the growth of time, they came to a higher platform. So at this time, although Herman's reputation at the bottom is not that great, but at the top, his influence is one of the best. This is a low-key person who will not be ignored. One of the other members of the ring is okay, and several of the second ring are unwilling, but there is nothing they can do. Well, then Herman will take my former position and become the new deputy speaker. Kratos made a decision. Well, the next step is the division of others. Kratos began to announce one by one. Including Rawls became the new number 1, Ross became number 7, others also underwent a part of the rotation, and everyone was voted and finally confirmed. This one took about half a day. It was morning when he came, and it was already night when the second item was carried out, and Eli also changed his position and took the position of deputy speaker close to Kratos. It's also very good, as before, with his back against Kratos, no one dares to touch him, and he is still an allocator of resources. Eli likes this position very much. It can gain benefits, and no one will hit him unless he wants to touch Kratos. The second thing is the various disputes over the death of the speaker. Soren has always been responsible for the outside world. Tell me about it. Kratos continued after finishing the post. Yet. Siren nodded, and took out a document. At present, the death of an adult has the greatest impact on us as the nearest force, the 10,000 Blood Alliance. As for the conflict between us and the 10,000 Blood Alliance, everyone is very clear, so I won't say more. They will definitely do something. In fact, as far as I know, they have already started to act, and maybe a war cannot be avoided of. Xilon's eyes were serious, analyzing towards everyone. Everyone also showed serious expressions, and Eli also frowned. Can you be safe and sound? Why do you have to fight and kill? Annoying. Well, all aspects must be prepared in advance. Although we are stronger than before, Wang Xiu seems to have a few more geniuses and is stronger than before. All aspects of deployment need to be prepared in advance. Kratos nodded. When a war is about to start, wizards, potions, materials, wizard tools, alchemy products, etc. are all very important resources, and nothing can be left behind. There are mainly 2 aspects, one is external and the other is internal. The external needs us and some members of parliament to go out to deal with things, specifically. Xilon analyzed. All right. Then everyone wants to go outside or inside, this is up to everyone to decide. Kratos said. Let me go. Jesse held up his hand. Me too. Rawls also raised his hand. As the owner of Barlow's bloodline, his nature is aggressive, arrogant, and brutal. Members of Congress expressed their attitudes one by one, and soon it was Eli's turn. Herman, what do you mean? Kratos asked. I stay in the camp and plan the allocation of resources. Eli said simply. What a joke, how could he go out? There is no safety outside the White Tower, and the fate dice has not been refined yet, without this he is not at ease. Yet. Kratos nodded. In his heart, Eli has always been strong in processing ability rather than fighting power, and it's good to stay in the camp. Well, that's it, the meeting is over. Another hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the day-long meeting finally came to an end. After the meeting, the White Tower also started a new wave of adjustments with a new power circle, and various things were quickly dealt with, while Eli participated in the deployment of various resources. The handling of the 10,000 Blood Alliance has also become a top priority. But something astonishing happened. For a full month, the 10,000 Blood Alliance did not move at all, as if it had fallen into silence. Eli understands that this is just the calm before the storm. However, unlike the previous storm where he could only serve as a marginal figure, this time he is one of the core figures. Things are right and wrong. Chapter 179. The White Tower is like a deadly enemy to the 10,000 Blood Alliance. After all, the White Tower was born during the battle between the 10,000 Blood Alliance and the Shadow Monitor Lizard Academy. It not only backstabbed them, but also captured their victory. But all along, the White Tower has been flourishing, and the high-level power has become stronger and stronger, which annoys them. No, upon hearing that Koster, the top combat power of the White Tower, had died, the 10,000 Blood Alliance was moved. At the Alliance of 10,000 Bloods, in a huge tent. Pablo, the leader of the 10,000 Bloods Alliance, sat at the main seat, looking at the fighting power of the clans on both sides. There are as many as 12 second rings, which are also the powerful foundation of the 10,000 Bloods alliance. Let's talk about Coster's death, what do you think? Pablo looked at the crowd and asked. What are you talking about? Start a war directly, the current White Tower is no match for us. An old man threw a wine glass on the ground excitedly and said loudly. Solis, calm down, your impulsive actions 50 years ago caused us to lose many people who were ambushing in the White Tower. Pablo frowned and said. However, this is indeed a good opportunity for us. If it weren't for the White Tower, our current power would be far more powerful than it is now, and we would have become one of the big powers in the south of the west coast. Solis fought and moved towards Loud all around. Indeed, if it weren't for the White Tower, each of our clans would have expanded at least several times. The White Tower can't stay, this power is developing too fast. It's only been a few decades, and it's almost catching up. If it takes another 100 or 200 years, it will be fine. The other people in the tent were also discussing and talking. Pablo also nodded, looked at the crowd below with burning eyes and said, the White Tower and the 10,000 Blood Alliance will definitely fight, but how to fight without damaging the foundation is the problem. I have already contacted the Hesota Warlock Academy, which is currently one of the largest warlock forces in the southern part of the west coast. It has the combat power of the Three Rings. They are willing to help us. Pablo said suddenly. Everyone was shocked, followed by ecstasy. If there really was such a powerful ally, it would be a surprise to them. But the Three Rings won't take action. They only dispatch some people and some special methods. I still need to buy the rest. Pablo said his plan. Yes, I agree. Solis agreed first, and what he wanted to do most now was to enter the range of the White Tower and kill Herman. I'll see how you hide this time. Solis gritted his teeth. Originally, our second ring has more combat power than them, but this time it is stable. If it's still possible, I'll take a shit on my head. After Pablo finished his plan, the others agreed. After all, Hesota is willing to help them, which is really a golden opportunity. Well, let's set a time. The current tentative time is 3 years later. After all, they and we both need time to prepare. This time we have at least a 99% chance to turn the White Tower into history. Pablo said. He raised his glass and said. Others also raised their wine glasses one after another, their eyes full of excitement. Annexing the White Tower, they will have a chance to become a big power like the Black Tower. As for 10 years. That's another thing, although there is a law of lifespan consumption, 10 years is still not a long time for a warlock. Compared with a wizard, even a first-level warlock can live for 400 to 500 years, and even after being weakened by 1.5 times, it can still live for more than 300 years, which is hugely different from a wizard. So 10 years, really fast. In the blink of an eye, it has been 5 years since Eli and the others made preparations. The expected attack from the alliance of 10,000 Bloods did not come, but the White Tower did not slack off. Everyone knew that the war would happen sooner or later, and it would never be too long. Although there was no news from Wan Shui for a long time, there was good news from the camp. Master, I have broken through the second ring. Seeing the news from Tiji, Eli was pleasantly surprised. Compared with Eli, Tig's talent is not very good, but it is not that bad. Eli can surpass Tig in advance. It is entirely because of his extraordinary wisdom that he discovered the magic of the power of devouring, and the resulting power driven the rapid progress of the wizard. If Tiji breaks through the second ring, then he will have a closer grasp of the wizard camp and can absorb more wizards. Eli may develop the second curse seal in advance. How's the progress of the curse seal? Eli asked directly. My lord, basically all the wizards in the camp have joined in the exploration of more than a dozen roads. It has been confirmed that some of them are impossible, and several new roads have been proposed. Tig replied. Well, let's keep going, I still have a few ideas here. Eli was very satisfied. It was for this purpose that he occupied the wizard camp in the first place, and now it has finally taken root. However, this must be strictly kept secret. After all, the identity of the wizard is still shady. Once exposed, it is possible for him to face all the warlock forces. The threat it brings is too great, which is why he must become stronger. 1. Well, my lord, we will continue to work hard. Tig's news came, and a brief contact ended again. The war is imminent. I have to strengthen my other means. I can refine some one-time witchcraft. Eli thought for a while. He didn't lack ordinary resources. It would be a good choice to transform these resources into combat power. So he went back to the lab. 2 years later, Eli stored a large number of disposable powerful props and defensive props in his secret realm. Time always passes quickly. Another 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the 10,000 Blood Alliance finally started a small-scale exploration. The battle started, and people died every day, but the number was still under control. Eli hid in the back and was responsible for the allocation of resources. This job also gave him a lot news from the battlefield. He has basically collected the materials for the Dice of Fate and is ready to refine it. It took Eli 2 years to understand how to refine this super complicated witchcraft. At this time, the war between the two forces has completely broken out. Even one of the members of the second ring of the White Tower has died, but Wan Shui is not doing well. 2 of them died, but the overall strength is still stronger than that of the White Tower. But what is strange is that the 10,000 Blood Alliance seems to be adopting a defensive strategy in terms of strategy, as if something is brewing, which makes everyone wonder what kind of medicine they are selling in their gourd. But everything is going in a good direction. Many people even thought that this war would end soon. Just in this environment, Eli's Fate Dice was finally refined successfully. Chapter 180. Wizard Tower. Eli looked at the Fate Dice in front of him and smiled. The appearance is similar to normal dice, all 6-sided, but the color is dark gold all over, and the dots are eye-catching golden, very beautiful. For this dice, he invested almost tens of thousands of magic stones in materials alone, but fortunately, it was all worth it. With this, some things might not need to waste so much effort. Let's experiment. Eli thought for a while, pondered, and turned his eyes to the street outside the window. Within 5 minutes, more than 5 first-ring wizards will pass by here. This is just a random thought. At the same time, a complex witchcraft model began to rotate in Eli's mind. The structure of this witchcraft model was different from that of ordinary witchcraft models. It was like a ring within a ring, and a mysterious atmosphere spread. There is still a price to be paid. Eli felt that the vitality in his body was rapidly draining at this time. In the blink of an eye, almost 30 years had passed. Eli also threw the dice in his hand. The dice are spinning in the air, and the vitality is rapidly draining. After 3 seconds, the dice stopped rolling and a 6 was displayed. 6? It's not very likely. Eli put away the dice. The street in front of me is a remote area. Generally speaking, even a ring of warlocks rarely pass by. This is even more so at present. 5 minutes is almost impossible according to normal logic. He wanted to see how many people would pass by. A minute passed in the blink of an eye. Not even one. 2 minutes, still nothing. 3 minutes. No. 4 minutes, no. As time passed, Eli frowned, a little skeptical about his life. Could it be that there was something wrong with his prediction? He spent almost 50 years of his life force. 4 minutes and 30 seconds, 40 seconds, 50 seconds. As time passed by, Eli frowned, the situation was different from what he believed. Suddenly there was a noise, and Eli turned his head to look. Outside the wizard tower, at the end of the intersection not far away, a dozen first-ring warlocks were fully armed and ran towards the outside, passing through here in the blink of an eye. Eli looked at the time again, 4 minutes and 58 seconds. No mistake, Eli gave a relaxed smile. But with so many first-ring wizards going out in such a hurry, something must have happened. That day, Eli got the news that the war had entered a new peak period, so the White Tower also sent a large number of warlocks, which is normal. Eli was not nervous either. He was dealing with resource allocation as usual, and during the rest time he went to various places in the camp to test the accuracy of the Dice of Fate. Especially in the casino, holding the Dice of Fate made Eli almost win every battle, which made him confirm that the dice are really useful, of course, regardless of the lifespan that has been consumed for thousands of years. Pretty good witchcraft, but a bit useless. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed again. The war between the two forces seems to be slowing down, as if the war is about to end. Most of the warlocks in the White Tower also slowly began to return to the White Tower, recovering, licking their wounds, and the 10,000 Blood Alliance was similar, leaving the battlefield and returning to the forces. Eli is responsible for the allocation of resources, and he is also very puzzled about some things during this process. Because the deployment of resources allowed him to learn a lot of frontline news, according to what they said, it seemed that after the recent dispute ended, the top management of the 10,000 Blood Alliance never showed up again, as if they were hiding. What's more, even though the 10,000 Blood Alliance is stronger than them, they ended the war so hastily. Eli originally thought that it might take more than 10 years, but it ended in 2 years. He didn't take it to heart either, and started working normally. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. Rose watched the last batch of supplies being transported back to the White Tower and smiled. The war is finally over. He turned his head to look outside the White Tower. The dark forest was as quiet as usual. He turned his head to go inside when suddenly there was a loud noise. In the forest, suddenly 7 or 8 venom-flying dragons flew out, and they carried nearly a dozen second-ring warlocks on them. What surprised him was that there were black shadows in the forest, as if there were still a large number of them. Warlock. Rose's eyes widened, but he hid immediately, and glanced slightly at the top of the venom wyvern. That's Pablo. As a member of the White Tower, he is naturally no stranger to the main characters of the 10,000 Blood Alliance, and the others are all warlocks of the second and first rings of the 10,000 Bloods, and there are a few warlocks he has never seen before. It's over, how did they get here? Rose was completely stunned. This is the center of the White Tower, how did they come here without anyone noticing? But the next second he realized another problem, so many people, how could they resist? What's going on? Ross was a little desperate. Seeing the flying venom dragon, he immediately sent a message to Eli. The other side. Eli was doing experiments in the secret realm when he suddenly received a message from Ross. People from the White Tower have infiltrated here, all the second and first rings have been dispatched, and there are also a large number of apprentices. Eli? Depend on. What's the situation? Eli was stunned for a few seconds, it was too sudden, but he immediately realized something, if it was true, then what to do? Run. Eli left the secret realm in an instant and packed his things. It's so dangerous, he must get out of here quickly. As for the White Tower, what does it have to do with him? Forget it, let's not clean up. Realizing that the danger is coming, Eli still feels like abandoning everything. But as soon as he walked out of the room and looked out through the window, what he saw made him numb. Under the setting sun, a huge energy shield has enveloped the area within a few kilometers of the White Tower, and there is no time to escape. Damn it! Eli gritted his teeth. It seems that the 10,000 Blood Alliance is fully prepared this time, they can't run anymore, do they want to fight? But with so many warlocks, can he beat them? Eli frowned. It had been too long since he had fought at the same level. He no longer knew how strong his combat power was, so he took out the dice. What is the probability that I can beat all the warlocks that come? Eli throws the dice, and life runs out quickly. After a few seconds, Eli fell silent. Looking at Lou in front of him, he gasped. Am I so strong? Eli looked strange. Isn't it the limit of a second-level warlock plus a second-level wizard? There are probably tens of thousands of skeletons in the secret realm, hundreds of one-time explosive items, and dozens of defensive wizards, which are indeed different from normal wizards. But, is that enough? Eli stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. It seems that, after holding on for so long, I almost forget that I am actually very strong. Hey, let's fight. Eli said. He strode out of the secret place. Today, he wants to appear in front of people. The once tall wizard tower has collapsed, and the bustling commercial street has been destroyed. A large number of 10,000 blood warlocks wantonly destroyed everything in sight, and the White Tower warlocks were too sudden to even organize a normal counterattack, let alone not all the warlocks were there. Too suddenly. Everything was too sudden for the White Tower, and no one expected such a thing to happen. Herman, get out! At this time, a warlock directly tore up a one-ring warlock, and then shouted towards the surroundings. Solace showed a ferocious smile. 60 years later, he finally arrived inside the White Tower. While the others were fighting the main force, he came out ahead of schedule to find Herman. Do you know where Herman's place is? He grabbed an apprentice sorcerer and said with a grim expression. Ah, in that direction. The apprentice who was caught was in pain, at this time one of his arms had disappeared. Over there, thank you, Solace nodded, and then directly tore the man in half. Then frantically flew in that direction. Today is the time for the destruction of the White Tower. It was also the day he killed the enemy who killed his grandson. Herman. During the rapid movement, Solace was like a mad dog about to die of old age.